Chapter 1828. Yixian didn't plan to loot the branches. Instead, he planned to find a place to complete the mission for the title of Divine Beast Envoy. The mission required him to kill 10,000 sage-level immortal beasts, and they couldn't be of the same species. Although it seemed simple, it wasn't. Fortunately, Yixian had several helpers, so he should only need a little time to complete the mission. Of course, Yixian didn't want to waste time, so he sent Old Tree on his way. This way, he could complete the mission while looting the branches of the Black Dragon sect. The minimum requirement for the mission was a rank 1 sage-level immortal beast. Thus, Yixian didn't need to find rank 5 or rank 6 sage-level immortal beasts. He randomly found a dangerous area and killed his way in. 100,000. In just one day, Yixian destroyed the dangerous area. When he left, there wasn't a single sage-level immortal beast left. During this time, Old Tree also arrived at a branch of the Black Dragon sect. Yixian immediately tore through the void and went there. With his current strength, he could easily destroy these branches. However, these branches' world-destroying dragon scales had been handed over to the sect master of the Green Feather sect. The sect master of the Green Feather sect had also handed them over to his superiors. Thus he didn't gain much. After destroying several branches, the world-destroying ghost dragon's battle prowess only increased by 5%. However, this wasn't bad. After all, the current 5% was equivalent to the previous 25%. In a few days, the mission for the Divine Beast Envoy was about to be completed. He only needed to kill 300 more immortal beasts to complete the mission. At this time, Yixian had killed his way from a low-level sage level to a mid-level sage level dangerous area. There were immortal beasts comparable to rank 4, rank 5, and rank 6 sage-level immortal beasts. However, just as Yixian was about to complete the mission, roar! Suddenly, a roar resounded through the sky and entered Yixian's ears. Yixian immediately turned his head to look and saw a black figure madly running towards him. The ground shook violently because of this large figure. Is this a wingless black dragon? Yixian raised his eyebrows. He estimated that this black dragon's strength was around that of a 5th stage true sage. However, beasts were much easier to deal with compared to humans for Yixian. Luoluo, kill it. Yixian immediately gave Luoluo the order. Wearing the mystic divine battle armor, Luoluo's battle prowess was also very strong. After all, she was already an 8th stage half-step true person. Coincidentally, there were already 9,999 types of missions for the title of Master Beast Envoy. He only needed one more beast bloodline to complete the mission. In the past, Yixian had always killed whoever he saw. He would not look for different bloodlines. However, he was certain that this strange black dragon without wings was definitely one of them. Soon Luoluo and the black dragon began to fight. Surprisingly, Luoluo's attacks were only able to cause light injuries to the black dragon. Something's fishy. Yixian frowned slightly. Luoluo's attacks were very strong. Even a 5th stage true sage would not be able to withstand them, let alone this black dragon. However, her full-powered attack could only barely break the black dragon's scales. Young master, this black dragon has the world destruction dragon scales. Luoluo suddenly transmitted her voice back. When Yixian heard it, he could not help but tremble. A black dragon had the world destruction dragon scales? How was that possible? Wasn't the world destruction dragon scales the black destruction dragon scales? Could this black dragon be? While he was still in shock, Luoluo continued. However, these dragon scales are much weaker than the world destruction dragon scales. This black dragon must have swallowed the world destruction dragon scales. Who knows, it might even have the world destruction dragon bones in its body. That's good. You're giving us benefits again. Yixian grinned. However, this black dragon's strength was a problem. Thus Yixian directly summoned the sky-splitting divine ape. With the help of the sky-splitting divine ape, it would be difficult for this black dragon to survive. As expected, once the sky-splitting divine ape appeared, coupled with Wei Zhentian's mystic divine armor, the black dragon's head was smashed into a bloody mess. However, it was not dead yet. Heaven shaking 108 strikes. The sky-splitting divine ape did not show any mercy. It smashed down with its pole again and again. Soon the black dragon was killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has completed the Divine Beast Envoy title mission. Will you immediately change to the Dragon Slayer title? Yes. The moment the Black Dragon died, a notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The Divine Beast Envoy title mission was finally completed. After Yi Xian was equipped with the Divine Beast Envoy title, Luoluo and the other's strength doubled again. In addition, Yi Xian, Old Tree, Luoluo, and the others' attacks would triple in damage to beasts. If they had the Divine Beast Envoy title just now, Luoluo would definitely be able to kill this black dragon alone without the need for Patian. However, just as Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, 3 figures suddenly passed by above his head. This black dragon actually has the world-ending dragon scale on its body. Maybe it also has the world-ending dragon bone? Tisk tsk. I heard that the White Dragon Palace is purchasing the world-ending dragon scale and dragon bone. This is going to be a huge profit. This little girl and the little monkey are quite strong. They can actually kill this black dragon. The 3 people's discussion fell into Yi Xian's ears. The White Dragon Palace is purchasing the world-ending dragon scale and dragon bone? What kind of power is this? How dare they buy it so brazenly? Moreover, what is the relationship between the White Dragon Palace and the Black Dragon sect? Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish his thoughts, the 3 people directly attacked, preparing to snatch the black dragon's corpse. How dare you steal Yi Xian's things? Kill them! Yi Xian immediately ordered Luoluo and the sky-splitting divine ape. These 3 people were only 5th grade true masters. Their strength was not very strong. They had just arrived, so they did not know the strength of Luoluo and the sky-splitting divine ape. In this way they would be courting death. Claw of the Demon God. 108 shocking strikes. Luoluo and the sky-splitting divine ape quickly counterattacked. The sky-splitting divine ape's attack power and attack speed were so fast that one person's body exploded in an instant. What? The other 2 people were shocked. They hurriedly stopped and then quickly retreated. You want to escape? Have you asked for my permission? Yi Xian widened his eyes. After killing the black dragon and the 5th grade true master, Yi Xian condensed 5 slaughter seals. 6 slaughter seals immediately erupted. Immortal Slaying Puppet. The immortal slaying puppet summoned by the 6 slaughter seals was not to be underestimated. Bang! With a single move, the immortal puppet cut off the path of retreat of the 2 fleeing cultivators. Chapter 1829. No, don't kill us. We'll leave immediately. Please spare us. The 2 of them spat out a mouthful of blood and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, they could not save their own lives. The sky-breaking ape god killed the 2 of them with his staff. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the 2 system notifications sounded, their corpses were already taken away by Yi Xian. The 2 of them, including the one who died first, probably did not know that the leader of the group was Yi Xian, a 3rd grade half-step perfected person. Yi Xian. When they came over, they chose to ignore Yi Xian. They did not expect Yi Xian to be the leader. Yi Xian immediately put Wei Zhentian into the plant space and turned it into the soul-sucking bell to search the souls of the 3 of them. This method of soul searching was equivalent to Yi Xian searching the souls of the 3 of them. White Dragon Palace. I don't know what faction these 3 belong to. I only know that they are very powerful. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. However, the White Dragon Palace seemed to be buying the Destruction Dragon Scale and Destruction Dragon Bone at a much higher price than the Black Dragon sect. No matter what faction the White Dragon Palace was, if they were buying the Destruction Dragon Scale, it would be a good place for Yi Xian to go. If someone else was buying, he could rob them. This would save him a lot of time. After all, the Black Dragon sect was only buying in private. However, the White Dragon Palace was buying openly. This would attract the attention of many factions. Is the nearest city in Fixed Sky City? Yi Xian thought for a while and quickly checked the map. Then he rushed north. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 4th grade half-step perfected person. Ding! Inferno Ghost Lord, Destruction Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Skybreaking Ape God have broken through. Host is now a 8th grade half-step perfected person. During this time, his cultivation level had also broken through again. However, the City Lord of Fixed Sky City seemed to be a 9th grade perfected person. This strength was quite strong, so Yi Xian did not dare to do anything for now. Let's take a look at the White Dragon Palace's purchasing point first. Yixian entered Fixed Sky City and made some inquiries. No one had heard of the White Dragon Palace before. Perhaps it was because the White Dragon Palace's rank was too high. Ordinary people would not know of it. When Yixian arrived at the Fixed Sky City's purchasing point, he noticed that many people were entering one after another. Some people came to exchange the World Destruction Dragon Scale, or World Destruction Dragon Bone, for treasures of heaven and earth. Some people did not have the World Destruction Dragon Scale or World Destruction Dragon Bone, but they had information about it. The White Dragon Palace did not refuse any of them. If there was one, he would accept it. If there wasn't, he could use the information to exchange for natural treasures. However, he didn't have that many. The strongest expert at the White Dragon Palace's purchasing point in Fixed Sky City is actually a 9th stage True Master. Yixian let Luluo feel it, and he was shocked. However, even so, it couldn't stop him. This purchasing point has been here for a few days. I wonder how many World Destruction Dragon Scales and World Destruction Dragon Bones have been purchased. However, these items have different prices in different places. The higher the level of the city, the higher the price. I wonder how many people will drop them in Fixed Sky City. Yixian thought to himself and summoned the old tree and the sky-splitting divine ape. As for the World Destruction Ghost Dragon, Yixian asked him to hide for a while. This was because these World Destruction Dragon Scales and World Destruction Dragon Bones were related to the World Destruction Ghost Dragon. Once he appeared, he was afraid that he would attract the attention of the middle-aged man in white. Although Fixed Sky City was a long distance away from that place, the middle-aged man in white didn't seem to be easy to deal with. He might come. Moreover, Yixian felt that the middle-aged man in white was related to the White Dragon Palace. However, just as Yixian was about to make his move, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These people were at least 8th stage True Masters, and there were even 2 9th stage True Masters. Were they here for the World Destruction Dragon Scales? No, they weren't. Yixian felt the murderous intent of these people. They probably didn't come with good intentions. When the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace's acquisition point sensed these auras, he immediately put down what he was doing and led the other experts out. Everyone, I'm afraid you aren't here for the World Destruction Dragon Scales, right? A young man in white walked out and said to the newcomers. Haha. The person in the lead laughed coldly and said, Attack! A great battle broke out. The White Dragon Palace had 1 9th stage True Master and 5 8th stage True Masters. On the other hand, there were 2 9th stage True Masters and 6 8th stage True Masters. It seemed that the newcomers were stronger. However, one shouldn't forget that the White Dragon Palace wasn't a power that these people could come into contact with. These experts at the acquisition point might not be from the White Dragon Palace but were invited by the White Dragon Palace. In the blink of an eye, the two sides began to fight. These people are here to snatch the World Destruction Dragon Scales. Yixian thought to himself as he watched the battle in the sky. At this moment he was pondering whether or not he should interfere. In other words, he was trying to take advantage of the situation. Forget it, kill. In the end, Yixian decided to make a move. In the next moment, the old tree Wei Zhenqian Luo Luo and the sky-breaking ape god all attacked. Their current strength was much stronger than before. After all, with 4 beasts on the field, coupled with the Divine Beast Envoy bloodline and the title of Divine Beast Envoy, they could obtain a 8 times increase in strength. Don't forget that the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline could be increased by 1-fold, which was a total of 8 times. Netherworld Soul-Shattering Strike. Demon God's Claw. Heaven-Startling 108 Strikes. The old tree and the others attacked with all their might. Their target was not the 9th stage True Master at the White Dragon Palace's acquisition point, but the 5 8th stage True Masters. Their attacks were quick and unexpected. No one would have thought that their strength would be so powerful. As a result, 3rd stage True Masters and 8th stage True Masters fell in an instant. What? The group of people who came were shocked. They did not expect there to be another group of people here who were eyeing the acquisition point. Just as they were surprised, the old tree flashed over and took away one of the corpses. As for Yixian, who was below, he'd already used the Super Devour skill to take away a corpse through the air. As for the 3rd corpse, it was taken away by the bandits. In an instant, the White Dragon Palace lost 3 8th stage True Masters. Only 2 8th stage True Masters and the 9th stage True Master were left. How dare you touch the White Dragon Palace's things? The ninth stage true master of the White Dragon Palace saw that the situation was not right and immediately roared. Then, he took out a white token from his yin and yang ring and crushed it. Not good. The bandits were shocked. Obviously, the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace was recruiting people. Chapter 1830. Before they could react, an illusory figure condensed in the air, and an invisible pressure instantly spread out. Yi Xian, who was only a rank 4 half-step perfected person, was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. A rank 9 perfected person? No, it wasn't. This phantom strength had probably reached the level of a half-step true monarch. Moreover, it should be a rank 2 half-step true monarch. Go quickly. The leader of the bandits widened his eyes and quickly turned around to leave. You're courting death. The eyes of the rank 2 half-step true monarch flashed, and he directly slapped the back of the bandit. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the bandit's chest was pierced through, and he died immediately. Instant kill. The surrounding people all shuddered. It was just a phantom, but it was already so strong. If the real body came, how terrifying would it be? Before the crowd could react, the rank 2 half-step true monarch continuously slapped and killed those people. Not only that, but Old Tree was also killed. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted quickly and put Luoluo away, or else he would be in trouble. The rank 2 half-step true monarch didn't pay much attention to this. After all, he was going to kill all the greedy people. Who has the guts to come out? The rank 2 half-step true monarch coldly snorted. The surroundings were completely silent. However, the White Dragon Palace still lost 3 rank 8 perfected persons in this battle. It was a loss. After the rank 2 half-step true monarch looked around, he began to dissipate. He estimated that no one would dare to attack again. As he disappeared, the pressure on Yi Xian also disappeared and he could finally move. Huff, huff. Fortunately, this half-step true monarch was just a phantom and not the real body. Yi Xian quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, if he didn't perform a soul search, no one would suspect him a half-step perfected person. Even a rank 6 perfected person couldn't do it, let alone a half-step perfected person. Moreover, there were so many people here, and each of them had a higher realm than him, so he was very safe. Then, he quickly left this place to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let me see how many good things those 2 people have. After leaving, Yi Xian began to check. In the battle just now, he collected 2 corpses and the third one was taken by the bandits. However, there were more than 30 World Destruction Dragon scales in these 2 corpses, which could increase the World Destruction Ghost Dragon's combat power. However, Yi Xian didn't dare to find trouble with those people. At least for now. Therefore, he decided to stay in Set Sky City. Ding! Every time they broke through, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This time, after they broke through, they would most likely have the strength to deal with the next group of White Dragon Palace experts. However, just as he was about to make his move, rumble! A series of loud noises resounded in the sky. Yi Xian raised his head to look. After sensing for a moment, he discovered that the White Dragon Hall's purchase point in Dingtian City had been attacked. Last time, a second stage half-step true lord killed the bandits. Now someone dares to come out. They must be tired of living. Yi Xian's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, he dashed toward that place. When he arrived, he saw a phantom fighting with a long-haired man. A half-step true lord? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The half-step true lord referred to the long-haired man. Although the phantom was a second-stage half-step true lord, the other party was here in person. Not bad. I can take advantage of the situation again. At this time, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He released the Old Tree and the sky-breaking Divine Ape. This operation was dangerous, so Luoluo wouldn't take action for now. After breaking through, the Old Tree could now fight across 7 realms. After all, Yi Xian had merged with the bloodline of the Divine Beast Ambassador. With his various moves, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against an 8th stage true lord. However, the sky-breaking Divine Ape was still the most powerful one. It had always been able to fight across realms. Now that it was wearing the mystic divine armor, it could almost kill a 9th stage true lord instantly. This time, the sky-breaking Divine Ape was the main attacker, and the Old Tree was in charge of collecting the corpses and the yin and yang rings. Heaven-shocking 108 strikes. The sky-breaking divine ape swung its rod and instantly killed two ninth-stage true lords who were fighting. While the other ninth-stage true lord was stunned, the old tree quickly collected the corpse. "Who's there?" The ninth-stage true lord was shocked. As he turned his head, he slashed at the old tree. However, the old tree was also very fast. It quickly flashed behind the other ninth-stage true lord. Bam! This punch accurately landed on the ninth-stage true lord's back. Unfortunately, the ninth-stage true lord old tree couldn't break through the other ninth-stage true lord's defense. "You're courting death." The ninth-stage true lord was furious. A strong wave of immortal energy was released and hit the old tree. However, the sky-breaking divine ape's attack had already arrived. Gotcha! This strike landed on the ninth-stage true lord's head and directly smashed it into pieces. Then the old tree smashed into the wound, shattering the immortal heart. Another ninth-stage true lord had fallen. However, the battle on this side was also discovered by the long-haired half-step true monarch and the projection of the second-stage half-step true monarch. "Let's go." In the distance, Yixian quickly collected the old tree and the sky-breaking divine ape into the planting space. The two figures disappeared in an instant. The two half-step true lords were stunned. If they didn't collect them, the old tree and the sky-breaking divine ape would probably become the focus of their attacks. "Bastard!" The half-step true lord phantom cursed angrily. This was because the white-clothed youth at the fixed Sky City's purchase point was one of the two dead. The long-haired man also cursed in his heart and quickly left. Originally, he had planned to kill all the people in this collection point after defeating the second-stage half-step true monarch phantom. However, he hadn't expected that a variable would suddenly appear midway. Not only did it kill his people, it also disappeared without a trace. This time they had worked for nothing. "Let's go." The long-haired man immediately transmitted his voice to the others and quickly left. The remaining people were only a few 8th-stage true lords. Yixian didn't care about them. This time, he had obtained two 9th-stage true lords' corpses. One of them was even the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace's purchase point. He quickly checked and found a total of 30 apocalyptic dragon scales and one apocalyptic dragon bone in the two corpses. This trip was really worth it. Chapter 1831. Now, the purchasing point in Fixed Sky City had been destroyed by the two groups of people. The second stage half-step true lord had also disappeared. However, Yixian was interested in the long-haired man. It might not be the first time the latter dared to attack the White Dragon Palace's purchasing point. He should have the apocalyptic dragon scale in his yin and yang ring. Fortunately, Yixian had marked the other party with the death hunt order. Hence, Yixian quickly chased after him. With his current strength, it would be difficult to kill the other party. After all, the sky-breaking ape god was in a deep sleep. However, if he broke through again, it would be safer. Yixian immediately continued his pursuit. After the long-haired half-step true monarch left Fixed Sky City, he rushed to another city at full speed and left through a teleportation formation. Yixian was 2 days slower than him. After comparing the other party's location to the map, he also left through teleportation. In the end, Yixian came to a city. He found that the other party was in the City Lord Mansion. So it's an expert in the City Lord Mansion. He went to another city to rob. This is rare. Yixian raised his eyebrows and left. This city also had a purchasing point of the White Dragon Palace. He went to check and found that there was a second stage half-step true lord in charge here. No wonder he did not attack in his own territory. He was too strong. However, the two cities were not far away. Was this person not afraid of being discovered? Yixian did not care so much. Anyway, he was waiting for time. As long as he broke through, he would rob the City Lord Mansion. Few days later. Ding! Host has broken through. Current realm is 6th stage half-step true master. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon Wei Zhantian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Current realm is 1st stage true master. Everyone had broken through again. Now they were qualified to attack the City Lord Mansion. However, before this, Yixian found that the Sky-Breaking Ape God's skill had changed. Originally, the Sky-Breaking Ape God only had one skill, which was the Sky-Breaking Ape God's 108 strikes. However, that skill was gone now, only 72 strikes were left. Although the number of strikes was fewer, the power was definitely stronger than the 108 strikes. Good, very good. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. Previously, he had complained that the heaven-breaking ape god only had one skill. Now that he saw that the skill could level up by itself, he felt that it was quite good. Alright, let's go in and kill that target, Yixian said immediately. The old tree, Wei Zhentian, and the heaven-breaking divine ape immediately charged in. After a few days of investigation, Yixian found out that there was only one half-step true lord in the city lord's mansion. Moreover, that person was the city lord. Therefore, the long-haired man that day should be the city lord in disguise. In the blink of an eye, the old tree and the sky-breaking ape god rushed in, heading straight for that aura. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the city lord's mansion? Along the way, there were naturally many experts from the city lord mansion intercepting them, but they could not stop the two of them at all. The sky-splitting divine ape was extremely fast. When it sensed that aura, it ruthlessly smashed its staff over. 72 staff strikes of the heavens. Although the opponent was a half-step true lord, which was one realm higher than the sky-splitting divine ape god, the sky-splitting divine ape was currently wearing the mystic divine armor. In addition, its skill had leveled up. Just one staff strike was enough to kill the city lord. Ding! The target of the deathly hunt command is dead. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. Outside the city lord's mansion, Yixian could not help but smile when he heard the two system notifications. At that moment, the old tree had already flashed over and collected the city lord's universe ring and corpse. Let's go and purchase some items, Yixian immediately ordered. The sky-splitting divine ape god and the old tree did not stay and quickly left the city lord's mansion. During this time, the old tree was stored in Yixian's planting space once and left the items there. The city lord, who was a half-step true lord, was directly killed by a staff strike. He died without knowing why. However, there were more than 50 World Annihilation Dragon scales and 1 World Annihilation Dragon bone in his universe ring. For the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon, this was a 10% increase in strength. While the sky-splitting divine ape god was still there, Yixian was prepared to destroy the purchase point as well. Soon, they arrived at the White Dragon Palace's purchase point. Kill! Yixian ordered again. The White Dragon Palace's purchase point was in a restaurant. The sky-splitting divine ape god accurately sensed that there was a second-stage half-step true lord and 2 first-stage half-step true lords. As for the others, they were nothing to be afraid of. With the sky-splitting divine ape god's current strength, it would not have a problem fighting 1 against 3. However, Yixian's thinking was too simple. After the sky-splitting divine ape god approached, it directly raised its thin staff and attacked the 3 auras in the restaurant with 72 staff strikes. The people in the restaurant did not care about the sky-splitting divine ape god's aura of a first-stage true master, so they were caught off guard. A first-stage true master was instantly killed by the sky-splitting divine ape god. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. At the same time, Old Tree also directly used a big move to kill those true masters who were not even half-step true lords. Netherworld soul-shattering strike. In the restaurant, the second-stage half-step true lord saw that his side was attacked and immediately reacted. When he killed his way out of the restaurant, the sky-splitting divine ape god's second strike landed. Bang! The other first-stage half-step true lord was also killed. As such, only the second-stage half-step true lord was left. Damn it! The second-stage half-step true lord's expression changed greatly. He did not expect the attacker to be so powerful and kill 2 of his subordinates in the blink of an eye. Immediately, he took out a white token. Yixian had seen this white token in Fixed Sky City before. At that time, the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace used it to summon the phantom of a second-stage half-step true lord. Therefore, he could not let the other party succeed. Old Tree! Yixian quickly shouted. Old Tree naturally understood and quickly used the Netherworld Fire clone to flash over. But he was still 1 step too late. The white token was already crushed. Immediately after, a phantom appeared in the air. Its aura was very strong, and it was most likely a 4th-stage half-step true lord. However, it was only a phantom after all, and its strength should only be around that of a 3rd-stage half-step true lord. If it really came. Yixian coldly snorted in his heart. So what if it was a fourth stage half-step true lord? It was just a phantom, and the sky-splitting divine ape god could block it. Now that the sky-splitting divine ape god was facing this fourth stage half-step true lord, the second stage half-step true lord was free. Therefore, Yixian had no choice but to use his last trump card. World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, come. The next moment, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon appeared in front of everyone. However, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had not used the Ghost Dragon transformation yet, so it was still in human form. After fusing with so many World Annihilation Dragon scales and World Annihilation Dragon bones, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's strength had skyrocketed, and it was actually not weaker than the sky-splitting divine ape god. Chapter 1832. However, Yixian had been looking for an opportunity to summon the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, ever since he had merged with the bloodline of the Divine Beast Ambassador. He wanted to try merging with the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon. Today he could finally give it a try. With a thought, Yixian disappeared in the next moment. Then the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon underwent some changes as well. The merging technique allowed Yixian to control the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's body. At the same time, he would gain some new abilities. After merging with the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, Yixian did not feel any discomfort. However, his current body was the body of the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, and he had full control over it. Ghostly Dragon Transformation. Without hesitation, Yixian used his ultimate move and transformed into a giant black dragon. Moreover, his body was 3 times bigger than the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's original form. World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon Claw. After transforming, Yixian attacked the second stage half-step True Lord directly. His giant claw grabbed the air, and a force enveloped the latter. Gotcha! In just an instant, the bones of the second stage half-step True Lord were crushed. If not for the latter's higher realm, he would have been crushed to death. Not dead yet? Try this Undying Battle Soul. The Undying Battle Soul was originally able to increase the combat power of the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon and Wei Zhentian by 3 times. Now it was increased to 5 times. Black Dragon Flame Blast. The World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a scorching dragon breath. It instantly engulfed the second stage half-step True Lord. Instant kill. After merging with the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, its strength increased tremendously. Moreover, the power of each of its skills was also stronger than before. The World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, who was only a rank 1 True Master, instantly killed a second stage half-step True Lord. This was already a battle that surpassed 10 realms. On the other side, the Mystic God armor of the sky-splitting Divine Ape, who was battling the 4th stage half-step True Lord, was also enhanced by the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's Undying Battle Soul. 72 strikes of the sky. 72 strikes of the staff landed. This time, the sky-splitting Divine Ape completely obliterated the 4th stage half-step True Lord's shadow. It was also an instant kill. In the blink of an eye, the 2 obstacles disappeared. Next, this purchase point would also be destroyed by Yixian. Due to his fear of the middle-aged man in white, he felt that this was not a good place to stay. However, this time, he did not expect that the middle-aged man in white was actually nearby. After sensing the aura of the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon, he quickly rushed over. What? I can't move for now? At this moment, Yixian raised his brows. Not only was he unable to move, even the heaven-breaking Divine Ape was the same. I finally found you. To error or Ghostly Lord for him, a Lord Ghostly Lorda. This voice belonged to the middle-aged man in white. Oh! Yixian's face turned pale with fright. He was prepared to use time reversal, but it did not matter. After all, he still had a doppelganger in the mortal world. Even if his 3 doppelganger were to die, the 4th doppelganger could still use time reversal, unless it was in a special place like the spacetime relic. However, what surprised him was that after the World Destroyer Ghostly Lord appeared, another powerful aura descended. TSK TSK TSK. Is this the White Dragon Palace's White Dragon Saint? A strange voice rang in Yixian's ears again. When the World Destroyer Ghostly Lord heard this, he quickly turned his head and saw a man in a black cloak standing in the air. Who are you? Asked the World Destroyer Ghostly Lord. My position in the Black Dragon sect should be equivalent to your position in the White Dragon Palace. You can call me the Black Dragon Saint, said the man in the black cloak. The White Dragon Palace's White Dragon Saint. The Black Dragon Sect's Black Dragon Saint. It was obvious that these two forces were on opposite sides. However, the Black Dragon Sect was a force that had just risen recently. It's the Black Dragon Sect again. The White Dragon Saint narrowed his eyes. He felt that this man in front of him was not ordinary because he was at the same level as him. Why would he come to such a remote place with such a level of cultivation? The White Dragon Saint could not help but look at the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon. He was probably attracted by the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon. White Dragon Saint, I know that you are interested in him. Unfortunately, I am also interested in him. The Black Dragon Saint grinned and said, Why don't we have a fight? If you win, I will hand him over to you. What do you think? Hearing this, the White Dragon emissary paused and looked at him. As expected, the Black Dragon Saint was also attracted by the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon. Since that is the case, let's begin. The White Dragon Saint did not say anything and directly transformed into a huge white dragon. It turned out that he was also a Zuyuist. Not only that, the Black Dragon Saint also transformed into a huge black dragon. When he saw the Black Dragon Saint transform, a white dragon and a black dragon. Moreover, their auras were so powerful that they could suppress the people in the entire city. If the two of them were to fight, the entire city would be destroyed. Rumble. A loud sound entered Yixian's ears. Although Yixian couldn't see it right now, he knew that this battle was probably going to shake the heavens and shake the earth. The people in the city were also shocked. They only hoped that this battle would not affect them. At this moment, Yixian was also very nervous. He did not know if he should use the time reversal skill now. However, this skill could be used at any time. He might as well watch a good show first. This battle did not last long. In less than 5 seconds, one of the auras disappeared without a trace. Black Dragon Sect, you will be eliminated by the White Dragon Palace. The White Dragon Saint's voice came from the sky. The Black Dragon Saint looked at the white light in the sky and grinned. He said, Haha, don't leave if you have the guts. He had won this battle. However, he was only slightly stronger than the White Dragon Saint. It was not possible for him to kill the White Dragon Saint. Hearing this, Yixian's heart trembled. He did not expect the White Dragon Saint, who had been chasing him for so long, to be so easily defeated by the Black Dragon Saint. He did not know what level the two of them were at. Were they perfected lords or higher? In any case, it was not something that Yixian could deal with at the moment. The reason why Yixian did not use the time reversal skill was because he wanted to see what the Black Dragon Saint wanted to do to him. Brat, you have merged with at least 100 world-destroying dragon scales, right? The Black Dragon Saint suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. At the same time, the latter could temporarily move. With the Black Dragon Saint's strength, he was not worried that Yixian could escape from him. Yes. Faced with this question, Yixian only nodded slowly. He guessed that the Black Dragon Saint thought that he was a member of the Black Dragon Sect. Chapter 1833. Calamity. Yixian raised his eyebrows. He did not understand what the Black Dragon Saint was talking about. The White Dragon Saint left a mark in your body. However, I have already removed it. I have to go and kill the White Dragon Saint now. After the Black Dragon Saint finished speaking, he prepared to leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly stopped. He took out a black pearl and handed it to Yixian. This is a gift for our first meeting. It can shield you from the destructive aura. If you manage to fuse with 10,000 world-ending dragon scales in the future, you can come to the Black Dragon Sect to look for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Dragon Divine Envoy disappeared. However, the moment he disappeared, the city was suddenly shaken into nothingness by his powerful oppressive might. Everyone died a violent death. Not a single living thing survived. The entire city was instantly compressed. It could not even be considered a wasteland. So cruel. Yixian swallowed his saliva. He thought that he was already heartless enough to rob others. However, compared to the Black Dragon Saint, he was F***king killed in an instant. The Black Dragon Saint destroyed the entire city with his aura. There were more than 1 million people here. However, this had nothing to do with Yixian. Although this was caused by him, it had nothing to do with him. Calamity? What is it? Yixian still did not understand the situation. However, he quickly broke through the void and left the place. Although he was fusing with the world-destroying ghost dragon, he could still use his own skills. At the same time, he knew that the White Dragon Saint and the Black Dragon Saint were attracted not because he had fused with hundreds of world-ending dragon scales. It was because of the world-destroying ghost dragon's physique. Of course, it was hard to believe that someone who had fused with hundreds of world-ending dragon scales would appear here. After all, even the city master of this city, a stage 1/2 enlightened being, had only fused with 5 world-ending dragon scales. If it was not for the physique of the world-destroying ghost dragon, it would be difficult for him to fuse with 3 world-ending dragon scales, let alone hundreds. Yixian suddenly remembered what the Black Dragon Saint said. After fusing with 10,000 world-ending dragon scales, he could go to the Black Dragon sect to look for him. Was it possible for an ordinary person? It's almost impossible for an ordinary person, but it's not impossible for the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon. A person who has fused with 10,000 world-exterminating dragon scales probably has an unprecedented talent. That Black Dragon Saint envoy probably just wants to recruit him. Yixian immediately understood. The Black Dragon cult taught people how to fuse with the dragon scale of annihilation, so there must be many such geniuses in the cult. It was indeed impossible for perfected ones to fuse 100 dragon scales. However, there were still realms above true monarch, true king, true emperor, and so on. It was not impossible to fuse 100 dragon scales. Yixian shook his head and tossed this question to the back of his mind. He wasn't qualified to think about it right now. Immediately, he began to check his loot. This time, he had obtained a decent harvest. There were almost 100 pieces of dragon scales and 2 pieces of dragon bones. These had greatly increased the strength of the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon. Now, if the World Devastation Ghostly Dragon was not included, the World Devastation Ghostly Dragon should be able to defeat the Skybreaking Divine Ape. No, it shouldn't be possible because the Skybreaking Divine Ape's shocking 108 strikes had increased to 72 strikes. Because the Skybreaking Divine Ape was in a deep sleep, Yixian couldn't let it fight the World Devastation Ghostly Dragon. Now, although this time Yixian was still thinking about whether he should use time reversal to go back to when the City Lord was still alive. After all, he had already been exposed. Although he had met the Black Dragon Saint envoy and obtained a treasure that could conceal his aura, who knew what would happen? After thinking about it, Yixian decided not to use time reversal for the time being. After all, the time reversal skill could allow him to go back to 10 days ago. It was only the first day, so there was no hurry. However, he soon found out what the Black Dragon Saint envoy meant by disaster. While he was still searching for his target, a series of roars suddenly sounded from the horizon. It seemed to be the roars of dragons. What's going on? Yixian turned his head in shock and saw a group of black dragons charging towards him from the horizon. These black dragons were very fast. They were all at least advanced perfected persons. If they gathered together, they could even fight against a half-step true lord. However, these black dragons were not enough to threaten Yixian. Old Tree Luo Luo, destroy them all. Yixian immediately gave the order. To deal with these black dragons that were not even half-step true lords, he didn't even need to summon the World Devastation Ghostly Dragon or the Skybreaking Divine Ape. After all, Yixian now had the bloodline of the God of Beasts. His title could increase the attack power of the beasts by 3 times. Immediately, the old tree flashed over and started attacking crazily. Although the old tree was only a rank 1 perfected person, it was extremely powerful. Could kill a corpse with 1 punch. As for Luo Luo, it was needless to say. Its killing speed was even faster than the old trees. Soon these dozens of black dragons were all killed. Not a single one was left. Yixian quickly went over and kept all the corpses. However, after these corpses entered the planting space, the World Devastation Ghostly Dragon suddenly sensed something. You're saying that these corpses all have the aura of World Devastation? Yixian raised an eyebrow and said in shock. The World Devastation Ghostly Dragon was definitely not mistaken. Hence, Yixian quickly used the Immortal Level Devouring System to analyze. These black dragon scales did contain the aura of World Devastation. However, they were not World Devastation dragon scales. The World Devastation Ghostly Dragon can also fuse with these dragon scales. However, the effect is much worse than the World Devastation Dragon scales. Hundreds of them are equivalent to one World Devastation Dragon scale. Yixian was a little helpless. Fortunately, there were enough dragons. If all of them were added together, it would be equivalent to 10 World Devastation Dragon scales. At the same time, Yixian also obtained a new name from the immortal level devouring system: Destruction Dragon Scales. Could these black dragons be the offspring of those black dragons that fused with the World Devastation Dragon scales? Suddenly, a guess appeared in Yixian's mind. It was obvious that the Destruction Dragon scales were much worse than the World Devastation Dragon scales. This was why Yixian was so suspicious. While Yixian was pondering, another roar sounded from the horizon. Another wave of black dragons attacked. Old Tree and Luo Luo moved out again and dealt with this wave of black dragons. Why are there so many of them? Where did they come from? Yixian was very surprised. He was in the middle of two cities and was not in a dangerous place. Why were there so many black dragons? Immediately, he flew towards the nearest city. He felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. There were so many black dragons. Perhaps it was related to the disaster that the Black Dragon Saint had mentioned. Chapter 1834. Yixian was more and more certain that the black dragons were created by the Black Dragon Saint or the Black Dragon sect. When he arrived at the nearest city, he found that it had already been reduced to ruins. There were countless corpses in the city. Yixian remembered that the city lord of this city was a half-step true lord expert. Even so, the city was still destroyed. It seemed that this was indeed a disaster. Perhaps it was a black dragon tide that swept through the surrounding areas. Perhaps there were even true lord-level black dragons, or even stronger ones. However, Yixian felt that the black dragon disaster this time was a blessing for him. These black dragons all had destruction dragon scales on their bodies. Every time, the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon's combat power would increase. It was really profitable. At this time, the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon's boost was almost 200%. When he thought about how the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon could increase its combat power without limit, Yixian could not calm down. He searched the city for a while but did not find anything. Then he quickly left. Next, he was going to go on a killing spree. He wandered around the area and encountered wave after wave of black dragons. These black dragons were all killed by them without exception. The World Devastator Ghostly Dragon's combat power was also increasing bit by bit. This speed was faster than when he robbed the White Dragon Palace or the Black Dragon Sect's branches. However, just as he broke through to the 6th stage half-step perfected person, the sound of a system notification stunned him. Ding! The system has created a bloodline bearer. Killing the bloodline bearer will result in a reward. Hearing this, Yixian was stunned. What the hell was a bloodline bearer? He hurriedly checked and then took a deep breath. A bloodline bearer was a person who had one of his 5 bloodlines. For example, the Immortal Slaying Bloodline Bearer, the Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Bearer, the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline Bearer, the Spacetime Bloodline Bearer, or the Imperial Beast Envoy Bloodline Bearer. This bloodline bearer had one of Yixian's 5 bloodlines. However, this bloodline bearer's level was probably much higher than Yixian's. If Yixian killed this bloodline bearer, the system would give him a very generous reward. However, this was difficult. This was because Yixian didn't know where this bloodline holder was. But fortunately, this bloodline holder could sense the distance between himself and Yixian. It was just like when Yixian was being hunted by the other party. Fortunately, this feeling came and went from time to time. The other party would only be able to sense Yixian every other day. If the owner of this bloodline killed Yixian, then he would replace Yixian and become the new host of the Immortal Grade Devouring System. F***CK, this is heaven-defying. Does the system not like me and want to find someone to replace me? Yixian was terrified. This bloodline holder was able to sense him, but he couldn't sense the bloodline holder. What if the bloodline holder's cultivation level was higher than his and he became a true monarch? What would happen then? The system is really a scam. Looks like I have to be more careful. Yixian swallowed his saliva. In the following days, he had to be more vigilant in his surroundings in case the bloodline holder came. If the bloodline holder had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, it would be fine. But if the other party had the Immortal Slaying bloodline or the Spacetime bloodline, then it would be a little difficult to deal with. No matter what, he had to be more careful. Next, Yixian would use the Eye of the Void to locate his position from time to time. If there was any danger, he would immediately break through the void and leave. At the same time, he was also wearing the mystic divine armor. If the other party had the immortal slaying bloodline, he could instantly mark him and then use the Eye of Assassination to teleport over. If the difference in cultivation level was too great, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Just like that, Yixian spent 3 days in fear. I wonder what kind of bloodline the possessor of this bloodline possesses. Yixian was quite curious. However, just as he was looking for a group of black dragons in the wilderness, oh, I found it again. This time there seemed to be more than 100 black dragons. Yixian's eyes lit up. With so many black dragons, the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon's combat strength would increase by about 5 to 10%. After all, the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon was 1 cultivation level higher than before. However, this time it wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. What a strong aura. Could it be a half-step True Lord level black dragon? Yixian raised his eyebrows. However, a half-step True Lord level black dragon was still a piece of cake to him. Old Tree and Luo Luo immediately rushed over. However, he soon realized that the combat strength of this group of black dragons was extraordinary. It was several times stronger than the ones they had encountered before. Young master, their strength is very strange. Luo Luo couldn't help but send a voice transmission. These black dragons' defense is much stronger than before. What's going on? Old Tree was also puzzled. Although they had the Divine Beast Envoy title to increase their damage, they could only barely break through the black dragon's defense. Strange, this was really strange. TSK. Are you the person I'm looking for? Suddenly, a sinister laugh fell into Yixian's ears. Yixian looked in the direction of the voice and saw an enormous black dragon on the other side. A figure stood on top of the black dragon's head. It was a person who looked like a young man. As they were too far away, Old Tree and Luo Luo couldn't sense his cultivation level. Who are you? Yixian raised his eyebrows and asked subconsciously. Although I don't know why it's you, I can tell you that I was only a 7th grade True Master 3 days ago. However, after a fortuitous encounter, my cultivation level increased by leaps and bounds. I broke through all the way to 9th grade half-step True Master. Now I just need to kill you, and my breakthrough speed will increase again. The young man said coldly. Hearing this, Yixian finally understood who this person was. He was a bloodline holder. Death Hunt Order. Yixian immediately used the Death Hunt Order and prepared to mark this person. However, he found that he failed. Ding! Death Hunt Order marking failed. Yixian was very disappointed by the system. This bloodline holder could sense him, but he couldn't use the Death Hunt Order to mark him. This was too unfair. Although this person was a 9th grade True Master, he was also a bloodline holder. Moreover, Yixian didn't know what bloodline this person had, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Alright, you will be the first stepping stone for me to become an expert. Go to hell. After the young man said coldly, he directly attacked. However, it wasn't him who attacked, but the black dragon under his feet. Huff, huff, huff. The black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a black dragon breath, attacking Yixian. Chapter 1835. Teleport. Yixian quickly used the space-time bloodline to teleport away. Now, he understood what kind of bloodline his opponent had. It should be the Divine Beast Ambassador bloodline. Those black dragons were probably controlled by this young man. That was why they were so strong. The bloodline owner in front of him did indeed have the Divine Beast Ambassador bloodline. Moreover, his bloodline grade was much higher than Yixian's. It allowed him to control a large number of immortal beasts. At the same time, his own strength and that of the immortal beasts increased by a lot. Since the Death Hunt Order could not mark him, Yixian decided to kill him in one go. World Destroyer Ghost Dragon, Skybreaking Ape God Go! Yixian immediately gave the order. In the next moment, the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon and Skybreaking Ape God charged forward. This time they had to kill the bloodline owner successfully. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. After all, this young man had said that he only took 3 days to break through from 7th level True Sage to 9th level True Sage. Although Yixian did not know how he did it, this speed was enough to pose a threat. In this way they had to nip this threat in the bud. However, the mission this time was not so simple. That self-proclaimed system said that you also have the Divine Beast Ambassador bloodline, and for other types of bloodlines. As long as I kill you, the Divine Beast Ambassador bloodline can be upgraded again. Moreover, I can obtain these 4 types of bloodlines from you. After the young man finished speaking coldly, his eyes flashed and he disappeared in an instant. Where did he go? Yi Xian was shocked. In the next moment he felt the aura of this half-step true Lord Black Dragon in front of him skyrocket. Fusion. This young man had fused with the Black Dragon. Roar. The Black Dragon roared at the sky. It aimed at the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon and Sky-Breaking Ape God and released another dragon breath. However, the power of the dragon breath this time was several times stronger than before. The World Destroyer Ghost Dragon and Sky-Breaking Ape God did not dodge and were hit directly. Ding! The World Destroyer Ghost Dragon has died. Ding! The Sky-Breaking Ape God has died. Ding! The World Destroyer Ghost Dragon has revived. Ding! Heaven-Breaking Ape God has been revived. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits when he heard 4 consecutive system notifications. He had actually killed the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon and the Sky-Breaking Ape God with a single strike. One had to know that ever since the Heaven-Breaking Ape God had signed a contract with Yi Xian, it had never died. But today it had actually died. Fortunately, the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon and the Sky-Breaking Divine Ape were both Dharma treasures. If it was Luoluo, she would be in deep trouble. This person isn't someone I can deal with right now. Yi Xian immediately thought of this, and that was to retreat. At that moment, he quickly put Luoluo into the planting space to prevent any accidents. Then he quickly summoned the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon and the Sky-Splitting Divine Ape. This time the mysterious god armor was worn by the Sky-Breaking Divine Ape. As for Yi Xian himself, he merged with the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon. Die brat! At this moment, the Black Dragon opened its mouth again and spat out another mouthful of dragon breath. However, this time, the World Devastator Ghost Dragon opened its mouth as well. Undying Fighting Soul. Black Dragon Flame Blast. The 2 Black Dragon breaths collided directly. If anyone dared to stand in the middle of the 2 dragon breaths, they would most likely be reduced to ashes. The Black Dragon was at the level of a half-step True Lord, while the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon was only at the level of a rank 2 True Master. There was a difference of 8 levels between them. Even though the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon had been greatly enhanced, it would still be difficult for it to withstand this attack. This time the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon had actually lost. Whoosh! 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 The other party's dragon breath was aimed at the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon. If this dragon breath were to hit the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon, it would be enough to kill it. Even the Immortal Phoenix bloodline would not be able to recover. In the state of merging, if the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon died, the 3 doppelgangers of Yi Xian would also die directly. However, Yi Xian would not die so easily. Teleport. Just as the Black Dragon breath was about to hit him, Yi Xian quickly used the space-time bloodline to teleport and escaped from where he was. Following his departure, this dragon's breath also pounced on empty air. In terms of attack power, the current World Destroyer Ghost Dragon was no match for the Black Dragon of the young man. After all, they were a few levels apart. However, the Sky-Breaking Godly Ape on the other side had a chance to attack. 72 strikes of the rod. The Sky-Breaking Godly Ape raised both hands and aimed at the Black Dragon. The power of this attack was even stronger than the Black Dragon Flame Blast of the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon. The only thing was, how much damage would it cause to the Black Dragon? Too naive. The Black Dragon's scales suddenly emitted a demonic black light, directly blocking the staff. The young man also had the Imperial Beast Envoy bloodline. Moreover, it was stronger than Yi Xian's. In addition, they had different body parts, so their skills were different. In the end, this attack did not cause any damage to the Black Dragon. This bloodline holder was indeed not that easy to kill. However, at this moment, ding! Yinming Ghostly Lord is dead. Ding! Yinming Ghostly Lord is resurrected. On the other side, the old tree was suddenly killed by the Black Dragons with the Dragon Scales of Destruction. Following that, the Black Dragons charged over under the control of the young man. Surrounded Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and controlled the dragon head to turn. He used the Deathly Hunt token to mark the leading black dragon, and then quickly used the Eye of Assassination to flash over. Although he was in a merged state, Yixian could still use his skills. In an instant, the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon arrived in the midst of the black dragons and opened his mouth. World Destroyer Dragon Roar. This move was specially used against beasts. In addition to the damage amplification of the Imperial Beast Envoy, a large number of black dragons were killed in one move. Their corpses fell from the sky. Ding! Host has formed a massacre seal. Ding! Host has formed a massacre seal. Another series of system notifications rang out. Due to the huge difference in cultivation level, in just one move, Yixian had formed 5 massacre seals. In addition to the initial skill, there were 6 seals. Following that, Yixian chose to activate these 6 massacre seals. The massacre seal skill had been upgraded once. Originally, each massacre seal could increase one strength by 1-fold. After the upgrade, it was 1, 2 times. With 6 massacre seals activated together, it could increase one strength by more than 7 times. In addition to the Undying War Souls 3 times, it was 10 times. However, this was not the end. Ding! Million Beasts illustration fixed successfully. Yixian did not hesitate to spend 1 Devour point to fix the Million Beasts illustration. The Million Beasts illustration could suppress 50% of the beast's strength. This was something that Yixian thought of after using the World Destroyer Dragon Roar. Chapter 1836. What? The young man felt the change and was slightly surprised. Before he could recover from his surprise, the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon opened its mouth again. Black Dragon Flame Blast. The power of this attack was much stronger than before. In addition, the young man's black dragon strength had decreased. He might not lose this time. Roar! Rumble! Another exchange of dragon breaths. However, this time it was Yixian who won. The Black Dragon Flame Blast of the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon instantly destroyed the opponent's dragon breath. Then, it hit the black dragon's body and destroyed almost 1/3 of its body. This is impossible. The young man panicked. The black dragon that he had tamed was at the level of a half-step True Lord. How could it not defeat a second-stage True Master Black Dragon? The previous attack had severely injured the black dragon. If there was another attack, it would probably die. No, run. I have to run. The young man could not care less. If he was killed in his merged state, he would also die. Run. Immediately, the young man controlled the black dragon, spread its wings, and quickly turned around to leave. The heaven-splitting divine ape's eyes flashed and immediately attacked. 72 strikes of the rod. Unfortunately, the heaven-splitting divine ape did not have the mystic divine armor now, so its attack power was reduced. Even if the black dragon's strength was suppressed by 50% by the picture of 10,000 beasts, the black light outside its body could still block the attack. Don't even think about leaving. Yixian naturally would not let go of this opportunity to beat the Black Dragon Flame Blast. He immediately opened his mouth and released another Black Dragon Flame Blast. However, the Black Dragon's realm was still there. Even if its strength was suppressed by 50%, its speed was not to be underestimated. Whoosh! 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 The Black Dragon Flame Blast was dodged. In the blink of an eye, the Black Dragon turned into a black stream of light and flew into the sky. Even if the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon gave chase at full speed, it would not be able to catch up. Damn it! Yixian cursed. He did not expect the other party to escape just like that. The possessor of this bloodline was a huge hidden danger. If he was not eliminated, there would be endless troubles in the future. Although the Black Dragon was very ordinary, it had gained several skills after being tamed by the young man. Apart from blocking the heaven-breaking ape god's 72 rod strikes of the heaven-shattering ghost dragon, it should also have a skill when it was escaping. Otherwise, the world annihilation ghost dragon would have been able to catch up to them. However, it had to be said, the owner of this bloodline was overconfident. Perhaps it was because he saw that Yixian was only a half-step Taoist master, so he didn't take him seriously. If the other party had merged with Yixian right from the start, the outcome might not have been like this. After all, Yixian had just thought of fixing the Myriad Beasts diagram. What a tragedy! That guy fused with the Black Dragon. Even the Deathly Hunt command is unable to mark him. If I had known, I would have marked that black dragon first. Yixian felt very helpless. However, he wasn't sure if the method of marking the black dragon would work. After all, the other party would merge with the black dragon, and the mark of the deathly hunt command might be erased. All in all, the other party had been chased away by Yixian this time. Young master, who was that just now? Luo asked after the battle was over. An old enemy. We have to kill him. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Yixian replied. Although he couldn't keep up with the black dragon's speed, he still controlled the world annihilation ghost dragon to chase after it. After all, he might be able to find it. If he was lucky enough to find it, then he could get rid of this hidden danger in passing. However, after searching for a while, Yixian didn't find anything. After all, at this level, one could fly in the sky and wouldn't leave any traces. After that, Yixian gave up on this idea. This time, the system had given him a difficult problem. Only the other party could sense him, but he couldn't track him. What a scam. That guy's leveling up very quickly. I can't fall behind. Otherwise, I'll be killed by him one day. Yixian thought to himself. This time, he was able to chase the other party away. However, next time, the other party might break through to a half-step true lord and tame an even more powerful immortal beast. When that time came, Yixian would be dead meat. Therefore, Yixian had to quickly increase his strength. Due to the existence of the bewitching points, the only way he could increase his strength now was to collect the world annihilation dragon scales and the dragon scales of destruction. At the thought of this, Yixian couldn't help but start moving again. This time, he left this place first and kept a distance from the young man. Next, Yixian began to continue hunting the black dragon. He kept collecting the dragon scales of destruction to increase the world annihilation ghost dragon's strength. A few days later, he broke through again to become an 8th-stage half-step true master. The old tree, the world annihilation ghost dragon, Wei Zhenqian, the sky-breaking ape god, and the others also rose to 3rd-stage true master. Although their realms had increased, the young man's speed of improvement seemed to be faster than his. He didn't know if he had reached the half-step true lord level. Fortunately, the other party didn't sense Yixian every day but every other day. As long as Yixian was fully prepared, even if he encountered him, he could quickly break through the void and leave. Of course, after the previous battle, the other party definitely wouldn't talk nonsense like before. When he saw Yixian, he would definitely attack directly and try to kill him in one blow. Finally, on the 6th day after the battle, the young man came again. Damn, this guy finally came. Yixian's expression changed. Judging from this speed, the other party had already broken through to the half-step true lord level. Moreover, the thing inside the body had also changed. It was no longer the black dragon from before, but a new black dragon. It was bigger and had a higher realm, reaching 3rd-stage half-step true lord level. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were 10 half-step true lord level black dragons behind the young man. At this moment, Yixian felt like cursing. It had only been a few days, but the other party's strength had increased by more than 10 times. How much did the system hate him? Brat, I'll definitely kill you today. Die. Before the young man arrived, his voice fell into Yixian's ears. I can't fight this battle. Yixian's expression changed. Fortunately, he had come up with a plan in the past few days. Eye of the Void. Immediately, Yixian quickly entered the Void Gate. Then the Void Gate disappeared, and the young man lost his target. He teleported so far away? The young man was shocked, but he could arrive at this distance in less than half a day. This time, Yixian's destination for breaking through the void was actually a city. His plan this time was to lure trouble to the east and borrow a knife to kill someone. He would use the experts in the city to deal with the young man. After the battle, he would kill the young man. Last time, he broke through from 7th stage True Lord to 9th stage True Lord from 7th stage True Lord in 3 days. This time, 6 days have passed, and he's only 1st stage half-step True Lord. Then, he should be at the peak of 1st stage half-step True Lord now. Give him some more time, and he'll probably reach 2nd stage half-step True Lord. Chapter 1837. Yixian was very curious. How did the other party level up? How did he level up so quickly? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the bloodline that the other party had. The Divine Beast Ambassador bloodline. Could it be that the reason he leveled up so quickly has something to do with beasts? The more immortal beasts he controls, or the higher the realm of the immortal beasts, the higher the level he can level up. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. Actually, this was very possible. He leveled up by devouring beasts, and the other party leveled up by controlling immortal beasts. What was impossible about this? If that was the case, then the disaster that the Black Dragon sect started this time had really come at the wrong time. It had become a benefit for the bloodline holder. He stayed in the city for a while. Indeed, in less than half a day, the World Annihilation ghostly dragon sensed that aura. It's here. There are stage 4 half-step true lords in this city. I'll let you fight with them first. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. However, what surprised him was that the young man had come with hundreds of other black dragons besides the black dragon. He was riding and a few stage 1 half-step true lords. What the F***ck? Isn't his divine beast ambassador bloodline a little too F***king awesome? Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, such a big lineup was very eye-catching. Immediately, experts rushed out of the city. Recently, black dragons had been rampant. It was already very good that this city could survive until now. Therefore, the people in the city were in a state of readiness. At the slightest sign of trouble, they would turn out in full force. They had to deal with it quickly. Someone is actually controlling this group of black dragons. Heavens, there are so many high-level black dragons. There are even half-step true lords among them. What are you afraid of? We already dealt with a similar situation 3 days ago. The city lord is a stage 3 half-step true lord. Moreover, there are also experts from the White Dragon Palace. The people in the surroundings discussed softly. They went all out in every battle because the entire city would be destroyed if they lost. At this time, the stage 4 half-step true lord in charge of the White Dragon Palace's purchasing point, the city lord, and the experts of the various large families had all arrived. The Divine Beast Ambassador bloodline holder looked at this group of people, and could not help but snort coldly. All of you get out of my way. I only want one person. One person. When everyone heard this, they were slightly surprised. What a joke. You brought so many black dragons here just to find one person? The 4th stage half-step true monarch at the White Dragon Palace's purchasing point snorted coldly. If I say so, then so be it. All of you had best get out of the way. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The young man snorted coldly. If it was before, he would not dare to act rashly here. After all, he was only a rank 7 Taoist at that time. And now, his cultivation had reached the peak of rank 1 true monarch. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to break through to rank 2 true monarch tomorrow. Although this strength was not very strong, with the bloodline of the Imperial Beast Envoy, he already had the strength to challenge those of a higher level. These people couldn't stop him. What an arrogant tone. You must be from the Black Dragon cult. Just obediently surrender. The city lord shouted. What a joke. The young man spat in disdain. He had also heard of the Black Dragon cult recently and understood that the destruction of so many cities recently was caused by the Black Dragon cult. However, he was not from the Black Dragon cult. His current goal was to kill Yi Xian. It seems that you are not willing to get out of the way. Next, you will pay the price in blood. After the young man said coldly, he directly gave the order to the group of black dragons. Kill without mercy. A great battle began. In an instant, the two sides began to exchange blows. Countless flying swords and Dharma treasures were thrown out. On the other side, hundreds of black dragons opened their mouths and spat out scorching dragon breaths. As for the 4th stage half-step true monarch in charge of the White Dragon Palace, he led the experts and charged out. Rumble. A series of loud sounds rang out continuously. In the city, Yi Xian could not help but grin when he saw the outbreak of this great battle. This move of killing with a borrowed knife was not bad. He remembered that there was a saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This moment he was the oriole. When the human side was almost done with the young man, he would unleash his full strength and strive to kill the owner of this bloodline. However, he did not expect that the young man, who was merely a 1st stage half-step true monarch, would be able to fight against a 4th stage half-step true monarch after merging with his black dragons. Moreover, it was one against many. It was too terrifying. These hundreds of black dragons should not all be his black dragons. Otherwise, just the fact that all of them are attacking together would increase his combat strength by dozens of times. Yixian thought to himself. He currently had 5 black dragons, which were the Old Tree, the World Devastator Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, the Sky-Breaking Divine Ape, and Luoluo. If all 5 of them attacked together, Yixian and the other 5 black dragons would be able to double their combat strength, which was 20%. If these hundreds of black dragons were the young man's black dragons, even if they were 20%, it would increase his combat strength by dozens of times. Moreover, one should not forget. The young man's Imperial Beast Envoy bloodline was of a higher level than Yixian's. This meant that the boost from each black dragon could be more than 20%. Could be 30%, 40%, or even double. This was too crazy, which was why Yixian felt that it was impossible. The number of black dragons the young man had was probably between 10 and 20, because Yixian could currently tame 10 black dragons. In short, this bloodline owner was one of the more troublesome ones Yixian had encountered so far. After all, such a fast breakthrough speed had already surpassed his own immortal grade devouring system. Moreover, if the young man succeeded in killing him, it seemed that he would obtain the immortal grade devouring system and replace it. This gave Yixian a lot of pressure. While Yixian was pondering, the battle outside the city had already reached its climax. It was extremely intense. Countless black dragons turned into corpses and fell from the sky. Many humans were also killed by the black dragons. Seeing this scene, Yixian silently mourned for these people. That stage 4 half-step True Lord doesn't seem to be able to stop this young man. It seems that I have to make a move. Yixian thought to himself. He wanted Wei Zhentian to sneak out. Then Wei Zhentian suddenly transformed into the Myriad Beasts diagram. As soon as the Myriad Beasts diagram appeared, all the immortal beasts present, as well as the young man who had fused with the black dragon, instantly lost 50% of their combat strength. The enemy's combat strength decreased. This was a good thing for the humans. Damn it, what is this thing? The young man was shocked. He immediately turned his dragon head and took the opportunity to spit a mouthful of dragon's breath at Wei Zhentian. Whoosh whoosh. If this mouthful of dragon's breath had hit a stage 3 half-step True Lord, it would have been enough to seriously injure him. If not for the Myriad Beasts diagram, it would have been enough to kill him instantly. Chapter 1838. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. 2 consecutive system notifications rang. After Wei Zhentian died, he was quickly resurrected in the planting space. Let's go again. Yixian grinned and continued to release Wei Zhentian. The Myriad Beasts illustration appeared again. The young man's face was gloomy. He knew that this was Yixian's trick, so he had to make a decision. He had to break through this group of humans, kill his way into the city, find Yixian, and crush Yixian's body. Soaring demonic wings. In an instant, the black dragon that had merged with the young man spread its wings and turned into a black stream of light. It instantly flew past the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace and charged into the city. Oh no! Stop it! The expression of the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace changed drastically. This was not a good sign. If the black dragon charged into the city and unleashed a few dragon breaths, the death toll would be at least in the tens of thousands. In desperation, he had to take out the white dragon token that every person in charge had and crush it. In the next moment, an illusory figure condensed in the air. This aura belonged to a 6th-stage half-step True Lord. The person in charge of the White Dragon Palace had been suppressed by the young man when he joined forces with a few 3rd-stage half-step True Lords. Although the young man's combat power had decreased by 50% with the appearance of the Myriad Beasts illustration, he was still able to fight them to a draw. However, now that an illusory figure of a 6th-stage half-step True Lord had appeared, it was enough to pose a threat to the young man. Damn you, White Dragon Palace, get lost. The young man cursed and turned his head. Before the other party could figure out what was going on, he aimed at the illusory figure in the air and unleashed a dragon breath. Whoosh! 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 This dragon breath was still very powerful. The illusory figure of a 6th-stage half-step True Lord in the air raised an eyebrow and attacked directly. Bam! The two energies collided, creating countless shockwaves. Fortunately, the collision site was still outside the city. If it was in the city, those with lower realms would have been killed directly. Even so, the group of people guarding above the city wall was still sent flying by the shockwaves, creating a gap. 100 dragons roar. When the young man saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. Immediately after, the group of black dragons behind him all opened their mouths and spat out waves of dragon breath. These dragon breaths actually converged into one, and their target was actually the phantom of the 6th-stage half-step true monarch. Among them, there was naturally the young man's own dragon breath. This power was enough to kill a 5th-stage half-step true monarch. The 6th-stage half-step true monarch in the air did not expect the attack to be so powerful. Although he raised his hand to block, he did not succeed and was instantly blown away. Seeing this scene, the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace could not help but be stunned. The others were the same. Although it was only a phantom, the strength of a rank 6 half-step true monarch phantom was about the same as that of a rank 5 half-step true monarch's main body. However, he was still defeated by the young man. If that move had been used on them, wouldn't they have suffered heavy losses? Even the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace did not dare to be 100% confident of avoiding it. Why did I have to use this move? The young man cursed in his heart. Then he turned into a stream of light and flew toward the city. Don't even think about it. The expression of the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace changed. He took out a white dragon token from his yin and yang ring. Every person in charge had 3 of these white dragon tokens. He had only lost one just now. The next moment, another phantom appeared. It was the person who had been blown away just now. B*****. The 6th-stage half-step true monarch cursed and attacked the young man again. A huge palm suddenly appeared, as if it wanted to grab the young man. However, the young man who had merged with the black dragon and used his demonic wings to soar into the sky was not slow. He nimbly avoided the palm in the air. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. This time the one who attacked was not the 6th-stage half-step true monarch but Yixian, who was hiding in the city. This time Yixian knew that he could not hide anymore. Otherwise many people would die. Come! Yixian glared and summoned the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Sky-Splitting Divine Ape and Old Tree, Heaven-Shocking 72 Strikes, Undying Battle Soul, Black Dragon Flame Blast. Last time Yixian had to increase his strength by 7 times before he was able to defeat the young man. This time he could only form 3 slaughter seals. If he unleashed all of them, he would only be able to increase his strength by 4 times. Fortunately, he still had the Sky-Splitting Divine Ape. Its Heaven-Shocking 72 Strikes was not weak either. The combination of the 2 attacks managed to disperse the dragon's breath. The next moment, Yixian directly used teleportation and moved into the air. This bloodline holder is a super scourge. If I don't get rid of him, I will live in danger in the future. Yixian thought to himself. Then he shouted, "Let's work together and kill him." Although there would be a reward for killing the bloodline holder, Yixian did not intend to ask for any reward this time. As long as he could kill this bloodline holder, he would make a profit. The 6th-stage half-step true monarch in the air, and the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace were a little surprised when they saw Yixian's black dragon. However, an enemy's enemy was a friend, at least for the current situation. Therefore, they quickly attacked the young man. Spiritual Pagoda Hand, Heaven-Shaking Spiritual Slash, Black Dragon Flame Blast, Heaven-Shocking 72 Strikes. 4 attacks were aimed at the young man. Damn it, I'll let you go today. Li Jun will definitely come back for your head in the future. The young man cursed angrily. Then, he turned into a black ray of light and flew away from the city. Compared to that day, this speed was even faster by 30%. Is he called Li Jun? When Yixian heard this, he snorted disdainfully. Last time he was the one who had been defeated. What did he mean by letting him go again? However, Yixian felt a little regretful that he could not kill Li Jun this time. He could only blame the people of the White Dragon Palace for being too useless. After Li Jun left, he did not take the remaining black dragons with him. While the battle was still going on, Yixian quickly broke through the void and left. Then, he quickly disintegrated and returned to the city. This way, even the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace, or even the 6th-stage half-step true monarch, would not be able to find him. After this battle, the people in the city were a little scared. Many people quickly left through the teleportation formation. After all, they did not expect that there would be a powerful black dragon hidden in the city. Even the person in charge of the White Dragon Palace could not find him. Chapter 1839. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th stage half-step perfected person. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhantian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have made a breakthrough. Host is now a 4th stage perfected person. During this time, Yixian and the others made breakthroughs in their cultivation. After breaking through, Yixian gained some confidence. Hence, he broke through the void and left the city. After all, the White Dragon Palace had been used by him before. Hence, Yixian was too embarrassed to rob it and left just like that. However, what he didn't know was that not long after he left, a second group of black dragons attacked. The one leading them was the divine beast envoy Li Jun. This time he was here for revenge. That guy must have left. Li Jun thought to himself as he looked at the city in front of him. Today he couldn't sense Yixian's location. However, that didn't matter. He was here for revenge today. A few days ago he was only a 1st stage half-step true monarch. However, today he had broken through to 3rd stage half-step true monarch. Coupled with the 3rd stage half-step true monarch black dragon under him, and the thousands of black dragons behind him, he could definitely get his revenge. Unsurprisingly, this city was reduced to ruins like the other cities. Millions of corpses were strewn everywhere and blood flowed endlessly. Yixian actually didn't expect that this Li Jun wouldn't chase after him first, and would instead run off to take revenge. Otherwise, Yixian would have made the first move. Today is almost over. That Li Jun should be able to sense me tomorrow. Somewhere in the holy world, Yixian looked at the sky and couldn't help but think to himself. Based on his 2 encounters with Li Jun, he already knew when Li Jun would be able to sense him. He reckoned that Li Jun would come again tomorrow as long as he didn't leave. Yixian was actually looking forward to this. As long as Li Jun's cultivation was lower, his chances of killing Li Jun would be higher. Even if he couldn't win, he could use the Eye of the Void to leave. However, his main focus now was the world-destroying dragon scale and the dragon scale of destruction. As long as he was strong enough, he could eliminate Li Jun. 100 black dragons? At this time, the old tree who was scouting ahead suddenly sent back a message. It turned out that they had encountered a group of 100 black dragons. Every time they encountered the black dragon tribe, the world devastator ghostly dragon's strength would increase significantly. After that, Yixian would be able to enjoy himself for a while. At that moment, Yixian directly broke through the void and passed through. Currently, he was wearing the mystic divine battle armor and was fully prepared. The old tree and the world annihilation ghostly dragon would be responsible for dealing with the black dragon tribe. Now that the world destroyer ghostly dragon had the black dragon saint's pearl of annihilation, it could hide the world destroyer's aura. Yixian had not seen the white dragon saint in a long time. He did not know if it was because the black dragon saint was chasing after him, or because he could not sense him. In short, Yixian was very grateful to the black dragon saint. If the two of them became enemies in the future, Yixian was prepared to spare his life. Very soon, this group of black dragons was annihilated. Yixian quickly cleaned up the battlefield and fused the Destruction Dragon Scale and Destruction Dragon Bone with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon. 8%, huh? Not bad, not bad. Yixian nodded satisfactorily. This disaster could be considered a blessing to him. He could meet many groups of black dragons every day. Some had more, some had fewer. The smallest had only a dozen, while the largest had hundreds. Every day, he could steadily increase the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's combat strength by about 10%. However, the next problem was that when the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's combat strength increased from 0 to 100%, one Destruction Dragon Scale could increase the combat strength by 1%. However, when the combat strength increased from 100 to 200%, 5 Destruction Dragon Scales could only increase the combat strength by 1%. What about after the combat strength increased to 200%? Now, the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's combat strength increased to more than 190%. Tomorrow it might even exceed 200%. When that time came, he would definitely need more destruction dragon scales, right? At the thought of this, Yixian felt a headache coming on. If there were no changes, the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's combat strength would have increased by almost 6 times. Very soon it was the next day. According to Yixian's prediction, Li Jun would be able to sense him today. In fact, as long as he wanted to leave, Li Jun would not be able to catch up to him. After all, he had the Eye of the Void and could travel through many places. As long as he left once in a while, Li Jun would definitely be like a headless fly, flying around randomly. However, Yixian wanted to see how strong Li Jun was now. Hence he did not want to run around. As Yixian expected, just after noon he met Li Jun. "I've finally found you. Bastard, today will be the day you die." Li Jun cursed angrily. At this time he was a 3rd stage half-step True Lord. The black dragon he was riding was also a 3rd stage half-step True Lord. As for Yixian, he was now a 9th stage half-step True Master. Previously he was a 7th stage half-step True Master. However, the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's combat strength had increased by 80%. If they were to fight today, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. However, at this time Yixian suddenly realized a problem. This time Li Jun had rushed over with only a 3rd stage half-step True Lord Black Dragon. Furthermore, it was not the one from the other day. The other black dragons probably could not keep up with their speed. If that was the case, Li Jun's combat strength today would not be as strong as before. However, he probably would not be able to obtain a 7-fold combat strength increase. "Come." Without saying anything, Yixian released the old tree, the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, and the sky-breaking Divine Ape. Kill. In an instant, Yixian merged with the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon. Myriad Beasts Diagram. Undying Battle Soul. Black Dragon Flame Blast. Heaven-shocking 72 strikes. One after another, powerful attacks were launched toward Li Jun. "Humph. You're underestimating me." Li Jun snorted coldly in his heart. He quickly dodged and opened his mouth. However, this time he did not spit out dragon breath. Instead, a petite figure flew out from his mouth. This petite figure's aura was actually that of a 3rd stage half-step True Lord. What the hell is that? Yixian took a closer look and realized that it was a small black bird. However, this small black bird was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Wei Zhentian. Then it poked a few holes in him. Unfortunately, Wei Zhentian and Yixian shared the immortal phoenix bloodline and recovered in the blink of an eye. What? Li Jun was shocked. He had specially tamed this small bird so that he could catch Yixian off guard. As long as he destroyed the Myriad Beasts diagram, his combat strength would be raised to the peak. Unfortunately, this small bird was also suppressed. Otherwise, the Myriad Beasts diagram could be destroyed by it. Of course, even if it was destroyed, Wei Zhentian would quickly revive and appear again. So this was your plan. I have to say the reason you failed was because you were too arrogant. Chapter 1840. If Li Jun had brought another 100 black dragons and used the 100 dragons' roar, Yixian would still be in great danger. Unfortunately, Li Jun was eager to kill Yixian, so he was the first to arrive. However, those black dragons were also on the way. As long as they arrived, they could still cause a lot of trouble for Yixian. My slaughter seals are condensing. As long as I condense 6 seals, I can increase my combat strength by 7 times. Yixian thought to himself. Back then, he had also increased his combat strength by 7 times and had beaten Li Jun to a pulp. Today, Li Jun did not have any other black dragons present, so his strength had decreased. As long as Yixian could condense 3 more slaughter seals, he would definitely be able to kill Li Jun. Ding. The host has condensed 1 slaughter seal. Yixian and Li Jun fought crazily. During this time he finally condensed 1 slaughter seal. If he added the 2 that he had not used, he would have 4 slaughter seals. However, at this moment a group of figures suddenly swept over from the horizon. More than 10 black dragons flew quickly toward Li Jun and Yixian. Needless to say, these were definitely black dragons that Li Jun had tamed. As long as they arrived, Li Jun's strength would undergo a qualitative leap. However, this was also an opportunity for Yixian. With so many black dragons, as long as he could find the time to kill 1 or 2, he could condense the remaining slaughter seals. At that time, Li Jun would still be beaten to a pulp. This time he might even die here. However, Yixian was too naive. You're finally here. Today is the day you die. After sensing the arrival of his black dragons, Li Jun became agitated. After roaring at the sky, his body suddenly emitted waves of black gas. Then, the dozen or so half-step True Lord-level black dragons behind him also emitted waves of black chi, which then converged on the black dragon that Li Jun had fused with. Suddenly, Li Jun's aura skyrocketed. Not good. Yixian's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Who would have thought that Li Jun still had a trump card up his sleeve? However, Yixian knew that this move must have some repercussions. Otherwise, why would Li Jun wait until the third time to use it? Very soon, the black gas completely fused into Li Jun's body. His aura directly skyrocketed by several times. Yixian, who had originally wanted to kill the black dragons and form the Carnage Seal, understood that this plan was unlikely to succeed. This was because the black dragons had all turned into corpses and weakly fell from the sky. Looks like it won't work. Slaughter mode. At that moment, Yixian directly exploded with 4 slaughter seals, directly increasing his strength by nearly 5 times. Annihilation Dragon Claw. World Annihilating Dragon Roar. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Heaven Startling 72 Strikes. Yixian and the Skybreaking Ape God joined forces and attacked with all their might. However, after Li Jun's strength had increased, he was still able to suppress Yixian. However, Yixian did not want to escape this time. He had to see where his limits were. Li Jun's techniques definitely had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, Li Jun would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If the situation did not look good, Yixian would fly away again. Rumble. This battle was also quite intense. There were continuous movements in the air, and the two were still locked in battle. If a third party intervened at this time, one of them would definitely weaken and then be killed. Coincidentally, another figure flew towards Yixian and Li Jun from the horizon. The two of them glanced at each other and discovered that it was a black-haired youth. However, this person's aura was even stronger than Li Jun's. A 6th-stage half-step true monarch. Last time, Li Jun had only encountered the illusion of a rank 6 half-step true monarch. However, this time he had encountered a real rank 6 half-step true monarch. Moreover, this youth did not seem to be that simple. Yixian sensed a powerful destructive aura from him. This youth was most likely from the Black Dragon sect. His appearance caused Yixian and Li Jun to stop. The Pearl of Annihilation? At this time, the youth's gaze suddenly fell on Yixian. He had sensed the Pearl of Annihilation from Yixian's body. Not only that, but so did Yixian. The Pearl of Annihilation senses? Yixian raised an eyebrow as if he had suddenly seen hope. This youth was from the Black Dragon sect and had also fused with a Pearl of Annihilation. Yixian also had a Pearl of Annihilation in his body, so they could sense each other. This meant that this youth might be able to help. Brother, do you need help? At this time, the youth suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yixian. Hearing this, Yixian's lips curled up slightly. Yes. Okay. The next moment the youth attacked. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a majestic black dragon. Oh no! Li Jun's expression changed drastically. He knew that things were going to be troublesome. Currently, he could fight Yixian to a draw. However, if this youth interfered, he would definitely be killed by Yixian and Yixian. Let's go. Li Jun immediately made the decision, then quickly turned around and left. You want to leave? Yixian's eyes flashed as he opened his mouth wide. Black Dragon Flame Blast. On the other side, the youth also opened his mouth and spat out a scorching dragon's breath. Both dragons' breaths attacked Li Jun, but Li Jun dodged them all. In the blink of an eye, Li Jun disappeared into the horizon. *CK, this skill is too amazing. He can escape every time. Yixian cursed in his heart. He guessed that this escaping skill did not belong to the Black Dragon, but to Li Jun, who had the bloodline of the Divine Beast Envoy. However, he had not been able to kill Li Jun this time. If Li Jun survived this ordeal, he would probably be in even greater trouble in the future. At this moment, Yixian thought in his heart that if an expert were to help him, then Li Jun would definitely die. Unfortunately, Yixian could not come into contact with such an expert. Many thanks. After Li Jun left, Yi Xian hurriedly thanked the youth. That black dragon just now did not seem to be a Zuyoist. Moreover, it was a little strange. What was it? The youth could not help but ask. At this moment, the World Devastator Ghost Dragon suddenly opened its mouth and Yi Xian came out of it. Seeing this, the youth was somewhat astonished. He thought that the World Devastator Ghost Dragon was a Zuyoist. He did not expect that there would be one hidden in its mouth. Both he and I are beast tamers. He wants to snatch away this toy of mine. Yi Xian said to the youth. Oh, beast tamer? The youth transformed back into his human form and sensed for a moment. Sure enough, the Pearl of Extinction was in the World Devastator Ghost Dragon and not Yi Xian. He could not understand how Yi Xian, a 9th stage half-step Taoist master, had subdued such a powerful black dragon. Chapter 1841. However, this did not matter because the Black Dragon cult did not only have Zuyoists of the Black Dragon clan, but also humans. In addition, the Pearl of Extinction was not an ordinary item. It would only be given to someone who was acknowledged. Therefore, the young man did not doubt Yi Xian's identity at all. How many dragon scales has your black dragon assimilated? The young man suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Yi Xian quickly pondered for a moment. If he really had to calculate, then the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had already fused with nearly 600 World Annihilation Dragon scales. Of course, some of them were also World Annihilation Dragon bones. However, he did not want to reveal too much, so he could only answer casually, "It's already 130 scales." Oh, the young man was a little surprised. Amazing. I've only assimilated 150 scales now. It's getting harder and harder to assimilate the scales. It's already very good for it to have assimilated 130 scales. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not casually say 200 scales. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Without waiting for him to speak, the young man said, "I'm Qi Hao. I'm going to participate in the 100 Scales meeting. Are you going to?" The 100 Scales meeting. When Yi Xian heard this, he could not help but be a little surprised. "I'm Yi Xian. May I know what this 100 Scales meeting is?" "Oh? You don't know?" Qi Hao raised his eyebrows and said, "The 100 Scales meeting is a meeting for those who have merged with 100 World Annihilation Dragon scales. There will be some experts there to share their experiences, and the Pearl of Annihilation is the entry ticket." "Oh, I see." Yi Xian immediately understood. If it was an immortal beast that had assimilated a World Devastator Dragon scale or World Devastator Dragon bone, the immortal level devouring system could separate them. If it was a human or Zuyoist that had assimilated a World Devastator Dragon scale, the system could not do so. However, Yi Xian knew that these people should have a large number of World Devastator Dragon scales or World Devastator Dragon bones in their universe rings. If he could loot them, the World Devastator Ghost Dragon's strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, he would have confidence in dealing with Li Jun. "Can I participate as long as I have the Pearl of Extinction?" Yi Xian asked again. Yes. Qi Hao nodded. Yi Xian wasn't actually interested in those people's experiences. What he was interested in were their interspatial rings. Since that was the case, he would go and take a look at this 100 Scales meeting. Who knew, he might be able to reap some great rewards. Following this, Yi Xian decided to travel with Qi Hao and head to that 100 Scales meeting. Li Jun, the holder of the Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline, had also been scared away by Yi Xian and Qi Hao. It was unlikely that he would return anytime soon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian prepared to meet some people at the 100 Scales meeting. At that time, if Li Jun came and these people made a move, Li Jun would definitely die without a burial ground. Ding! Host has broken through and is now a rank 1 true master. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World Annihilating Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian and Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape have all broken through, and are now rank 5 true masters. During this period of time, Yi Xian finally broke through to the Enlightened Master realm and his strength increased. However, he reckoned that Li Jun might have broken through again, so he couldn't let his guard down. Who knew when he would come again? According to Qi Hao, this 100 Scales meeting was held on top of the ruins of a city. That was the place where the Black Dragons had first destroyed, so no one else would be there. It was said that there would be true Lord-level powerhouses. His experience of fusing with the Black Dragons would definitely be beneficial to the others. The entry token was the Pearl of Annihilation. This was because only the Black Dragon sex geniuses who had fused with 100 World Annihilation Dragon Scales would be bestowed with it. If no one with the Pearl of Annihilation approached, they would be besieged and killed. Although Yixian didn't have the Pearl of Annihilation, he claimed to be a beast tamer. Moreover, the Pearl of Annihilation was personally bestowed by the Black Dragon Saint. This definitely wouldn't be a problem. Yixian followed Qi Hao through the transportation formation. After traveling for another 2 days, they arrived at a ruin. At this time there were already many people here. All of them were Black Dragon sex geniuses who had fused with 100 World Annihilation Dragon Scales. With a cursory glance, Yixian discovered several hundred people. Moreover, there was still one more day before the appointed time. At that time there would definitely be more people coming. How frightening! There are actually so many 100 Scales geniuses here. Yixian's mind trembled. One must know that the previous master of the Blue Feather sect had only fused with a few World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Of course, at that time, the master of the Blue Feather sect's realm was low. Moreover, he was a human, so he was naturally repulsed by the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Therefore, it was normal for his realm to be low. At this time, all of the Black Dragon sex geniuses here were Zuyoists. Moreover, they were all Black Dragons. Only a small portion of them were from other Yao clans. As for humans, there was not a single one. Yixian was the first one. Why is there a human here? Suddenly, a person rushed over and asked in astonishment. Yixian turned his head and discovered that it was a 6th-stage half-step True Lord. He didn't sense the aura of the Pearl of Annihilation from Yixian. He's a beast tamer. This is his treasure. Beside him, Qi Hao explained. Hearing this, the suspicious person couldn't help but look at the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. Then he nodded slightly and left. Yixian was only a 1st-stage True Master. Even the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon was only a 5th-stage True Master. In this place they were practically the lowest level people. They wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Yixian and Qi Hao quietly waited here. Although it wasn't the appointed time yet, Yixian discovered that there were many auras more powerful than Qi Hao. They were most likely 7th-stage half-step True Lords, 8th-stage half-step True Lords, and even 9th-stage half-step True Lords. As for the True Lord Qi Hao spoke of, it seemed that he hadn't arrived yet. Half a day later. Oh, Lord Peng is here! Suddenly someone yelled. Hearing this, everyone on the ruins turned their heads and saw a huge black figure rushing over from the horizon. This aura shocked everyone on the ruins. So powerful! Lord Peng is the organizer of this 100 Scales meeting. He's a True Lord expert. Moreover, I heard that he has already fused with 300 World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Qi Hao explained. 300 Scales? Yixian trembled. This was truly a ruthless character. Although it was very easy for the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon to fuse with the World Annihilation Dragon Scales, it was because of his special bloodline. Ordinary Zuyoists, even True Lords, would find it very difficult to fuse with 300 World Annihilation Dragon Scales. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he had already fused with 5 bloodlines, Yixian would also want to try fusing with the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. However, he was afraid that the World Annihilation Dragon Scales would conflict with the bloodlines in his body. Once something happened, it would be troublesome. This was because the same thing would also happen to his 4th clone in the mortal world. At that time, he would be in trouble. What if the space-time bloodline was concealed? Chapter 1842. While Yixian was pondering, Lord Peng flew above the ruins and transformed into a long-haired old man. Hello everyone. The long-haired old man said. Hello Lord Peng. Quite a few people responded. You've come from all over the world. I'm sure you're all tired. Rest for another half a day. Lord Peng found a place to rest. Although the others wanted to ask him for advice, they gave up on the idea when they saw that Lord Peng seemed to be resting as well. More and more geniuses appeared in the ruins. Everyone had a Pearl of Annihilation and could sense others. Of course, many of them noticed Yixian, a human without a Pearl of Annihilation. However, they did not take him seriously. According to Qi Hao, their Pearls of Annihilation were given to them by the Black Dragon envoy of the Black Dragon sect. These Black Dragon envoys were in charge of traveling outside. They would give geniuses with more than 100 scales to prevent them from being discovered by the experts of the White Dragon Palace. Soon another half a day passed. At this time Lord Peng suddenly opened his eyes. After looking around he said, "All right everyone, gather around." Hearing this, the surrounding people quickly stood up and gathered around. Yi Xian looked again and discovered that there were already more than 500 people. Moreover, they were all mid to high-level half-step true lords. No matter how bad they were still low-level half-step true lords. Moreover, he was a rank 1 perfected person. He was at the bottom of the perfected persons. Therefore, no one would take him seriously. Next, this supreme-level giant began to share his experiences. Among the dragon scales of annihilation, 100 scales was a threshold. Then, 200 scales, 300 scales. The further one went, the harder it was to fuse. However, the increase in strength was also more obvious. Lord Peng was a rank 1 true lord. However, he had fused more than 300 dragon scales of annihilation. Even if everyone here worked together, they would not be his match. For the sake of explaining, Lord Peng also said that he had once killed a rank 3 true lord. That was the strength of fusing with the dragon scales of annihilation. These people fused with the dragon scales of annihilation would increase their strength more than the world annihilation ghost dragon. However, the difficulty of fusing with the dragon scales of annihilation was many times higher than the world annihilation ghost dragon. In addition, Yi Xian had the planting space. Even if the difficulty increased, the world devastator ghostly dragon would be able to fuse with it quickly. There are so many people. If we were to gather all the dragon scales and dragon bones they have, there would be at least 1,000 of them, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. 1,000 world-ending dragon scales could increase the current strength of the world-ending ghostly dragon by 200%. Of course, this was under the premise that the number of world-ending dragon scales would not change after the increase reached 200%. However, all of this was just empty talk. With Yi Xian's current strength, he wouldn't be able to stir up any waves here. Any high-level half-step true monarch would be able to slap him to death, not to mention that there were so many people here including a true monarch. So this time Yi Xian was only here to broaden his horizons. He had no other plans. Unfortunately, his realm was too low and no one was willing to befriend him. However, Qi Hao, a rank 6 half-step true monarch, knew a few people. At this time, Yi Xian was planning in his heart how he could use these people to deal with Li Jun. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Li Jun would come quickly. That way, these people would be able to kill Li Jun. Today was the day that Li Jun sensed him. However, he had used the teleportation formation several times during this time. It wouldn't be that easy for Li Jun to catch up with him. However, just as Lord Peng was imparting his experience of fusing with the dragon scales, everyone suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura. There's an outsider. Lord Peng immediately stopped and turned to look. Sorry to disturb you, a middle-aged man said guiltily. Everyone became alert. This middle-aged man was actually a rank 1 true monarch expert. Moreover, he didn't have the aura of the Pearl of Annihilation, or the world-ending dragon scales on him. He was an ordinary person. Who are you? Lord Peng asked solemnly. It's like this. I received a distress signal earlier, so I came here to take a look. I didn't expect to be too late, the middle-aged man replied. When the surrounding people heard this, they couldn't help but snort in their hearts. This reason was too lame. Didn't he know that this city had been destroyed for a long time? Sir, no one here is requesting for help. Please leave. Lord Peng said. That seems to be the case. Then I won't disturb everyone. Goodbye. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment he turned around, everyone in the ruins suddenly took out their weapons and attacked him. Among them was the rank 1 true monarch expert. Kill. In an instant, countless attacks flew toward the middle-aged man. Damn it. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and he quickly counterattacked. Unfortunately, he couldn't block the attacks of so many people, and was instantly hit. Fortunately, he was a rank 1 true monarch. He directly dodged those powerful attacks and was only hit by those half-step true monarchs. His injuries weren't too serious. In the next instant, a white dragon token appeared in his hand, and he directly crushed it. As expected, it's the people of the White Dragon Palace. Lord Peng immediately reacted. At this time a phantom appeared in the sky. It was actually a rank 3 true monarch. "I'll block this guy. You all kill him," the giant shouted. Everyone understood that the guy he was referring to was the rank 3 true monarch phantom. It seemed that this gathering place had been exposed, and they couldn't stay for long. Immediately, everyone transformed into black dragons. Most of them were from the Black Dragon clan, but a small number of them were from the Darkness-type devil clan such as the Shadow Lion. These clans had more advantages when fusing with the World Annihilation Dragon Scale. Of course, the World Annihilation Dragon Scale was most suitable for the black dragons. Yi Xian had expected that the experts of the White Dragon Palace might come to mess things up. So before he came, he set up a void tracker to guard against any accidents. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly spread out. Yi Xian and Qi Hao turned their heads to look, only to discover that a 6th-stage half-step true lord was quickly charging towards them. "Oh no, it's a traitor!" Qi Hao immediately reacted. The reason why the people of the White Dragon Palace could appear here was definitely because someone had tipped them off, and there might be more than one. Kill! Immediately, Qi Hao also transformed into a black dragon and directly counterattacked. As for Yi Xian, he had already put on the mystic god armor. He looked around and decided not to use the 10,000 beasts diagram. The people of the Black Dragon sect around him were almost all Zuyoists, and all of them had transformed into their true forms to fight. Chapter 1843. Other than that middle-aged man and the rank 3 true lord's shadow, there are many other White Dragon Palace experts. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he had to leave this time. However, this was also an opportunity. In such a chaotic battle, many people would die. If he took advantage of the situation, he might be able to obtain many World Annihilation Dragon Scales. However, this was very dangerous. After all, who knew if someone was targeting him? However, as a rank 1 true master, no one would attack him. Even if he stood there, no one would notice. However, there were some people who liked to kill those with lower realms. Tisk. Suddenly, a strange laugh rang in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and saw a wretched person looking at him. That gaze seemed to be looking at a prey. This guy, don't tell me he has some weird fetish? Yi Xian could not help but shudder. Fortunately, this wretched person was only a 3rd-stage half-step true monarch. Needless to say, this was definitely a traitor of the Black Dragon sect. Merge! Yi Xian immediately merged with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon and grabbed at the air. World Annihilation Dragon Claw. Poochie! In an instant, this wretched rank 3 half-true lord's body was crushed in the air. A mere rank 3 half-true lord dared to appear in front of Yi Xian? Yi Xian quickly put away his universe ring and started searching for his next target. He was now considered to be in the Black Dragon sect's camp. Hence, he had to fight for the Black Dragon sect. Of course, he had to collect the corpses he encountered along the way. These people all had a large number of dragon scales of destruction and dragon scales of destruction in their cosmos rings. Just the 3rd-stage half-step true lord whose body had been crushed just now had more than 60 useless dragon scales of destruction, and more than 10,000 dragon scales of destruction. However, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon could not merge with these dragon scales now. It could only continue to collect them. Fortunately, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's realm was low. It was only a rank 6 true master. Hence no one noticed it. Might shakes the heavens. Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan. Yi Xian quickly ordered. Today, Wei Zhentian could transform into the most common Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan. Although this transcendent artifact did not have much combat power, it could help Yi Xian get rid of a lot of trouble. Hoo. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew above the ruins. Anyone who got close to Yi Xian was blown away. Although Wei Zhentian was only a 5th-stage true master, the power of his magic treasure was not small. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been blown into the sky. At the same time, the nimble old tree was summoned by Yi Xian and quickly collected the corpses. For this group of 100-scale geniuses, the dragon scale of annihilation was actually not very useful. After all, their fusion was slower, so it was fine as long as they had enough. As a result, not many people competed with Yi Xian. They were all focused on killing their enemies. Kid, you're a traitor too, right? At this moment, another voice entered Yi Xian's ears. This time, the one who came was a 4th-stage half-step true monarch. However, the other party hadn't transformed yet, so his strength wasn't very strong. Why do you care if I am or not? Yixian only snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a black dragon flame blast. Boom! In an instant, the upper half of the person's body was blown away, and he died. Although Yixian was helping the Black Dragon sect now, if anyone dared to target him, he wouldn't mind getting rid of them. However, this time the White Dragon sect also sent out hundreds of people. Moreover, their realms were not weak. In terms of realms, the White Dragon sect's experts were one realm higher than the Black Dragon sect's experts. Although the Black Dragon sect's members have all fused with the Dragon Scale of Annihilation, they don't have much of an advantage. It's not good to stay here for long. It's better to leave first. Yixian already had thoughts of retreating. This was because ever since the Bloodline mission appeared, he realized that he couldn't use the time reversal skill. This unforeseen event was extremely fatal to him. He turned his head and saw that Qi Hao was fighting with a Stage 7 half-step True Lord from the White Dragon sect. At first glance, Qi Hao was actually at a disadvantage. The White Dragon sect was a faction whose level was unknown. Those who could be recruited by the White Dragon sect were definitely elites. It wasn't that easy to challenge someone of a higher realm. Oh no, another Stage 7 half-step True Lord has his eyes on him. Yixian's expression changed. He quickly rushed over and transmitted his voice at the same time. Qi Hao, don't fight anymore. Let's go. No, I've already been targeted. Moreover, there are many White Dragon sect experts outside. It's difficult for me to break through the encirclement, Qi Hao replied. At this time he was already prepared to fight to the death. That's not necessarily true. I have a way to leave. Don't resist. When Yixian's voice entered Qi Hao's ears, the latter felt a strange energy enveloping him. Qi Hao knew that if he continued to stay here, there was an 80% chance that he would die. Therefore, he followed Yixian's instructions and did not resist. In the next moment he realized that his surroundings had changed. His comrades and enemies around him had all disappeared. At this time he had already been stored in Yixian's planting space. Therefore, Yixian did not plan to stay here any longer. He directly broke through the void and entered. In a battle of this level, if the time reversal skill could still be used, he would definitely stay until the end and try to obtain a huge benefit before leaving. Unfortunately, the time reversal skill could not be used unless he killed the bloodline holder. Therefore, Yixian had to be safe. This was something he only discovered after seeing Qi Hao. At this time, Yixian had already left the gathering place of the 100 Scales Festival. However, he left a mark there which was Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian had turned into a thin needle and hidden in the ruins. Yixian could observe the battle through it. This was a good opportunity, so he naturally would not leave so easily. He was prepared to wait for the White Dragon sect experts to finish their battle with the Black Dragon sect experts before going over to pick up the scraps. This battle did not last long because the Black Dragon sect members were too scattered. Most of the time they were fighting on their own and would escape at the first opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian quickly broke through the void and returned to pick up the scraps. He carefully walked through the entire ruins and obtained 7 corpses. However, at this time, an advanced half-step True Lord suddenly attacked, so he could only leave. In total, there are actually more than 300 World Destruction Dragon Scales, 2 World Destruction Dragon Bones, and a large number of World Destruction Dragon Scales. What a haul! Yixian narrowed his eyes and quickly dispelled the fusion. Then, he let the World Destruction Ghost Dragon devour these. Soon, the World Destruction Ghost Dragon's increase exceeded 200%. However, after exceeding 200%, the number of World Destruction Dragon Scales required increased greatly. This time he needed 20 World Destruction Dragon Scales to increase it by 1%. Chapter 1844. The group was scattered. If we go back now, we probably won't be able to pick them up. Yixian felt helpless. If only his cultivation base was high enough, it would have been great. If his cultivation base was high enough, he could kill everyone and definitely obtain thousands or even thousands of world-destroying dragon scales. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough now. However, at this moment, ding! The host has triggered a series of random missions. Escort Qi Hao back to his clan. Reward: Wei Zhentian's artifact form upgrade. The system suddenly notified. Wei Zhentian's artifact form upgrade? Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. The artifact form upgrade, not the specific artifact upgrade, meant that the Mystic God Armor, Soul-Absorbing Bell, Necromancer Kettle, Portrait of 10,000 Beasts, and other artifacts effects would all be upgraded. That's right. At that moment, Yixian asked Qi Hao where his clan was. Then Yixian started his journey. When he first met Qi Hao, he was very far away. After all, they had passed through several teleportation portals. Moreover, that was the place where he and Li Jun had fought for the third time. If he went there now, he did not know if he would meet Li Jun. That day, he and Li Jun were evenly matched. Qi Hao helped Li Jun, and that was why Li Jun was defeated. Yixian guessed that the next time he met Li Jun, the latter would not be afraid of Qi Hao. At that time, he would have to rely on himself. Of course, if Li Jun came after he completed the escort mission, he would have a higher chance of winning. After all, Wei Zhentian's artifact form upgrade. Even so, Yixian did not want to meet Li Jun now. Hence, he used the immortal grade devouring system to analyze in his mind. He decided to use another method to go back. Of course, this did not mean that Yixian would fly back. Instead, he would use another teleportation route to avoid the previous location. Li Jun escaped to the east that day. In addition to the direction of the city that I have been teleporting to, he should be in the east towards the direction of the 100 Scales meeting. In that case, I will use the teleportation array in the west to leave. Yixian thought to himself. Wow! The teleportation array began to operate, and Yixian arrived at a new city. However, the teleportation formation couldn't send him to Qi Hao's clan, so Yixian still had to travel on his own for about 6 to 7 days. During this period, Yixian had broken through to become a rank 2 True Master, while Infernal Ghostly Lord, World Devastator Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian Heaven-Breaking Ape God, and the others were all rank 6 True Masters. She wondered what realm Li Jun was at now. Perhaps he was already a rank 5 half-step True Lord. Along the way, Yixian was on tenterhooks as he hurried along. But this time he was very lucky and did not run into Li Jun. Soon Yixian arrived at Qi Hao's residence. Qi Hao's family was built in the wilderness, near a dangerous place. It was said that the strongest person in the family was a true monarch, just like the giant from that day. Ding! Host has completed the first round of the chain random mission. The moment Qi Hao entered Yixian's house, a system notification rang out in his mind. The atmosphere seems a little strange, Qi Hao said with some surprise. What's strange? Yixian raised an eyebrow. After all, this was his first time in Qi Hao's house, so he did not know what was strange. Just as he finished speaking, an old man hurried over and said, "Second young master, you're finally back." "Grandpa Steward, what's wrong?" Qi Hao asked curiously. The old man paused and said, "It's like this. A genius with 200 scales has appeared in the Lian clan." A genius with 200 scales? Hearing this, Qi Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't that the same as Big Brother? Who is it? It's Lian Jun from the Lian clan. He's the same as First Young Master, a rank 9 half-step True Lord. The old man replied. A 9th stage half-step True Lord. A genius who has fused with 200 pieces of the World Annihilation Dragon scales just like Big Brother. Qi Hao paused for a moment before he said, "Does this mean that the Qi family is going to kill Lian Jun?" That Lian Jun is currently being closely guarded by the Lian clan. He's been staying in the Lian clan all this time, and the Patriarch and the others are all looking for a countermeasure, the old man said. The Bloodflame Hall's emissary will be here soon. If he finds out that the Lian clan also has a genius, I'm afraid that First Young Master. Hearing this, Qi Hao could not help but nod. With our relationship with the Lian clan, if that Lian Jun joins the Bloodflame Hall, our Qi family will only have one outcome, and that is to be destroyed. Of course, there was another way out, and that was to migrate the entire family and leave this place. However, with the Black Dragon calamity, it would be very dangerous for the entire family to migrate. This was no small matter, so Qi Hao joined the Qi family's meeting while Yixian was arranged to stay in the Qi family's residence. After a while, Qi Hao returned. What kind of faction is the Bloodflame Hall? Yixian could not help but ask when he saw Qi Hao return. There are half-step true monarchs in the Bloodflame Hall, but that's the hall master of the main hall. The Bloodflame Hall we speak of is only a branch established here. However, as long as one joins it, one will soar to the heavens in the future. Qi Hao replied. At this time Yi Xian suddenly recalled the old man's words and asked, "So this branch of the Blood Flame Hall is also a branch of the Black Dragon cult?" "Yes. That's why our Qi family wants to compete with the Lien clan for this spot. As long as one can join the Blood Flame army of the Blood Flame Hall, they will be able to obtain large amounts of cultivation resources. If one's aptitude is good, they will even be nurtured by the main hall." Qi Hao nodded. In the beginning, our Qi family did not place the Lien clan in our eyes, but who would have thought that a genius would appear in the Lien clan? Even a true monarch would need to be at least a third-stage true monarch in order to absorb 200 World Destruction Dragon Scales. Only a third-stage true monarch could absorb 200 World Destruction Dragon Scales. The Lien clan's Lien Jun and the Qi family's Lien Jun were both ninth-stage true monarchs. If this was not a genius, then what was? Then how are you going to deal with this? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. He felt that the chain mission this time was related to this matter, so he had to ask clearly. With his current strength, although he could not help much, he would have the qualifications to do so if given some time. Just now, my father has already communicated with the Lien clan's patriarch. They are preparing to have my elder brother fight with the Lien clan's Lien Jun. If one side loses, then the entire clan will migrate. Qi Hao replied. So they are staking everything on this one throw? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. When is that? In 10 days. Qi Hao replied. 10 days? Chapter 1845. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Kill Lien Jun of the Lien family in 10 days. At this time a system notification rang out. As expected, the chain random mission this time was related to the conflict between the Lien family and the Qi family. Following this, Yi Xian stayed in the Qi family. During this time he also broke through and became a third-rank true sage. Old Tree and the others also became seventh-rank true sages. 7 days later, the Qi family was ready to set off. The Qi family had led the large group and rushed toward the agreed location. They spent about 3 days on the journey. After 3 days, they arrived at the agreed location. It was exactly 10 days later. What a pity that Li Jun didn't come. Perhaps he's already nearby, but didn't appear because he saw so many experts? Yi Xian sighed helplessly. If Li Jun had appeared, Yi Xian could have asked Qi Hao to have the experts of the Qi family kill Li Jun and get rid of this problem. Unfortunately, Li Jun seemed to have disappeared and didn't appear. This time the Qi family had brought a lot of experts. The Qi family head leading the group was a first-ranked true monarch. In addition, there were also 6th-ranked true monarchs and 9th-ranked true monarchs, as well as dozens of high-level true monarchs. The Qi family was determined to win this battle. Don't forget that Qi Hao had participated in the 100 Scales meeting. At that time, although that huge person was only a first-ranked true monarch, he had fused with 300 World Destruction Dragon Scales. One had to know that other first-ranked true monarchs could fuse at most 180 World Destruction Dragon Scales, but he had fused with more than 300 World Destruction Dragon Scales. This was enough to see Lord Peng's aptitude. As such, Lord Peng's experience was very useful to Qi Hao. Although it was only 10 days, Lord Peng's experience had greatly benefited Qi Hao, and his battle strength had increased by 10%. Although it was only 10% of his battle strength, in this kind of situation, it was very likely to decide the outcome of the battle. We have to be careful. If the Lien clan loses this time, they might go back on their word and fight with us. They probably won't just leave obediently. Before the Lien family arrived, Qi Hao couldn't help but warn Yi Xian. If it were before, Yi Xian might have been a little afraid. But now he was not afraid at all. However, the random chain mission this time was to kill Lien Jun of the Lien family. Lien Jun was a 9th-stage half-step True Lord expert who had fused with 200 world-destroying dragon scales. His strength was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, the Lien clan's Lien Jun was currently the #1 target of the Lien clan's protection, so it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Lien Jun will definitely have a lot of experts protecting him. When the time comes, I'll have to use the experts from the Qi family to hold him back. Then I'll kill him in one strike. Yi Xian thought to himself as he glanced at the World Devastator ghostly dragon beside him. The World Destroyer Ogre Dragon, who did not use the Ogre Dragon transformation and remained in his human form, looked quite dashing. However, because his realm was too low, no one would notice him at all. As such, it would be easy to launch a sneak attack when the time came. After a while, the Lien clan's team arrived. This time, the number of experts in the Lien clan's team was about the same as the Qi clan's. If they were to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. No one would be able to gain an advantage. Patriarch Qi, you're early. A middle-aged man from the Lien clan said to the patriarch of the Qi clan. Patriarch Lien is earlier than the agreed time. Then should we start now or wait for the time to come? Patriarch Qi asked. Let's follow the agreed time. The patriarch of the Lien clan said. At the same time, he sized up the Qi clan's team and saw the 200-scale genius from the Qi clan, Qi Ming. Both sides were sizing up each other's strength. At the same time, they were using voice transmissions to discuss in private. In fact, whether it was the Lien clan or the Qi clan, they both had the same idea. If they were to lose, then they would directly shed all pretense of cordiality and not let the other party have an easy time. Yixian had already considered this point. After all, the strength of the Blood Flame Hall was very strong. If he could join, then the strength of the Blood Flame Hall would rise greatly. Even if both sides suffered losses, he had to obtain this spot. Qi Ming, that's Lien Jun. What do you think the chances of winning are? Patriarch Qi asked. Father, please rest assured. I don't dare to say that I have 100% chance of winning this battle, but I definitely have a 90% chance. Qi Ming said. Good, very good. However, you have to be careful. I'm afraid that the Lien clan will play some tricks later. Patriarch Qi reminded. In his expectations, Qi Ming would be able to win this battle. However, Qi Ming had broken through to the 9th stage half-step true monarch earlier than Lien Jun. Moreover, he had already integrated 203 World Destruction Dragon Scales. Lien Jun had just integrated 200 World Destruction Dragon Scales. It was precisely because of this that he was able to break through to the 9th stage half-step true monarch. In comparison, Qi Ming's chances of winning were indeed much higher. However, this did not guarantee that Qi Ming would definitely win. Soon it was time for the agreed time. Patriarch Qi, shall we? Patriarch Lien clan said. Hearing this, the head of the Qi family nodded slightly, and Qi Ming immediately walked out. On the other side, a person walked out from the Lien clan's team. It was a young man with dark skin. As for the Qi clan and the Lien clan, both sides retreated far away. The relative distance between them was about the same. If you are ready, then begin yourselves. Patriarch Lien clan said. No one was a child anymore. The moment they walked out, they were already prepared. This way, there was no need for anyone to call for them to begin. However, just as Patriarch Lien clan's voice fell, Qi Ming and Lien Jun both transformed. Originally, the Qi clan and the Lien clan were both separated from the same clan of black dragons. However, as time passed and various interests drove the two clans into conflict. Simply speaking, both clans were Zuyoists. Their true forms were black dragons. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars rang out almost at the same time, falling into everyone's ears. In the next moment, these two huge figures began to fight. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Almost all battles between Zuyoists were physical confrontations. In the immortal realm, there were very few people who could refine the heavenly demon heart. However, in the holy realm it could be seen everywhere. This was because it was the most common heavenly demon heart for Zuyoists in the holy realm. However, as soon as the battle started, Qi Ming directly found a flaw in the opponent's body and ruthlessly whipped him with his dragon tail. Humph, as expected, Qi Ming is slightly better. This Lien Jun's strength simply can't compare to Qi Ming's. A Qi clan elder said with a cold humph. Once these words were said, everyone nodded. They reckoned that Qi Ming would definitely win this battle. However, what astonished them was that Lien Jun's ability to resist attacks was really too strong. If an ordinary person had been whipped by Qi Ming a few times, they would have already been defeated. However, this Lien Jun didn't. The wounds on his body were much fewer than what everyone had expected. Chapter 1846. It seems that this battle is in the bag. Everyone, be careful in case the Lien family plays any tricks. The patriarch of the Qi family hurriedly sent a voice transmission to everyone and then said to Qi Ming, "Qi Ming, don't go too far. Come back." Originally, Qi Ming and Lian Jun were fighting between the two sides, but with Lian Jun's defeat, their battlefield was much closer to the Lian family, so the patriarch of the Qi family reminded them. After hearing this, Qi Ming immediately reacted. This position was very unfavorable for him. Just now he was a little too excited, so he took advantage of the victory to pursue. Now that his father reminded him, he immediately stopped and retreated. However, at this moment, go! The patriarch of the Lian family suddenly sent a voice transmission to everyone. In the next moment, all the experts of the Lian family turned into black dragons and charged toward Qi Ming. As long as I kill you, I want to see what qualifications the Qi family has to compete with our Lian family. The patriarch of the Lian family thought to himself, not good. Qi Ming and the experts of the Qi family saw this, and their expressions changed drastically. Sure enough, the Lian family was going back on their word. Fortunately, the patriarch of the Qi family had reminded them, otherwise, Qi Ming would have gone deeper, and it would have been even more difficult to escape. No, the current Qi Ming was still not out of danger. Bastard, you were having a good time just now, weren't you? Take this. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice fell into Qi Ming's ears. The one who spoke was the black dragon in front of him, Lian Jun. Before he could react, Lian Jun flashed to his side. Then his huge body turned, and his dragon tail quickly whipped out, directly hitting Qi Ming's dragon back. In an instant, Qi Ming was hit by the Lian family's experts. This Lian Jun was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His strength was probably higher than Qi Ming's. Qi Ming couldn't understand. Lian Jun, who had just broken through to the 9th grade half-step true monarch, was actually stronger than him. But then he knew. Trash, do you think I only fused with the World Extermination Dragon scale? I fused with a section of the World Extermination Dragon bone. Lian Jun continued. World Extermination Dragon bone. Lian Jun had actually fused with a piece of the World Extermination Dragon bone. If the emissary of the Bloodfire Hall came, Qi Ming would definitely be suppressed by Lian Jun. After all, only 1 in 100 people could fuse with a dragon bone. Previously, Yixian had also seen a black dragon that had fused with the dragon bone of Armageddon. However, that was only an immortal beast, so it was probably just a stroke of luck. Now, the person who has fused with the dragon bone of destruction is actually a Zooist. This is really awesome. Kill Lian Jun at all costs. The Qi family patriarch's eyes immediately turned red. He felt that Qi Ming was doomed this time. Since that was the case, then the Qi family would fight to the death with the Lian family. In an instant, the experts of the Qi family all transformed into their true forms. Even the 6th-stage half-step true monarch Qi Hao did the same. An earth-shattering battle was about to unfold. At the same time, Yixian was looking at the experts in front of him, planning in his heart. He actually managed to fuse with a piece of the dragon bone of destruction. That means his strength is comparable to that of a true lord. With the heaven-breaking ape god's strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to kill him. Yixian thought in his heart. The heaven-breaking ape god was now only a 7th-stage true monarch. Even with the mystic god armor, it would be difficult to kill Lian Jun. After all, Lian Jun was completely protected by the Lian family. At this time, Yixian was thinking how good it would be if Wei Jintian's magical equipment system was upgraded to level 2. Then, the mystic god armor would be level 2. Would he still be afraid of not being able to kill Lian Jun? Whatever, kill. As long as we kill all the experts of the Lian family, then Lian Jun is dead for sure. Thinking of this, Yixian directly summoned the old tree and the others. Wei Jintian transformed into the myriad beasts diagram and suppressed all the black dragons. In the myriad beasts diagram, as long as it was a beast, it would be suppressed. Of course, Yixian's physical body would not be affected. In this way, the old tree and the others played a greater role. Inferno Soul Locking Chain. Inferno Soul Suppressing Tablet. Inferno Soul Breaking Strike. Heaven Shocking 72 Strikes. Dragon Roar of Destruction. Black Dragon Wave of Destruction. The old tree, the heaven-splitting ape god, and the world destroyer ghost dragon all used their trump cards. As for Luoluo, Yixian did not summon her because his time reversal skill could not be used before the holder of the bloodline died. If something went wrong, then it would be a tragedy. As for himself, he did not merge with the world destroyer ghost dragon. After all, He was looking for an opportunity to suddenly kill Lien Jun. The Myriad Beasts diagram, the bloodline of the Divine Beast Envoy, and the title of Divine Beast Envoy gave the old tree and the others super strong abilities. If they did not transform, these people would not be affected. However, once they transformed, their combat power would be reduced by 50%. Moreover, if they were injured by the old tree and the others, the damage would be increased. However, these Zuyoists did not know. Oh right. At this time Yixian suddenly thought of this. He could use the Myriad Beasts diagram to turn the situation around. Immediately, he sent a voice transmission to Qi Hao. Qi Hao, let the people of the Qi family return to their human forms. Why? Qi Hao said in surprise. I have a magic treasure that can suppress at least 50% of your original strength. After you return to your original form, you won't be affected. As long as you act together, you can instantly wipe out most of the experts of the Lien family. Yixian said. What? Our strength decreased because of your magic treasure? After hearing this, Qi Hao was very shocked. No one knew the reason for the decrease in their strength, but they did not expect that it was Yixian's doing. If what Yixian said was true, then they would definitely win this battle. Qi Hao pondered for a moment. After all, if what Yixian said was false, then their strength would decrease by a lot. After all, their original form was stronger. However, Qi Hao finally decided to believe Yixian, and then sent a voice transmission to the experts of the Qi family. When the experts of the Qi family heard this, they hesitated. If it was false, their Qi family would definitely lose people. But if it was true, then the Lien family would definitely be destroyed this time. Patriarch, what should we do? Someone asked through voice transmission. When the patriarch of the Qi family heard this, he could not help but look at Qi Ming, who was surrounded by the experts of the Lien family. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to save Qi Ming. But if what Qi Hao said was true, then Qi Ming's strength would greatly increase. At that time, not only would Qi Ming not die, he would even be able to suppress the crowd and challenge the Lien family alone. This magic treasure has indeed reduced our strength by 50%. Even the Lien family is the same. The patriarch of the Qi family thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. Everyone change. This voice transmission reached the ears of all the members of the Qi family. Immediately, the figures of all the Qi family members quickly shrank, including Qi Ming, who was surrounded. Chapter 1847. Although the combat power of the human form was much lower than the original form, after transforming into the human form, the suppressed 50% of the strength returned. Overall, it was much stronger than the original form. If that's the case, kill. The Qi family members widened their eyes and turned into streams of light, charging directly into the Lien family's camp. Even in human form, the Qi family members were much stronger than the Lien family members whose strength had been reduced by 50%. In an instant, a large number of the Lien family members fell, a full half. What's going on? The Lien family head was shocked. The Qi family's strength was about the same as theirs. Why did their strength increase after transforming into human form? Moreover, why did their strength decrease by 50% in the beginning? Could it be the Qi family's doing? However, it was too late to react now. You're courting death. Qi Ming also transformed into human form and charged directly at the Lien family head, who was a rank 1 true lord. Bang! With just one punch, the Lien family head was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood like it was raining. Looking at this chaotic battle, Yixian had already begun to move quietly. Merge! In an instant, Yixian merged with the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, and his strength skyrocketed. Slaughter Seal explode. Earlier, the Old Tree, the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, and the Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape had joined forces to kill 1 or 2 experts of the Lien family. Therefore, Yixian's Slaughter Seal had reached 6. Now all 6 of them were exploding. With more than 7 times the strength, Yixian's aura was shockingly strong. After merging, Yixian could still use the previous skills even though he had transformed into the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon. The pair of pitch-black dragon eyes stared and landed on Lien Jun. Then, the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's figure quietly disappeared. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon had already arrived behind Lien Jun. Flame Kill. Black Dragon Wave. Boom! The world destroyer ghostly dragon opened its mouth and directly spat out a scorching dragon breath. Yixian had already marked Lianjun with the death warrant, so even if Lianjun transformed into his original form, Yixian would still be able to find him. Although Lianjun had fused with the apocalyptic dragon bone and reached the 9th stage half-step true monarch realm, his current strength had dropped by 50%. If Lianjun were to be compared to Li Jun, he was truly nothing. Yixian had only used a single black dragon flame wave to blast half of his body into smithereens. Ding! Host has completed the second round of the chain random mission. The system beeped. Yixian had completed his mission. In that case, this battle was more or less over. Yixian had forgotten about the 10,000 beasts diagram. Otherwise, the few of them would have been able to challenge the entire Lian clan. Of course, this was under the condition that the Lian family expert had transformed into his true form. Ha ha ha, Lian clan, today is the day you perish. The head of the Qi family laughed loudly. The faces of the Lian clan members had already sunk to the bottom. Seemed like they were in trouble this time. Although a few of the Lian clan members had transformed back into their human forms, it was of no use. The black dragon corpses continued to float in the air. There were only a few Lian clan experts left. Damn it! How did you do it? The head of the Lian clan roared loudly. Die! However, the head of the Qi family had no intention of wasting his breath and attacked directly. Under the siege of a group of people, the head of the Lian clan was directly blasted to death and turned into a corpse. This battle was a complete victory for the Qi family. Moreover, it seemed like no one had died. This was all because of Yixian. Ha ha ha, the Lian clan's team has been annihilated. Awesome! Even Lianjun, who had fused with the apocalyptic dragon bone, has fallen. The Lian clan is no longer a threat to us. Head of the Qi family, why don't we take advantage of this victory and kill our way to the Lian clan's mansion? The experts of the Qi family could not hide their joy. However, the head of the Qi family did not let his joy get to his head. He turned his head and looked at Yixian. Little brother, was that your Dharma treasure just now? Yes, it was my natal Dharma treasure. Yixian nodded and summoned the million beasts diagram. A natal Dharma treasure meant that only Yixian could use it. Even if others obtained it, they would not be able to use it. Good, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, even if our Qi family won, we would have suffered heavy losses. The head of the Qi family thanked him and said, Little brother, we may be going directly to the Lian clan's mansion next. Can you help us one more time? Don't worry, when the time comes, we will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Reward? How much? Yixian raised his eyebrows. He had forgotten about this matter. He was originally just a passerby. Not only did he save Qi Hao, but he also saved so many people and helped the Qi family take down the Lian clan. He was not a saint. How could he not want a reward? The Lian clan still has a first-stage true monarch. However, with the help of your Dharma treasure, even a second-stage true monarch will fall. After this matter is settled, I am willing to give you 2,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales as a reward, said the head of the Qi family. 2,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales? Yixian could not help but laugh when he heard this. First it was 1 scale. Later on it was 5 scales. Then it was the 3rd stage of the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. It required 20 World Annihilation Dragon Scales to increase its strength by 1%. 2,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales were enough for the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon to complete the 3rd stage. In other words, its combat power would be doubled. Awesome. Okay, deal. Yixian immediately agreed. This deal was really profitable. Although the Qi family was not small, there were so many people in the family. The number of World Annihilation Dragon Scales required was actually quite large. However, with the addition of the Lian family, they would be able to gather 2,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales. The Qi family was actually interested in the cultivation resources of the Lian family. Although the World Annihilation Dragon Scales were precious, ordinary people did not need so many of them. Cultivation realm was more important. Yixian did not lack cultivation resources. What he lacked was the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. The Qi family was the exact opposite. The two complemented each other. It was a win-win situation. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Qi family's team continued on their journey. Yixian estimated that they would arrive at the Lian family in 3 days. During the journey, Yixian's cultivation realm broke through again. He became a 4th stage true sage. The old tree and the others became 8th stage true sages. Their strength had also increased qualitatively. At this time, the Qi family's team had already arrived at the Lian family's mansion. After sensing so many powerful auras, the experts in the Lian family's mansion could not remain calm. They all flew into the sky. They were all high-level half-step true monarchs. Previously, the Lian family's head had only brought half of the Lian family's combat power. The reason why they left half was that they were afraid that the Qi family would turn around and attack them. Chapter 1848. The Qi family? Suddenly an old voice sounded. Then an old man walked out from the group of Lian family experts. He was a rank 1 true monarch and was the previous family head of the Lian family. Lian family, today will be the day of your destruction. The family head of the Qi family coldly snorted. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly as to attack my Lian family. What a disgrace. The old family head thought that the Qi family didn't keep their promise and couldn't help but mock them. Hee hee. The family head of the Qi family cracked a smile and threw out corpses from his yin and yang ring. These corpses belonged to the experts of the Lian family, including the family head and the number 1 genius of the Lian family, Lian Jun. When the Lian family saw them clearly, they were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? The old family head was shocked. The experts that his son brought out this time were already half of the Lian family's experts. How could they still die? Could it be that the Qi family's experts were all mobilized? That couldn't be right. His son was a rank 1 true monarch. Even if he couldn't win, he should be able to escape back to the Lian family. How could he have been killed without even sending back a single piece of news? Thinking of this, the old family head knew that the Qi family must have set up an ambush and found experts. My son! The old family head was very pained. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Cut the crap. I said that today will be the day of your Lian family's destruction. Attack. The family head of the Qi family said nothing and directly transformed into a black dragon. The experts of the Qi family also did the same. Seeing this, the experts of the Lian family also transformed. They reckoned that this time, the Lian family's family head was dead. This grudge must be avenged. Yixian, who was only a half-step perfected person, stood in the distance and watched. As for Wei Zhentian, it had already transformed into an ordinary treasure and hung on Qi Hao's body. When the time was right, Wei Zhentian would immediately transform into the myriad beasts diagram and suppress everyone. Of course, before that, the Qi family had to put on a show and find a suitable opportunity to quickly eliminate the experts of the Lian family. Rumble. In the sky above the Lian family, a group of black dragons were fighting and screaming. In the distance, Yixian was waiting for an order from the family head. At this moment, little brother, do it. In Yixian's mind, the voice of the Qi family head finally rang out. Immediately, he gave the command to Dada. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the myriad beasts diagram. However, the Qi family had come prepared this time. When the Qi family head had sent a voice transmission to Yixian, many of them had already taken human form. As soon as the myriad beasts diagram appeared, the experts of the Lian clan were instantly suppressed, their strength dropping by 50%. On the other side, the Qi family's experts had all transformed into their human forms. Their strength far surpassed the Lian family's experts. Kill! The Qi clan's experts attacked with all their might, killing more than half of the Lian clan's experts in an instant. Now, whether it was in terms of individual combat strength or numbers, the Qi family had the advantage. In that case, there was no suspense in this battle. Very quickly, the Lian clan was occupied by the Qi clan's troops. Then they began to plunder without restraint. If even the high-level half-step true lords in his family were all dead, then the mid-level and low-level half-step true lords wouldn't be able to do anything. After that, the Qi family head quickly collected 2,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon Scales. These 2,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon Scales were originally for the Lian clan's family head to nurture new prodigies. Unexpectedly, the Lian clan's family head was annihilated. So these World Annihilation Dragon Scales fell into the hands of the Qi family head. Previously, the Qi family head had promised to give Yixian 2,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon Scales, as long as Yixian helped to destroy the Lian clan. Little brother, it's all thanks to you this time. Here are 2,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Take them. The Qi family head generously handed the items to Yixian. The latter checked and found that there were exactly 2,000 pieces. Immediately, he threw these World Annihilation Dragon Scales into the planting space for the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. 2,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon Scales were enough to increase the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's combat strength by 100%. The first stage was 1 piece, the second stage was 5 pieces, and the third stage was 20 pieces. In that case, in the fourth stage, how much would the World Annihilation Dragon Scales increase by every 1%? Thank you, Senior. Yixian grinned and hurriedly thanked him. Next, the Qi family head ordered a few people to stay in the Lian clan, while he led the team back to the Qi family. Now that the Lian clan had been destroyed and their number 1 genius, Lian Jun, had fallen, the Lian clan was no longer a threat. In a few days, the Blood Flame Hall's emissary would arrive. At that time, no one would compete with Qi Ming for the qualifications to enter the Blood Flame Hall. However, with Yixian around, the Qi family's team directly passed through the Void Door and returned to the Qi family. You came back just in time. The Blood Flame Hall's emissary sent a message saying that he will arrive at our Qi family in 3 days. An old man said to the Qi family head, "Father, isn't the Blood Flame Hall's emissary only coming a month later?" The Qi family head asked in shock. According to the plan, but now that the Lian clan has been destroyed, it doesn't matter. It's good to let Qi Ming enter the Blood Flame Hall as soon as possible. The old man revealed a gratified smile and said, "This must be little brother Yixian. Thank you very much this time." Senior is too polite, Yixian said with a smile. Next, Yixian continued to stay in the Qi family because the third part of the chain of random missions had yet to appear. Before the Blood Flame Hall's emissary arrived, Yixian's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the 5th stage of True Sage while the Old Tree and the others were 9th stage True Sages. As for Luoluo, she had already reached the half-step True Monarch realm. With their current strength, even if they didn't use the Myriad Beast diagram, they could still destroy the Qi family or the Lian family. 3 days later, a powerful aura descended on the Qi family. After feeling this powerful aura, the Qi family's experts rushed out. The Qi family head, Qi Ming, Qi Hao, and Yixian all appeared. "Greetings, Lord Emissary." The Qi family's experts immediately understood that the middle-aged man in front of them was the emissary from the Blood Flame Hall. He was here to bring talented geniuses back to the Blood Flame Hall. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, "Since you already know my identity, there's no need to say anything more. On the way here, I've already heard about the Lian family. In that case, they should have lost their qualifications." Gulp. Hearing this, the Qi family's experts broke out in cold sweat. After the Lian family's experts died, they took control of the Lian family. The news of the Lian family's Lian Jun fusing with a world-destroying dragon bone didn't spread, so they weren't worried about the middle-aged man's anger. Chapter 1849. Before anyone could speak, the middle-aged man continued, "There are countless geniuses in this world, but only those who can grow up can be considered true geniuses. The fallen Lian Jun died halfway, which means that he didn't have the luck to do so. Alright, who is Qi Ming in your family?" Hearing this, Qi Ming immediately stepped forward and said, "Qi Ming greets Senior." The middle-aged man sensed carefully and said, "Yes, you have indeed fused with 200 World Destruction Dragon Scales and are qualified to join the Blood Flame Army of the Blood Flame Hall. Prepare yourself and leave with me." "Yes, Senior," Qi Ming said respectfully. Then, the middle-aged man looked around to see if there were any talents in the Qi family that could be molded. In the end, he focused his attention on a single person. No, it couldn't be said to be a person, but an immortal beast. What a strong aura of destruction. A mere 9th grade perfected person has actually fused with no less than 200 World Destruction Dragon Scales? The middle-aged man was shocked. At this moment he felt this aura from the World Destruction Ghost Dragon. Qi Ming, a 9th grade half-step perfected lord, had fused with 200 World Destruction Dragon Scales. The World Destruction Ghost Dragon was only a 9th grade perfected person, but its aura was not inferior to Qi Ming's. The strongest people in the Qi family were 2 first-grade perfected lords, but this emissary from the Bloodflame Hall was a 3rd-grade perfected lord. He just happened to feel the aura of the World Destruction Ghost Dragon. However, what he didn't know was that the World Destruction Ghost Dragon had already fused with more than 200 World Destruction Dragon scales. Just a few days ago, it had already fused with more than 2,000 World Destruction Dragon scales. If he really counted, the World Destruction Ghost Dragon had already fused with more than 2,500 World Destruction Dragon scales and many World Destruction Dragon bones. However, the middle-aged man couldn't completely feel it. Who does this immortal beast belong to? The middle-aged man asked immediately. Yi Xian looked into his eyes and said with a frown, "Senior, it's a beast that I tamed. I'm a beast tamer." "It's you?" The middle-aged man was shocked because he felt that Yi Xian was only a 5th-grade perfected person. His realm was really low. However, for a rank 5 true master to be able to subdue a rank 9 true master like the world-destroying ghost dragon, he was quite capable. "Let me ask you, how many annihilation dragon scales has he fused with?" the middle-aged man asked. "This?" Yi Xian's heart trembled as he replied. 250. What? Once these words were spoken, the surrounding Qi family members were all extremely shocked. Among them, the most shocked was naturally Qi Hao. He still remembered when Yi Xian had told him that the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon had only absorbed 150 World Destroyer Dragon scales. But now, how come there were suddenly 100 more? Not bad, not bad. You have such aptitude as a rank 9 true master. If he was in my Bloodflame Hall, he would be able to instantly kill any genius. Unfortunately, he seems to have yet to take human form. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Even though the World Devastator Ghost Dragon is in human form right now, it is still fundamentally different from Yi Xian and the others. When the World Devastator Ghost Dragon truly cultivates its human form, it will become a Zuyuis like the old tree. Yi Xian also felt a little helpless. The World Devastator Ghost Dragon is just a bystander. Why is it so important? Young man, I guess it must be because of you that he was able to absorb so many World Destroyer Dragon scales, right? The middle-aged man focused his attention on Yi Xian again. Beast tamers usually have some special methods to increase the strength of immortal beasts or other things. Yes, Yi Xian said with a nod at once. That's good. You can follow me back to the Bloodflame Hall later. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened. If Qi Ming was compared to the World Devastator Ghost Dragon, he would be instantly crushed by the latter. What kind of genius is that? In front of the World Devastator Ghost Dragon, they are all trash. This? Yi Xian was somewhat hesitant. What? You don't want to? The middle-aged man frowned. The Bloodflame Hall is the overlord of this area. Countless people want to join it but have no way to do so. However, Yi Xian was actually still hesitating. Senior, I have something to do now. To be honest, I have a huge grudge that has yet to be avenged. Yi Xian said. What grudge? Tell me and I will help you get it. The middle-aged man said. I won't trouble you. When I get my revenge, I will definitely go to the Bloodflame Hall. Yi Xian replied. The middle-aged man paused and asked, how long will it take? A year at most. Okay, then I will wait a year. The middle-aged man immediately nodded. A year was nothing to him, so he could naturally wait. However, in the current situation, even the city was in danger of being destroyed by the black dragons. Therefore, the middle-aged man took out a red armor from his yin and yang ring and threw it to Yi Xian, saying, This is the Bloodflame armor refined by the Bloodflame Hall. Once you wear it, no one below the level of True Lord can hurt you. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and immediately put on the Bloodflame armor. The Bloodflame armor was completely red. After wearing it, it would form a Bloodflame barrier around it, and it could be retracted and released freely. Originally, Yi Xian was afraid that he could not use time reversal and his safety could not be guaranteed. Now that he had this Bloodflame armor, he reckoned that there would not be too much of a problem. However, he actually hoped that the middle-aged man would give him some World Annihilation Dragon scales. After all, he was an emissary of a large force. At least give him 1 or 2,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales, right? After passing the third stage of the World Annihilation Dragon scales, the fourth stage required 50 World Annihilation Dragon scales. 50 World Annihilation Dragon Scales could only increase one's combat strength by 1%. Therefore, this stage required 5,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales, which was not a small number. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man did not seem to have any intention of giving Yi Xian the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. He felt that Yi Xian should not be lacking World Annihilation Dragon Scales. After all, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had only fused with 200 pieces. Soon, Qi Ming packed his luggage and left with the middle-aged man. Of course, before the middle-aged man left, Yi Xian had already marked him with a death warrant. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! The host has triggered the third round of the chain random mission. Assist the Qi family to survive the Black Dragon disaster. The third round of the mission had finally appeared. From the looks of it, it seemed that a large number of black dragons would attack next. However, Yi Xian, who had the Myriad Beasts diagram, was not afraid at all. Coupled with the experts of the Qi family, this mission would definitely be completed. Sure enough, on the second day after the middle-aged man left with Qi Ming, a black shadow attacked the Qi family. Not good, family head. A large number of black dragons are attacking. A ninth-stage half-step true monarch quickly rushed into the residence of the Qi family head. How many? Chapter 1850. There are at least 5,000 of them. Furthermore, their auras are very strong. I'm afraid they are all rank 3 true monarchs. The ninth-stage half-step true monarch said. 5,000 black dragons, and the strongest one is a rank 3 true monarch? The Qi family head was shocked. Under such circumstances, those participating in the battle would be at least half-step true monarchs. The Qi family only had 100 people at most. Moreover, if that rank 3 true monarch black dragon attacked, the entire Qi family would be destroyed. Of course, if it was before, the Qi family would definitely be destroyed. However, the Qi family head calmed down a lot when he remembered that there was still a life-saving straw in his family. This life-saving straw was none other than Yi Xian, who possessed the Myriad Beasts diagram. As long as Yi Xian was present, the threat of the Black Dragon Tide would be reduced by 70%. As long as he had the Myriad Beasts diagram, the Qi family head was confident that he could deal with that rank 3 true monarch black dragon alone. That huge group of black dragons was rushing toward the Qi family. That ninth-stage half-step true monarch had only received a report from the front lines. Immediately, the Qi family head began to gather experts. Yi Xian. While the Qi family head was gathering experts, Qi Hao had already arrived outside Yi Xian's residence. Clang! Yi Xian opened the courtyard door and asked in surprise, Qi Hao, what's the matter? It's like this. A group of black dragons suddenly came from the north of the Qi family. There are at least 5,000 of them, so... Qi Hao said. 5,000? Yi Xian was shocked. The largest group he had encountered before was only around 1,000, and it was a group of low-level black dragons. This time there were 5,000 of them. It was simply inconceivable. How strong are they? Yi Xian asked. There seems to be a rank 3 true monarch black dragon. Qi Hao replied. Just a rank 3 true monarch? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the group of black dragons this time was not weak. However, this was nothing to him right now. At the same time, he also understood that this group of black dragons was the target of the chain random mission. Alright, I got it. I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded. Qi Hao suddenly frowned and said worriedly, But your realm? Don't worry. Although my realm is low, my strength is not weak. I have the ability to protect myself. Yi Xian replied before heading towards the place where the experts of the Qi family were gathered. This Black Dragon Brigade came out of nowhere. The Qi family gathered 90% of their experts in a short period of time, and then readied themselves for battle. Although there were less than 100 people in the Qi family, each and every one of them was an expert. Furthermore, their mission was not to kill all of the black dragons, but to let these black dragons do what they should. As for Yi Xian, he had the same goal. After all, he was helping the Qi family get through this crisis. In order to not let the Qi family be affected, the Qi family's team directly went up to meet them. Soon they encountered this group of black dragons. Myriad Beasts diagram suppress. Yi Xian immediately summoned the Myriad Beasts diagram. In the next moment, the speed of the black dragons was greatly reduced. As for the Qi family, they remained in human form. Come on. Yixian did not hold back. He immediately summoned the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon and merged with it. Undying Fighting Soul. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. World Destroyer Dragon Roar. Yixian immediately used the Eye of Assassination. He crossed a large distance and flashed into the midst of the black dragons. Roar. A dragon's roar spread. With the strength of the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, coupled with the effect of the Master of Imperial Beasts title, and the World Destroyer Dragon Roar, the effect was very obvious. Immediately, many black dragons were killed by this attack. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. System notifications rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yixian had 6 more slaughter seals. He then unleashed all of them. 7 times. World Destroyer Dragon Roar. Yixian's bloody mouth opened again. Another sound wave attack spread out. This time the number of black dragons that died was 10 times more than the previous time. 2 rounds of attack had caused the death of hundreds of black dragons. One more time. Yixian widened his eyes and unleashed another World Destroyer Dragon Roar. Unfortunately, the strength of the slaughter seals could not be stacked. Otherwise it would be too heaven-defying. The commotion here attracted the attention of the high-level black dragons. Immediately, some of the high-level black dragons at the True Lord level charged toward Yixian. Humph! Black Dragon Flame Wave. Yixian did not hesitate and opened his mouth to spit out, although the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon was only at the 9th stage True Master level. After fusing with so many World Destroyer Dragon Scales, coupled with the various enhancements, his attack was enough to kill a 1st stage True Lord. After all, these black dragons had their strength suppressed by 50%. Moreover, Yixian had a 4-fold increase in damage to beasts. The damage was simply explosive. In just one move, those black dragons that wanted to cause trouble for Yixian were directly killed. At the same time, the experts of the Qi family finally arrived. The Qi family's patriarch and old patriarch joined forces and directly charged into the group of black dragons like Yixian. At this time there was no need to risk their lives. Therefore, the Qi family's experts fought while retreating. First, they had to kill the black dragons. In just a few seconds, more than half of the black dragons were killed. However, the Qi family's side did not lose many people. Roar! That 3rd stage half-step True Lord Black Dragon roared toward the sky and actually wanted to escape. You want to leave? The Qi family's patriarch and old patriarch joined forces and were determined to cut off this dragon's head. However, at this moment, Black Dragon Flame Wave. Heaven-shocking 72 strikes. Yixian and the sky-breaking ape god joined forces and 2 extremely powerful attacks landed on this black dragon, instantly injuring it. Then, this black dragon was killed by the 2 true lords of the Qi family who arrived. Once the dragon's head was killed, the other black dragons scattered like rats scurrying across the street. They no longer had any intention of fighting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian and the Qi family's experts quickly killed. Corpses fell from the sky one after another, and a continuous rain of blood fell from the sky. After an unknown amount of time, there were no more black dragons in the sky. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood flowed for thousands of miles. Who would have thought that with the strength of our Qi family, we would be able to exterminate such a large group of black dragons? What a miracle! Yes, this group of black dragons is enough to exterminate a faction that is several times stronger than our Qi family. However, they fell at our hands. Little brother Ye's origin treasure is really too heaven-defying. It can even suppress a 3rd stage True Lord Black Dragon. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say whether we could have won this battle. Chapter 1851. Yixian could not be bothered with them. He immediately went down to collect the black dragon corpses. The higher the level of the black dragon, the bigger its body. That meant that they would have more dragon scales of destruction. Although the dragon scales of destruction were not as good as the dragon scales of destruction, these black dragons were huge. Many a little makes an ocean. Today, if it were not for Yixian, this group of black dragons would have killed their way to the Qi family. When that happened, the Qi family would have been in a bloodbath. Therefore, the Qi family did not take a single cent of the spoils. They gave them all to Yixian. Ding! Host has completed the chain random mission. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form has been upgraded. A system notification rang in Yixian's mind. The Dharma treasure form had finally been upgraded. Tisk TSK TSK. The second-level Dharma treasure, illustration of 10,000 beasts, can suppress 60% of one's strength. Not bad. Yixian grinned. Now he had a total of 4 Dharma treasures. The first was the Mystic Divine Armor, the second was the Necromancer Kettle, the third was the Soul-Absorbing Bell, and the fourth was the illustration of 10,000 beasts. As the Dharma treasure form was upgraded, the effects of these 4 Dharma treasures had also improved. The Mystic Divine Armor's strength and defense had increased. The Necromancer Kettle's refining speed had increased, and the effects of the soul-generating liquid had also increased. The illustration of 10,000 beasts could suppress 60% of one's strength. As for the soul-absorbing bell, it could even control one's mind. It was an enhanced version of the Eye of Soul. With the soul-absorbing bell, my Eye of Soul can be retired. Yixian thought to himself. In fact, the Eye of Soul could have been retired long ago. After all, Yixian was fighting so many levels higher now. The Eye of Soul was no longer effective. At that moment, he gave this skill to the system and received 2 Devour points. In addition to the 1 point that he did not use previously, he now had a total of 3 points. Other than that, the Dharma treasures that were not fixed had their effects greatly improved. For example, the Immortal Ascension Steps, Sky-Splitting Axe, Immortal Binding Rope, Heaven's Appraisal Stick, Judge's Brush, and so on. All in all, Yixian was very satisfied with this reward. Since the mission had been completed, there was no need for Yixian to stay in the Qi family any longer. Previously, when he had told the Blood Flame Hall's emissary that he had yet to take revenge, he was actually talking about Li Jun. As long as Li Jun didn't die, he wouldn't be able to use time reversal. If this continued, the Bloodfire Hall would be in trouble. That was why Yixian had rejected the middle-aged man. It's been so long, I wonder what Li Jun's realm is? Yixian raised an eyebrow. He was suddenly curious. He had already broken through from rank 2 True Master to rank 5 True Master. In that case, Li Jun should have broken through several times as well, right? He wondered what Li Jun's cultivation level would be the next time he met him. Yixian didn't care too much. In any case, he was much stronger than before. Furthermore, Wei Zhentian's magic treasure had evolved. He reckoned that he should be able to deal with Li Jun. Qi Hao Seniors, I still have important matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yixian said to the experts of the Qi family. The patriarch of the Qi family felt that it was a pity because Yixian's magic treasure was too useful. However, Yixian still had to take revenge and then go to the Bloodfire Hall, so he couldn't stay in the Qi family for long. Alright, be careful. Qi Hao nodded and said. Then Yixian turned around and left. Now that everything was over, he had to start collecting World Annihilation Dragon Scales again. 50 World Annihilation Dragon Scales for 1 point of enhancement was a little too much. Fortunately, World Annihilation Dragon Scales were easier to obtain than World Annihilation Dragon Scales, so he had another channel for enhancement. After that, Yixian began to wander around, exterminating the Black Dragon tribe and obtaining World Annihilation Dragon Scales and World Annihilation Dragon Bones. However, not long after he left the Qi family, a black figure appeared in the sky and was rapidly moving towards him. When Yixian heard Old Tree's words, he hurriedly stopped and looked over. Although he couldn't see who it was, Old Tree and World Annihilation Ghost Dragon could see it. It was Li Jun. Li Jun, you finally found me. Let's see how you're going to survive today. Yixian's eyes shone brightly. This time he was 100% confident. Why? Because he would be able to achieve another breakthrough in a while. When that happened, his realm would suddenly soar. Wouldn't he be able to take care of Li Jun? There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you chose to come. Yixian couldn't help but smile slightly. He immediately summoned Old Tree and World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. This aura shows that the other party is already a stage 6 half-true lord. Old Tree reminded him. It's just a stage 6 half-true lord. Yixian didn't think much of it. However, he felt that the black dragon under Li Jun wasn't that simple. What, a true lord? After the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon reported what it sensed to Yixian, the latter was also shocked. He still remembered that the last time Li Jun had tamed a third-stage half-step True Monarch Black Dragon. But this time, Li Jun had actually jumped 4 realms and tamed a True Monarch Black Dragon. He really didn't expect this. Once we get close, we'll directly attack and kill that black dragon under him. Yixian immediately made a plan in his mind. Li Jun was the holder of the Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline. As long as he killed his black dragon, Li Jun would only be an ordinary stage 6 half-true lord. At that time, not to mention the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, even the old tree would be able to kill him. "Brat, you're definitely going to die today," Li Jun shouted before he even got close. "You'll be the one to die." Yixian widened his eyes. After estimating the distance, he directly merged with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. His strength soared. Undying fighting soul. In an instant, his strength soared by 3 times. Death Hunting Order. This time Yixian took the initiative to mark the black dragon under Li Jun. Unfortunately, when the Death Hunting Order was just marked, Li Jun merged with his black dragon. Ding! The Death Hunting Order's effect has disappeared. A system notification sounded. As expected, Li Jun could not be marked by Yixian's Death Hunting Order. After he merged with his black dragon, the Death Hunting Order was erased. However, this did not matter. Massacre Seal. Million Beasts Illustration. Black Dragon Flame Blast. Before Li Jun could get close, Yixian directly opened his mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. This time, the Million Beasts illustration could suppress 60% of his strength. It was 10% more than before. Although it was only 10%, it was enough. Boom! Li Jun also opened his mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. The 2 dragons' breaths collided, and the air billowed. Chapter 1852. Has Li Jun's strength increased by a lot? Yixian thought to himself as he dodged quickly. However, he had only used his Undying War Soul and had not used the Slaughter Seal. Slaughter Mode activate. All 3 Slaughter Seals were used up by Yixian, increasing his combat strength by nearly 4 times. In total, it was almost 7 times stronger. Again, Black Dragon Flame Blast. Another jet black dragon's breath burst out. Rumble. Another collision of energy. However, this time Yixian was at a disadvantage. What's going on? I was able to tie with him last time. Why am I at a disadvantage this time? Yixian was a little surprised. In the next moment, he thought of a possibility. He had seen a few life forms under Li Jun's clothes. I see. Did he sign a contract with some small immortal beasts and then fight together to increase his strength? Yixian immediately understood. He also had this skill. As long as the 5 old tree fought together, all 6 of them would receive a double boost. Although Li Jun only had the bloodline of the Imperial Beast Envoy, his bloodline was much more powerful than Yixian's, so the boost would definitely be more than double. If that's the case, I'll pretend to be weak first. Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a move called playing hard to get. He would pretend to be defeated, but when the opportunity came, he would amaze the world and kill Li Jun instantly. Ha ha ha, stinking brat, today is the day you die. Your bloodline and treasures are all mine. Li Jun laughed out loud and spat out another jet of dragon breath. Extreme Space Shield. Yixian quickly used his trump card and absorbed the dragon breath that had been greatly reduced by the Black Dragon Flame Blast. Then he returned it 3 times. Huff huff huff. Li Jun quickly dodged and said, "You're really good at accumulating points. I can't wait to kill you." "Is that so?" Yixian sneered and said, "Now I'll show you what true strength is." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of system notifications rang out in Yixian's mind. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 6 true master. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World Annihilating Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhantian, and Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape have all broken through. They are now first-grade half-step true monarchs. Finally, he broke through. Although there was a difference of 1 realm between a rank 9 true sage and a rank 1 half-step true monarch, because it was a large realm, the increase was much greater than a normal breakthrough. Yixian and the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon improved together. After merging, their strength instantly increased exponentially. Li Jun, you're finished. Yixian widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. What? Li Jun was shocked. He never thought that Yixian would suddenly become so powerful. Immediately, he activated his skills and prepared to flee. However, in the next moment, the Yixian in front of him suddenly disappeared and arrived behind him. This move was not the Eye of Assassination, but the teleportation of the space-time bloodline. Black Dragon Flame Blast. This attack landed accurately on the Black Dragon's body. This time, Li Jun was blasted into nothingness. It had to be said that Li Jun was very unlucky. He actually came before Yixian broke through. During the battle, Yixian just happened to break through and was able to kill Li Jun. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host has killed the holder of the Divine Beast Envoy bloodline. Reward Tower of Trials respawned. When Yixian heard the system notification, he was completely stunned. Tower of Trials respawned? F***CK. This reward is amazing. Yixian was shocked. Previously, he was still worried about how to respawn the Tower of Trials. Now it had been refreshed. It's not a waste to be harassed by Li Jun so many times. I finally gained something. Yixian grinned and glanced at it. He realized that he could finally use the time reversal skill. However, before that, he had to clear the entire Tower of Trials. Oh right, the last time I challenged the Tower of Trials I had the Skyfire 3 Mystic Change skill. The current me will probably stop at the 6th level. If I want to go to the 7th level, I'll have to strengthen my bloodline. Yixian thought to himself. Then he began to challenge the Tower of Trials. The first level was a level higher than Yixian's. A level 7 True Master. This was not difficult for Yixian at all. The second level was a level 8 True Master. The third level was a level 9 True Master. Soon Yixian reached the 6th level. He was now a level 5 True Master. The guardian of the 6th level was 6 levels higher than him. He was a level 2 Half-True Monarch. This time his opponent was a demonic cultivator. He was slightly stronger than an immortal cultivator. Unicorn Descend. Yixian immediately used his trump card and summoned a level 3 Ice Emperor Unicorn. Yixian hadn't used Unicorn Descend recently. However, this didn't mean that it wasn't useful. At least in the Tower of Trials, Yixian could use it as he pleased. After all, every time he cleared a level the skill would be refreshed. The guardian of the 6th level still couldn't stop Yixian. However, Yixian still spent a lot of time dealing with him. The 7th level won't be that easy. I'll have to strengthen it. Yixian thought to himself. At this point he already had 9 Devour points. He could use them to strengthen his bloodline. However, Devour points could be used in many ways. The Imperial Beast Envoy bloodline is useless in the Tower of Trials. Therefore, I can use it to strengthen other bloodlines. This way, I'll be able to obtain Devour points after clearing the Tower of Trials. Yixian finally decided to use it to strengthen his Immortal Slaying bloodline after some thought. Ding! Slaughter Seal leveled up. Ding! Slaughter Seal leveled up. Ding! Slaughter Seal leveled up. Originally, the Slaughter Seal skill of the Immortal Slaying bloodline had only leveled up once. This time Yixian directly leveled up the Slaughter Seal skill 3 times. After leveling up, the number of Slaughter Seals increased to 9. Moreover, it could be used 5 times a day. In addition, after each Slaughter Seal was activated, the Slaughter status would be increased by 1. 8 times. Previously it was only 1. 2 times. If all 9 Slaughter Seals were used, it would increase his combat strength by 16 times. At the same time, the Immortal Slaying Puppet could also be summoned with 2, 4, 6, and 8 seals, increasing its combat strength. The Immortal Slaying Breath Slash that initially consumed 3 seals not only increased in power, but it could also be used 3 times in a row. The Immortal Slashing Arrow with 4 seals also increased in power, and the number of arrows increased to 5. As for the Immortal Slaying Sword formation with 5 seals, its power and range were increased. Moreover, after using it, it would automatically summon an Immortal Slaying Puppet with 8 seals to battle. These 3 Devour points were well spent. As such, there were only 6 Devour points left. Let's start the challenge first. Yixian did not waste any time and directly started to challenge the 7th level. After leveling up 3 times, the effect of the Slaughter Seal was very obvious. At the beginning, Yixian directly activated 5 Slaughter Seals, increasing his combat strength by 9 times. Chapter 1853. The 7th level was a success and he gained another devour point. Next up was the 8th level. However, the 8th level was not that easy to pass. There was a gap of 8 levels and it was several times more difficult than the 7th level. Yixian was knocked down. The challenge was a failure. Forget it. I won't challenge the 8th and 9th levels for now. Yixian decided to give up on these 2 levels. After all, he could not always use the devour points on himself. He had to rely on the monsters to survive. He thought for a moment and decided to use the devour points to upgrade his Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline. The Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline was an evolution path, so it could be upgraded with just 1 devour point. This time Yixian upgraded it 3 times. After 3 evolutions, the Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline increased the monster's combat power from 1 time to 1.6 times and its growth speed was also 1.6 times. In addition, every monster that appeared would increase the combat power of the master and the monster by 80%, which was 60% more than the previous 20% increase. 5 monsters, that was 4 times the increase. If I could summon monsters in the Tower of Trials, I could at least get to the 15th level. Yixian felt helpless in his heart. The 15th level was 15 devour points, which could increase his combat power by several times. After so many evolutions, Yixian decided to save some devour points for later use. However, at this time Yixian suddenly remembered something. Oh right, that Li Jun had so many monsters. With the Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline's effect, his combat power has increased by a lot. I still have 5 minions, so I might as well keep 5 minions on me. This way I can maintain a 4x increase in combat strength at any time. If Old Shu and the others come out, I can directly increase my combat strength by 8x. Yixian's eyes lit up at the thought. This Li Jun gave him experience points after his death. What a good guy. Yixian did not need to look for these decorative monsters. They could be found in the planting space. Coincidentally, there was a mini immortal beast called the golden silver striped snake. It was thinner than a finger and could be wrapped around his arm. Even if there were 5 of them, it would not affect anything. Ding! Master-servant contract successfully formed. Ding! The master-servant contract has been successfully formed. A series of notifications rang out in Yixian's mind. With every contract, Yixian felt his strength increase by 80%. He wasn't going to store these 5 silver-striped golden snakes in his space, so he could hang them on his wrist at any time. Then Yixian summoned the old tree and the others. If 10 beasts attacked at the same time, one would increase his combat power by 80%, and 10 beasts would increase his combat power by 8 times. Yixian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If he had this boost, then he definitely wouldn't have any problems passing the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials. Round it up again. Yixian narrowed his eyes and upgraded the bloodline of the Divine Beast Envoy again. There were only 3 points left. Now the amplification effect of a single behemoth was doubled, and 10 behemoths meant 10 times. Furthermore, Yixian was not the only one to enjoy this buff. Old Tree and the others also enjoyed this buff. At this moment, Yixian suddenly had a feeling that with the behemoths in hand, he could rule the world. In fact, he had forgotten that he could still tame 5 more behemoths. Otherwise, he would have already tamed them. At that time he wouldn't have been chased by Li Jun so many times and let Li Jun escape so many times. Now that his behemoths were full, if he mobilized all of them, each of them would receive a 10-fold boost. If other factors were included, his combat power would be explosively strong. Previously, I was afraid that if I went to the Blood Flame Hall, my strength would be a bit lacking. Now that I can use time reversal, it's enough to save my life. Yixian thought to himself, then turned his head and looked into the distance. Previously, he had already used the death warrant to mark the Blood Flame Hall's envoy. Now that he had completed his mission, he might as well follow the envoy to the Blood Flame Hall. At that time, with the aptitude of the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon, obtaining a large number of World Destroyer Dragon Scales shouldn't be a problem. This way Yixian would save a lot of trouble. The Blood Flame Hall's envoy was a 3rd-stage true monarch. In addition, he was carrying Qi Ming and the other 100-scale geniuses, so his speed wasn't very fast. Yixian estimated that he would be able to catch up to him in about 3 days. Don't forget, now that the Immortal Ascension steps had been upgraded to the 2nd level, and Wei Zhentian's strength had greatly increased as well. Catching up to the Blood Flame Hall's envoy wouldn't be a problem. Immediately, he started to hurry on his way. After his strength skyrocketed, the black dragons he encountered along the way didn't pose a threat to Yixian at all, and they were easily annihilated. Unfortunately, the number of World Destroyer Ghost Dragon scales was too large. From 300 to 400, it actually required 5,000. It seemed that in the future, not only would he have to kill dragons, but he would also have to snatch some. 3 days later. "I've finally caught up to you," Yixian thought to himself as he looked at the death warrant's target in front of him. However, just as he was about to catch up, he suddenly heard a series of loud sounds coming from the horizon in front of him. Rumble. Someone was fighting. This movement isn't small. It's at least a battle between true monarchs. Yixian raised his eyebrows, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. Wasn't the Blood Flame Hall's envoy in front of him? Could it be that he was the one fighting? Thinking of this, Yixian quickened his pace. When he got closer, he found that there were 3 people surrounding the target of his death warrant. 3 third-stage true monarchs. As for the others, Yixian didn't see them, including the genius with 200 scales from the Qi family. Forget it, kill. Yixian didn't hesitate and directly summoned the old tree, the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon, and the other 2. They merged. Death warrant. Eye of assassination. In an instant, Yixian flashed behind a third-stage true monarch. If it was before, even if Yixian merged with the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon, he probably wouldn't be able to fight against a third-stage true monarch. But now, Yixian's immortal slaying bloodline had advanced a few times, and the Divine Beast Envoy's bloodline had also advanced a few times. The strength of the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had greatly increased, and after fusing with it, its strength had increased explosively. World Destroyer Dragon Claw. Yixian flashed behind a person, grabbed with his claws, and directly crushed a person's body to the point of exploding. Poochie. When the other 2 heard this voice, they turned around one after another and saw an inconceivable scene. Their companion was killed in an instant. Before they could react, the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon opened its mouth wide. Black Dragon Flame Blast. Boom! Another person was killed by Yixian. As for the third person, he was targeted by the old tree, who was wearing a level 2 Mystic Divine armor. Bam! Although old tree's punch couldn't kill the other party, it was enough to injure him severely. Then it was time for Yixian to end it. Boom! Chapter 1854. 3 rank 3 true monarchs had been killed by Yixian in such a short time. This kind of strength was enough to intimidate the Blood Flame Hall emissary. However, the Blood Flame Hall emissary was currently heavily injured, and blood was continuously flowing out of his chest. Yixian hurriedly rushed over and asked, "Senior, are you all right?" "So it's you." The middle-aged man recognized the world-destroying ghost dragon, and also recognized Yixian's voice. He said weakly, "Thank you for this time. However, my demon heart was stabbed by the other party, and the damage is serious. I don't think I will live for long." "What?" Yixian hurriedly sensed and found that the middle-aged man was right. The latter's demon heart had been pierced, and he estimated that he would live for a few more minutes at most. If Yixian hadn't arrived in time, the middle-aged man would have lasted at most 10 seconds. Although he was very strong, the other 3 were all rank 3 true monarchs, and their battle strength wasn't weak. That was why he was heavily injured. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head. "It's useless. These 3 are desperados. When they heard that I was a member of the Blood Flame Hall, they still attacked. Qi Ming and the others are already dead." Hearing this, Yixian quickly swept a glance and found that there were indeed the corpses of Qi Ming and the others. It seemed that they had been killed in the first place. At this time, what Yixian wanted to do the most was to reverse time so that he could hurry over. Although he had been rushing over at full speed, he still rested on the way. As long as he didn't stop, he would definitely be able to rush over. However, at this time, ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Head to the Blood Flame Hall. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. The system's mission actually appeared at this time. This meant that if Yixian used the time reversal skill, the mission would disappear. In fact, Yixian felt that when he transmigrated to this world, he had entered an online game. Those characters were actually NPCs. At this time, the middle-aged man in front of him was actually also an NPC. In that case, the system tacitly agreed to this matter. Although turning back time could save this middle-aged man, it was difficult for Yixian to give up on a chain of random quests. Yixian couldn't do that. After all, he had only met this middle-aged man once. Although the latter had given him the blood flame armor, it was useless. Moreover, he had allowed the middle-aged man to live a little longer. Wei Zhentian's previous chain of random missions had improved the form of his magic treasure. This had greatly improved Yixian's strength. Yixian was not that noble, so after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he decided not to use time reversal. Of course, if the person who died was his family, he would definitely give up on the chain random mission. "Brat, did you come to find me because you've thought things through and want to enter the Blood Flame Hall first?" asked the middle-aged man. "Yes, senior." Yixian nodded solemnly. "Good, very good." The middle-aged man revealed a satisfied smile and said, "The geniuses I brought here have all died. Moreover, if I were to compare them to you, they wouldn't even amount to a tenth of your strength. If you were to go to the Blood Flame Hall, you would definitely be able to grow into a super expert." After saying this, he took out a flame token from his Cosmos ring and handed it to Yixian. He said, "This is the Blood Flame token of the Blood Flame Hall. Take it and enter the Blood Flame Hall." Originally, he had to personally bring these geniuses to the Blood Flame Hall, but now that he was not far from death, he could only let Yixian go by himself. In order to prove the authenticity of the Blood Flame token, the middle-aged man took out a floating image crystal and recorded the current situation. He also left behind his last words. "Brat, I'll leave this thing to you. With your strength, as long as nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to reach the Blood Flame Hall." After saying this, the middle-aged man handed the Cosmos ring to Yixian. "Senior, I will definitely do it." Yixian nodded solemnly. When he said he would do it, he meant to bring back the middle-aged man's body because the middle-aged man's family was in the Blood Flame Hall. After that, the middle-aged man died because his immortal heart shattered, leaving only Yixian alive. As for the corpses of Qi Ming and the others, Yixian decided to return them to their families when he had time in the future. After the middle-aged man's death, Yixian checked his Cosmos ring and found that there were actually 2,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales inside. 2,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales were enough to increase the battle strength of the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon by 40%, which was very good. This time, the chain of random missions did not mention the reward in advance. It seems that the final reward will depend on how well I complete it. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately set off for the Blood Flame Hall. He estimated that with his current speed, it would take about 3 to 4 days to reach the Blood Flame Hall, and this was after he had broken through during this period. Several days later. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 7th grade true sage. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World Annihilation Ghost Dragon Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God broke through, and are now 2nd stage half-step true lords. 2 system notifications sounded. After breaking through, Yixian's strength skyrocketed, and his speed also increased by a lot. Ever since the middle-aged man's death, Yixian had not met anyone else, only the Black Dragon tribe in those dilapidated ruins. Soon, he arrived at the boundary of the Blood Flame Hall. The Blood Flame Hall was considered the overlord of this area. They had sent a large number of envoys to the surrounding areas to find geniuses who had fused with the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. However, at this time, for some reason, the Blood Flame Hall was not allowed to enter or leave. Those who were brought back by the envoys could only gather outside the Blood Flame Hall and wait for it to open. What's going on? What happened in the hall? Why is it closed? Something big must have happened. Otherwise, it would not be closed. Just now, I saw someone in white enter the Blood Flame Hall. Could it be that person from the White Dragon Palace? What, the White Dragon Palace? The White Dragon Palace seems to hate people who have fused with the World Annihilation Dragon Scales the most. Could it be that they are here to destroy the Blood Flame Hall? What kind of joke is this? Now that the method to fuse with the World Annihilation Dragon Scales is almost public, even those who are not from the Black Dragon sect can fuse with it. If they want to kill, how many people would they have to kill? The surrounding people were discussing in low voices. After Yixian heard it, he felt that it made sense. Now that the method to fuse with the World Annihilation Dragon scales was widely spread, even those who were not from the Black Dragon sect could fuse with it. This way, the White Dragon Palace would not be able to distinguish who was from the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect was really powerful. Yixian was among this group of people, waiting quietly. Although he had not fused with the World Annihilation Dragon scales, he had the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, and many people could tell that he was a beast tamer. However, at this time, a woman in red suddenly walked toward Yixian. Chapter 1855. Yixian sensed the aura and immediately turned around. He saw that the lady in red was staring at him. No, to be more precise, she was staring at the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. After the Azura Ghost Venerable evolved into the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon, the Ghostly Dragon transformation had no time limit. Therefore, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon could switch between its dragon and human forms at will. At this moment, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon was in its Ghostly Dragon transformation form. The lady in red's eyes were fixed on the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. The look in her eyes was very unusual. "Brat, I've taken a fancy to your dragon. How much do you want?" The lady in red said to Yixian directly. "No," Yixian said coldly. The lady in red paused for a moment and then said, "What kind of contract did you make with it?" "A master and servant blood contract." Yixian replied again. A master and servant blood contract meant that if the servant died, the master would not be affected. However, if the master died, the servant would have to die with him. In the Bloodfire Hall, Yixian did not want to cause trouble for the time being. Therefore, it was a master and servant blood contract. The lady in red also understood that a master and servant blood contract meant that this dragon could not be obtained. Therefore, she said, "Since that's the case, I'll borrow it for a while." Borrow? Yixian did not understand what this meant. However, when he saw the lady in red's eyes, he immediately understood. At this moment, the lady in red was actually staring at the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's dragon root. What the F***ck? Could this lady in red be thinking of reproducing with the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon? What kind of joke was this? No way. Yixian's tone was as unyielding as ever. "You're courting death." The lady in red widened her eyes. If not for the fact that Yixian and the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon had signed a master and servant blood contract, she would have killed Yixian and taken the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon away. "A mere first-stage true monarch dares to show off in front of me?" Yixian snorted in his heart. He had even killed 3 third-stage true monarchs, let alone a mere first-stage true monarch. At this moment, another person walked over. It was a young man. "Little sister, what's going on?" The young man couldn't help but ask when he saw the red-clothed woman and Yixian. "Brother, I want that black dragon," the woman in red said directly. Hearing those words, the young man narrowed his eyes as he tried to sense his surroundings. Indeed, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon was different from other black dragons. It probably possessed some kind of noble bloodline. "Which envoy brought you here?" the young man asked. "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you?" Yixian raised his eyebrows. However, he felt that this youth was a little strong. He was actually a third-stage true monarch. Haha, now that the Bloodflame Hall is recruiting people, they must be personally brought in by the emissary. You don't have anyone to lead you. Could it be that you want to fish in troubled waters and join the Bloodflame Hall? The young man laughed coldly, and then he withdrew a command token from his Cosmos ring and said, "Unfortunately, I'm an emissary of the Bloodflame Hall as well. If you don't have an emissary to lead you, then I advise you to surrender." "Who said I didn't? I was brought here by Master Jabuan," Yixian said. Jabuan was the middle-aged man's name. Jabuan? Hearing those words, the young man paused for a moment. He knew that person too well. They had many conflicts. "Where is he?" the young man asked. "He left because he had something to do. He'll be back soon," Yixian replied. After hearing that, the young man didn't say anything else. He said, "Sister, let's go." "Brother, you." The red-clothed woman didn't expect that the young man wouldn't help her. What was going on? "Don't worry. That Jiabu Yuan has a powerful background. After he enters the Bloodflame Hall, I'll find an opportunity to help you get your dragon. The young man transmitted his voice to the red-clothed woman. Just now, the red-clothed woman had also heard some things from the conversation between Yixian and her brother. Yixian was brought here by someone, so this wasn't a good time to make a move. Humph! The red-clothed woman coldly snorted, and after glancing at the world annihilation ghostly dragon, she turned around and left. Looking at the backs of the two people, Yixian narrowed his eyes. He knew those two people. After Jiabuyun died, the soul-sucking bell had searched his memories. The young man was also an envoy of the Blood Flame Hall. His name was Jiang Xingjuan. As for the red-clothed woman, she was Jiang Xingjuan's younger sister, Jiang Xingwen. These two people were the grandson and granddaughter of Elder Jiang of the Blood Flame Hall. As for Jiabuyun, he was the grandson of Elder Jiang of the Blood Flame Hall. Although Jiang Xingjuan was a third-stage true monarch, Yixian wasn't afraid of him. After all, Yixian had killed 3 third-stage true monarchs. However, he didn't want to cause trouble at the entrance of the Blood Flame Hall. After Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen left, several people suddenly walked out of the Blood Flame Hall. All of them were wearing white clothes, and their auras were extremely powerful. They were most likely high-level true monarchs. White Dragon Hall. As expected, they're from the White Dragon Hall. Our Blood Flame Hall is only recruiting people who have fused with the World Annihilation Dragon Scale. We're not a branch of the Black Dragon sect. The White Dragon Hall can't do anything to us. That's right. Now that the people from the White Dragon Hall have left, doesn't that mean that we can enter? The group of people started to get excited. They were all geniuses from their respective sections. The Blood Flame Hall had reformed its recruitment process. They only accepted elites and didn't want trash. Therefore, the current requirement was to fuse with at least 200 World Annihilation Dragon Scales before they could join. Alright everyone, come in. After the people from the White Dragon Hall left, an expert from the Blood Flame Hall immediately invited the near 1,000 people outside to enter the Blood Flame Hall. Yixian also mixed in with the crowd and walked in. Among these people, there were many envoys from the Blood Flame Hall. Their strength was between 3rd stage True Monarch and 5th stage True Monarch. With them here, the geniuses they found could join the Blood Flame Hall without needing to be tested. Apart from these people, there were also some people who came because of its reputation. They needed to be tested. What about you? Who's your guide? At this time, the gaze of an old man wearing blood flame armor fell on Yixian. So powerful. He's most likely a high-level true monarch. Yixian sensed the other party's aura and said, I was brought here by Lord Jiabuyun. However, Lord Jiabuyun died midway. What? Jiabuyun died? When the old man heard this, he was shocked. The others were the same. They didn't understand. If the guide was dead, how could he still be alive? Not far away, when Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen heard this, they couldn't help but be startled. Yixian actually dared to lie to them? Yixian subconsciously glanced at the two of them and said, This is Lord Jiabuyun's corpse and the floating image crystal he recorded before he died. When the old man took the floating image crystal and looked at it, he was shocked again. Jiabuyun was actually really dead. Chapter 1856. This, the old man sighed and said, Stand aside for now. The floating image crystal could prove that Yixian was telling the truth. After all, even the old man himself couldn't forge a floating image crystal. On the other side, Jiang Xingjuan was slightly regretful after learning about Jiabuyun's death. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action outside. At that time, no one would know that Jiabuyun was dead and Yixian, who had no background, would have been taken down by him. Then, the others continued to verify while the old man used his messaging crystal to send a message to Elder Jia. Boy, even though Jiabuyun chose you, don't you think your strength is a bit too low? The old man asked casually. Boy, you're a beast tamer. My pet has already fused with 200 World Annihilation Dragon Scales, said Yixian directly. What? A second stage half-step true monarch has already fused with 200 World Annihilation Dragon Scales? The old man stared at the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon in astonishment. Even a black dragon Zooist who grew up in the Bloodfire Hall wouldn't be able to fuse with 300 World Annihilation Dragon Scales so easily when he was still a second-stage half-step true monarch. However, Yixian's black dragon unexpectedly did it. Good. Jia Buyuan has brought back a good seedling for us this time." The old man was very satisfied. Soon, a person arrived at the entrance of the Bloodflame Hall. He looked like an old man. "Where's Buyuan's body?" the old man asked directly. Hearing this, Yixian immediately handed over the interspatial ring with Jia Buyuan's body. "Alas, what a bad fate." The old man sighed and shook his head. Yixian knew this man. He was Jia Buyuan's father, Jia Yuanjing. After all, Yixian had searched Jia Buyuan's body before. Secondly, Jia Buyuan had already sent a message to his father, grandfather, and other relatives before his death. Therefore, they had already known about it. Then Jia Yuanjing turned to Yixian and said, "You should be Yixian. Come with me." "Yes." Yixian nodded slightly and left with Jia Yuanjing. As Zhang Xingjuan and Zhang Xingwen watched Yixian leave, they couldn't help but communicate via voice transmission. "Brother, that black dragon definitely has a noble bloodline. It's only a second-stage half-step true monarch, yet it has fused with 200 world-destroying dragon scales. I must get it. Don't worry, little sister. How many geniuses die prematurely? As long as he enters the Bloodflame Hall, killing him will be as easy as killing an ant." Yixian followed Jia Yuanjing and left. On the way, the latter couldn't help but ask, "Yixian, I heard from Buyuan that this toy of yours can fight against a third-stage true monarch?" "Yes, senior." Yixian replied telepathically. "A second-stage half-step true monarch can fight against a third-stage true monarch. That's a gap of 10 realms. This is simply..." Jia Yuanjing didn't know what words to use to describe the world-destroying ghost dragon. This matter was left behind by Jia Buyuan before his death. Therefore, Jia Yuanjing didn't say it out loud and only used voice transmission. Such a good seedling naturally had to be hidden. Who knew what would happen if others found out about it? Although Jia Yuanjing didn't believe it, he believed it when he thought about how Jia Buyuan had confirmed it with his death. After a while, Jia Yuanjing brought Yixian to see his father, one of the Bloodflame Hall's guardian elders, Jia Xingtian. There were only 5 hall protector elders in the Bloodflame Hall. They were a rank higher than ordinary elders. "Father, they're here." Jia Yuanjing brought Yixian to a room and said to the old man who had his back facing the two. The old man turned around after hearing this. "Did you bring back Buyuan's corpse?" Jia Xingtian asked. "I brought it back. I'll bury it in a moment." Jia Yuanjing nodded. "Good." Jia Xingtian sighed and said, "Young man, before Buyuan died, he said that you saved his life. At that time you fought 1 against 3. Moreover, the 3 of them were third-stage true monarchs. How did you do it?" At that time, Jia Buyuan didn't mention Yixian's realm. In fact, the world-destroying ghost dragon was only a first-stage half-step true monarch at that time. Now that he had broken through to the second-stage half-step true monarch, Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanjing thought that he had only fought 10 realms above him. However, this was already shocking enough. "It's very simple. My black dragon has already fused with 500 world-destroying dragon scales." Yixian replied directly. "What?" Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanjing were both shocked. 500 world-destroying dragon scales? How is this possible? That's impossible. Even I have only passed the threshold of 500 world-destroying dragon scales. Jia Xingtian didn't dare to believe it. Who was he? He was an 8th-stage true monarch expert, but he had only fused with 500 world-destroying dragon scales. How could a second-stage half-step true monarch world-destroying ghost dragon have fused with so many world-destroying dragon scales? Jia Yuanjing immediately took out a crystal. This was a tool to verify the number of world-destroying dragon scales that had been fused with the world-destroying dragon scales. Yixian gave the world-destroying ghost dragon a test. The crystal shone for a long time. It's really over 500 world-destroying dragon scales. This is incredible. Buyuan has made a great contribution this time. Jia Xingtian's eyes widened. In fact, if they took out the crystal to test 1,000 world-destroying dragon scales, they would also succeed. This was because the world-destroying ghost dragon had already fused with far more world-destroying dragon scales. Even in the Bloodfire Hall, it was impossible to have a half-step true monarch with 500 world-destroying dragon scales. If the world-destroying ghost dragon grew up, it would be a monster. I'm afraid our branch won't be able to accommodate such a talent. Yuanjing, take him to rest first. Remember not to let anyone know about this. Jia Xingtian said. Yes. Jia Yuanjing nodded. Before he left, Jia Xingtian said again, "Here are 1,000 world-destroying dragon scales. It's your reward for bringing back Bu Yuan's body. As for the other 4,000 world-destroying dragon scales, you can take them." "Thank you, Senior." Yi Xian was overjoyed to receive 5,000 world-destroying dragon scales. This was great. In fact, the world-destroying dragon scales were too many. After all, Jia Xingtian only thought that the world-destroying ghost dragon had fused with 500 world-destroying dragon scales. 5,000 world-destroying dragon scales was enough to last the world-destroying ghost dragon for a lifetime. Coincidentally, these 5,000 world-destroying dragon scales could increase the world-destroying ghost dragon's strength to the 5th level. At the same time, Yi Xian also knew that Jia Xingtian was sucking up to him now. When he arrived at the Bloodfire Hall, he would definitely be heavily groomed. At that time, he would definitely not forget about Jia Xingtian. Following that, Jia Yuanjing brought Yi Xian to live near his residence. Due to Yi Xian's special situation, it wasn't good for him to send someone to protect him. Otherwise, it would arouse the suspicion of others. Chapter 1857. At that moment, Yi Xian ordered the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon to start fusing with the World Destroyer Dragon Scales. The World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon fusing with the World Destroyer Dragon Scales was a little slow in the beginning. However, after a few thousand of them were fused, the speed increased. In just a few moments, all 5,000 World Destroyer Dragon Scales had been fused. At this point, he had already obtained a 4-fold increase in strength and had entered the 5th stage. The 5th stage required 100 World Destroyer Dragon Scales to increase his strength by 1 point. In other words, he needed 10,000 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. Yi Xian was unable to obtain so many for the time being. That night, "Brother, after that guy was taken away, they didn't bother with him. He must have lied about his strength. Why don't we do it tonight?" Jiang Xingwen said to Jiang Xingjuan. "I think so." Jiang Xingjuan nodded and decided to do it. With his status in the Bloodfire Hall, it was easy for him to take someone away. Moreover, he wasn't going to kill Yi Xian. He was just going to take him away. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingjuan arrived outside Yi Xian's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Yi Xian paused. In fact, he had already sensed Jiang Xingjuan's aura. This guy is here again, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he still went to open the door. "Kid, we're just borrowing your black dragon. It's not like we want to kill you. I only need 1 day and I'll give you 10 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. What do you think?" Jiang Xingjuan asked. If Yi Xian hadn't brought back Jia Buyuan's corpse, he would have used force. "Sorry, I don't need these 10 World Destroyer Dragon Scales." Yi Xian rejected directly. 10 World Destroyer Dragon Scales? Did he think he was a beggar? If he wanted to use the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, he would need at least 10,000. "You're courting death." Jiang Xingjuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. A mere half-step true lord dared to reject him time and time again. This was a challenge to his authority. Since that was the case, he was going to do it for real. Slap. Jiang Xingjuan slapped Yi Xian's shoulder. That strong hand made Yi Xian unable to move. "Fine, then I'll go with you." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Actually, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Xingjuan. He just found him annoying. "Why don't we settle this once and for all?" At that moment, Yi Xian left with Jiang Xingjuan. Jiang Xingjuan secretly took Yi Xian out of the Bloodfire Hall and found Jiang Xingwen. Jiang Xingwen's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Xian. "Where's that black dragon of yours?" "Do what?" Yi Xian asked. "I'm going to F***ck it, not you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Jiang Xingwen's expression turned cold. She was thinking that if she was forced into a corner, she would directly chop up Yi Xian's penis. At this moment, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth suddenly curled up as he said, "Haha. Do you know why I'm here this time? Didn't they compromise?" Jiang Xingwen narrowed her eyes. "Of course not." Yi Xian shook his head. Then, the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon appeared beside him. Jiang Xingwen's expression changed when she saw this. Yi Xian said no. But he summoned the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon. What was he trying to do? Even Jiang Xingjuan didn't know. But in the next moment they knew. World Devastator Ghostly Dragon merge. Instantly, Yixian merged with the world devastator ghostly dragon's body like a spirit. Then his aura skyrocketed. What? Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen were shocked. Their cultivation levels were much higher than Yixian's, but they couldn't see how Yixian did it. I've come with you today to get rid of you. Die. Yixian's eyes widened. He reached out his claws and grabbed Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen. The 5 slaughter seals had already been activated. 1 seal could increase one's strength by 8 times. 5 seals would increase one's strength by 9 times. In addition to the undying fighting souls 3 times, it would increase one's strength by 12 times. Poof! Crack! Following 2 sounds, Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen's bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. Jiang Xingwen, 1st stage true monarch. Jiang Xingjuan, 3rd stage true monarch. However, they were killed by Yixian, a 7th stage true monarch. One had to know that they had crossed more than a dozen realms. You overestimate yourselves. Yixian snorted and put away the 2 corpses and the interspatial rings. There were still 1,000 world devastator dragon scales in the interspatial rings of the 2 siblings. It was not bad. Then, Yixian quickly disintegrated and broke through the void to return to the Bloodfire Hall. The problem was solved. However, Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen were the grandson and granddaughter of the Bloodfire Hall's guardian elder. Moreover, the guards had seen him and Jiang Xingjuan leaving the Bloodfire Hall together. When the time came, they would definitely ask. As expected, not long after Yixian returned, someone immediately arrived at his residence. No, it should be said that they trespassed and directly came to Yixian. You are Yixian? A middle-aged man asked Yixian. Yixian sensed and found that the other party was at least a high-level true monarch. He hurriedly nodded and said, Yixian greets senior. Did you and my son Jiang Xingjuan leave the Bloodfire Hall together? The middle-aged man asked. This middle-aged man was Jiang Xingjuan's father, an ordinary elder of the Bloodfire Hall, Jiang Yang. Senior, I did not. Yixian directly shook his head. Nonsense. Jiang Yang said with a cold expression. I just asked around. The guards said that you and Jiang Xingjuan left the Bloodfire Hall together. You still want to quibble? In fact, when the other party came, Yixian already knew that the Jiang family should have known about Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen's deaths. After all, there was something called the Life Tablet. If Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen died, then the Life Tablet would shatter. That was why the Jiang family knew about it. After asking around, they would quickly find out. Then, senior, can you find that person and confront him? Yixian asked. Confront what? How did Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen die? Speak. Jiang Yang opened his eyes wide. He looked as though he wanted to skin Yixian alive and drink his blood. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the room. Yixian looked carefully and found that it was Jia Yuanjing who had hurried over. Elder Jiang, why have you come to the room of a junior so late at night? Jia Yuanjing narrowed his eyes and said, This brat left the Bloodfire Hall together with Jiang Xingjuan. Then Jiang Xingjuan's life tablet shattered. I suspect that he set a trap and killed my son. Jiang Yang said. Yixian was only a rank 7 true monarch. His strength was extremely low. Thus, it was impossible for him to have killed Jiang Xingjuan. The reason why Jia Yuanjing came over was that he had heard about Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen's deaths. Moreover, he knew that Yixian had the strength to kill a rank 3 true monarch. Thus, after hearing this, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Chapter 1858. I heard that this brat had a conflict with my son and daughter before he entered the Bloodfire Hall. Jiang Yang said sternly. It was just a small conflict. I heard about it too, but it wasn't to the extent of killing. Besides, how did he know a perfected lord expert? Jia Yuanjing continued to defend Yixian. Jiang Yang couldn't help but look at Jia Yuanjing. Yixian didn't know him, but what about Jia Yuanjing? Could this be a scheme by Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanjing? Jia Buyuan was dead. So Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanjing were targeting Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen? Jiang Yang felt that something was amiss. Yixian was just a lowly disciple of the Bloodfire Hall. Was there a need for Jia Yuanjing to personally defend Yixian? Something was wrong. However, he didn't think that the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon was too talented. Instead, he thought that this was a scheme by Jia Yuanjing or Jia Xingtian. I won't waste time. I'm going to search his soul. Then the truth will be revealed. Zhang Yang stepped forward and prepared to search Yixian's soul. Seeing this, Jia Yuanjing naturally stood in front of Yixian. Elder Jia, could this be your doing? Zhang Yang's eyes widened as he asked sternly. Elder Jiang, don't slander me. You can't blame your son's death on me. Jia Yuanjing glanced at Yixian and said, Why don't we ask the Hall Master for justice? Hall Master? Zhang Yang nodded immediately. Okay. The Hall Master would definitely investigate thoroughly once he found out that his son and daughter had died. Then the truth would be revealed. However, what he didn't know was that Jia Yuanjing and Yixian had already communicated privately. Yixian was blunt about killing Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen. Moreover, Jia Xingtian had already reported Yixian's matter to the Hall Master. The Hall Master would definitely suppress this matter for Yixian's sake. Jiang Yang, Jia Yuanjing, and Yixian immediately went to look for the Hall Master of the Bloodflame Hall. The Hall Master of the Bloodflame Hall, Huaming, was a rank 9 true monarch. Furthermore, he had fused with nearly 600 World Destruction Dragon scales. At that moment, there were two figures beside Huaming. They were Jia Xingtian and Zhang Yang's father, Zhang Tai. What the hell is going on? Huaming asked as soon as he saw everyone. Hall Master, it's like this. Tonight, my son and this brat left the Bloodflame Hall together. After that, my son and daughter's life tablets shattered. I suspect that they set a trap to harm my son and daughter. Zhang Yang immediately reported. Them? Huaming narrowed his eyes and glanced at Jia Yuanjing and Jia Xingtian. Jia Xingtian immediately said, Elder Jiang, if you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. Oh, Zhang Yang is only talking about them. Could it be that Elder Jia has a guilty conscience? Zhang Tai narrowed his eyes and said, Guilty? Why would I be guilty? Jia Xingtian grinned and said, I also have some understanding of the situation. Why don't we call those guarding disciples over and see if they saw Yixian and Jiang Xingjuan leave the Bloodflame Hall together? Alright, I've already called them over. Zhang Tai waved his hand. Not long after, 4 guarding disciples walked in. These 4 people were all true monarchs. One of them was even a rank 2 true monarch. Greetings, Hall Master elders. The 4 people timidly walked in and respectfully said. Huaming didn't beat around the bush and directly said, Just now, did you really see Jiang Xingjuan and this youngster leave the Bloodflame Hall together? This. The 4 people glanced at each other. Soon after, a narrow-eyed disciple said, We didn't see anything. We only saw senior brother Jiang leave alone. What? The moment these words came out, Zhang Yang and Zhang Tai were both stunned. Just now what they heard wasn't this. These 4 people clearly said that they saw Jiang Xingjuan and Yixian leave together with their own eyes. Haha, now the truth is out, right? Jia Xingtian laughed and said, Elder Jiang, could it be that you're looking for trouble? You. Zhang Tai pointed at Jia Xingtian in astonishment. He immediately understood that these 4 people should have been bribed by Jia Xingtian. Thus, he immediately cupped his fists and said, Hall Master, I want to search the souls of these 4 disciples. Search the souls. Once these words came out, the 4 disciples trembled. If they were to search the souls of these 4 people, wouldn't this matter be exposed? Searching the souls of these 4 disciples can't be done so casually. If there's a mistake, these 4 disciples will be destroyed. How about this? Let me do it personally. Bloodflame Hall Master said. With Hall Master taking action, there won't be a problem. Zhang Tai didn't have any doubts and directly nodded in agreement. Then, Huaming began to search the souls of these 4 disciples one by one. In less than half a minute, the soul search was completed. Then he shook his head and said, What they said is true. They really only saw Jiang Xingwen and Jiang Xingjuan leave the Bloodflame Hall alone. What? That's impossible. Zhang Tai and Zhang Yang were shocked. This wasn't what they had heard before. Elder Jiang, why don't you do it yourself? Of course, if there's an accident, you'll have to compensate the 4 of them. Huaming said. Alright. Zhang Tai immediately agreed. With his ability, compensating 4 disciples of first and second stage true monarchs was extremely easy for him. Then, he quickly flashed in front of the 4 and began to search their souls one by one. However, as time passed, his expression gradually became unsightly. This was because he saw that these 4 disciples didn't see Yixian leave. They only saw Jiang Xingwen and Jiang Xingjuan leave the blood flame hall alone. Then why did these 4 disciples lie to Jiang Yang just now? Elder Jiang, I'm afraid the matter of your grandson and granddaughter's death isn't that simple. These 4 disciples actually dared to lie to you. Someone must have ordered them to do so. Why don't we detain these 4 first and then investigate? Jia Xingtian suggested. Zhang Tai's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Just now, when he had searched the souls of these 4 disciples, he didn't know why they chose to lie to him and say that Yixian and Jiang Xingjuan left the blood flame hall together. This was indeed something that needed to be questioned properly. Hall Master, I hope that you can let me deal with these 4 disciples. Zhang Tai said to Huaming. Deceiving an elder and framing others should be punished indeed. Elder Zhang Tai, do as you wish. Huaming nodded. Then Zhang Tai and Zhang Yang left with the 4 disciples, leaving Huaming, Jia Xingtian, Jia Yuanzheng, and Yixian behind. Hall Master, thank you very much. After Zhang Tai and Zhang Yang left, Jia Xingtian hurriedly said, It's no harm. It's the Blood Flame Hall's great fortune that Jia Buyan was able to find such a genius. It's worth it to lose a few people. Chapter 1859. In fact, during the soul search, Huaming had already controlled the 4 disciples and tampered with their memories. That was why Zhang Tai did not see Yixian during the soul search. Elder Zhang Tai did not suspect Hall Leader Huaming because he thought Hall Leader Huaming was fair and just. However, he did not expect Hall Leader Huaming to collude with Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanjing because of Yixian. Thank you, Hall Leader. After thanking Hall Leader Huaming, Yixian took out Jiang Xingwen and Jiang Xingjuan's corpses. Amazing! Hall Leader Huaming nodded in satisfaction and said, However, you were too careless. If I did not cover for you, you would have been caught by Elder Zhang Tai. You're right, Hall Leader. Yixian hurriedly said. In fact, he was not afraid. After all, he had the time reversal skill. At most, he would return to the time before he arrived at the Blood Flame Hall. You should go back first. Don't wander around. I have reported your matter to the main hall. The main hall was very happy when they heard about it. After I plan carefully, I will send you to the main hall. Huaming said. Thank you, Hall Leader. Yixian thanked Huaming again. After that, he left and returned to his residence. Originally, he wanted to use the time reversal skill to find a good opportunity to kill Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen. At least, he could not let the 4 disciples see him. He could still do it. After all, he had the eyes of the void. However, he felt that Elder Zhang Tai and Elder Zhang Yang would not let him off so easily. Father, this is too strange. On the way back, Zhang Yang could not help but send a voice transmission to Zhang Tai. Did you personally ask him just now? Zhang Tai asked through voice transmission. Yes. The 4 of them said that they saw Xingjuan and Yixian leave the Blood Flame Hall together. Zhang Yang nodded solemnly. That's strange. Zhang Tai narrowed his eyes and decided to bring the 4 of them back for questioning first. However, no matter what method he used, the confessions of these 4 people were still the same as before. There was no change at all. A thought suddenly occurred to Zhang Yang, and he asked tentatively, Father, could it be that the sect master? You're saying that the hall master deliberately searched his own soul first, and then tampered with the memories of the 4 of them? He's intentionally shielding them? Zhang Tai immediately understood. It's possible. Zhang Yang nodded. However, the hall master has been in office for so long and has always separated public from private matters. He has never interfered in the conflict between Jia Xingtian and me. Why is it that this time? Zhang Tai could not understand. Perhaps they have already colluded together and are preparing to drive father out of the Blood Flame Hall. Zhang Yang said. No matter what, let's investigate first. If it's really the hall master behind this, then don't blame me for being heartless. Killing intent flashed in Zhang Tai's eyes. In the next 2 days, Yixian stayed in the Bloody Fire Hall. During this time, he had also broken through from rank 7 True Sage to rank 8 True Sage. Yanming Ghostly Lord, World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian Heaven-Breaking Ape God, and the others had also reached rank 3 Half-Step True Lords. Then he heard Jia Xingtian's voice transmission. Yixian, I will escort you to the main hall tomorrow. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. Was he finally going to move? He had already made a plan. As long as he reached the main hall, he would let the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon examine 1,000 scales. At that time he would definitely amaze the world. Then he would ask for a large amount of World Destroyer Dragon Scales, or World Destroyer Dragon Bones to increase his strength. Soon the next day arrived. When the second day arrived, Jia Xingtian had already arrived at Yixian's residence and brought Yixian out of the Bloodflame Hall. It was said that the main hall of the Bloodflame Hall had also sent a rank 9 True Lord expert to receive them. Jia Xingtian's mission was to send Yixian to this expert. Jia Xingtian left in a rather secretive manner. However, Jiang Tai could still sense an rank 8 True Lord leaving the Bloodflame Hall. Huaming, Jia Xingtian, you killed my grandson and granddaughter. This grudge must be avenged. Jiang Tai thought to himself as he looked at Jia Xingtian's departing figure. Although he did not understand why Jia Xingtian brought Yixian away, he had already attributed the deaths of Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen to Jia Xingtian. As for the Bloodflame Hall branch leader Huaming, he was covering up for Jia Xingtian. Therefore, this was a good opportunity for Jia Xingtian to leave the Bloodflame Hall. However, Jia Xingtian did not know that he had already been included in the list of people who must be killed. Yixian, when you reach the main hall, don't forget about our branch hall if you succeed in the future. On the way, Jia Xingtian could not help but say to Yixian, Senior, don't worry. This junior will definitely not forget, Yixian said solemnly. Previously, Jia Xingtian had given him 5,000 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. In the future, when he grew stronger, it would not be a problem for him to give Jia Xingtian 50,000 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. That's good. Jia Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. However, less than half a day after they left the Bloodflame Hall, several figures rushed over from the horizon. Their auras are not weak. They are at least 7th-stage True Monarchs, and there are even 2 8th-stage True Monarchs. Jia Xingtian narrowed his eyes. After sensing these auras, he deliberately brought Yixian to a different direction. However, he did not expect that these people would also change direction. It seemed that these people were coming for them. Be careful. I'm afraid they don't have good intentions. Jia Xingtian hurriedly reminded. Yixian also raised his guard. After all, with his current strength, he was unable to help Jia Xingtian. Everyone, what's the matter? When the other party approached, Jia Xingtian could not help but ask. We've been asked to kill you. The 8th-stage True Monarch in the lead did not say anything and directly attacked. The 4 7th-stage True Monarchs behind him did the same. They were determined to kill Jia Xingtian. Shameless boasting. This old man has not fought for many years. Don't think that I'm a sick cat. Jia Xingtian shouted angrily and directly transformed into a majestic black dragon. Moreover, he was a black wind demonic dragon of the black dragon race. His bloodline was more noble than that of ordinary black dragons. Among these 5 people, the 4 7th-stage True Monarchs were humans. Only the 8th-stage True Monarch in the lead was a black dragon. However, they had the advantage in numbers. Because Yixian's cultivation was too low, they could not arouse any interest in him, so they left him to the side. I can't participate in a battle of this level, but I can help. Yixian thought in his heart and transmitted a message to Jia Xingtian. If he wanted to fight this battle easily, he had to use the Myriad Beasts diagram. There's actually such a treasure? Fine, I'll give it a try. After hearing Yixian's transmission, Jia Xingtian immediately pulled away from the other party and transformed into his human form. Chapter 1860. Myriad Beasts diagram, suppress him. Yixian opened his eyes wide. In the next moment, the strength of the black dragon in the form of the leader decreased by 60%. If the Myriad Beast diagram was only at level 1, it might not be able to suppress him. But now that Wei Zhentian's treasure had evolved, the Myriad Beast diagram was a level 2 treasure. It was enough to suppress the opponent. What? The black dragon was frightened. Why did his speed decrease all of a sudden? Haha, good chance. Jia Xingtian grinned and quickly rushed over to kill. Originally, the opponent's strength was already 30% weaker than his. Now it was reduced by 60%. In his eyes, the opponent was no different from a 7th-stage True Monarch. Kill. Jia Xingtian instantly accelerated and flashed in front of the opponent. Then he punched and directly penetrated the opponent's chest, exploding his dragon heart. Instant kill. The myriad beasts diagram reduced all attributes. Apart from speed, it also reduced defense, attack, and so on. Therefore, Jia Xingtian was able to instantly kill the opponent. When the other four saw this, they were shocked and immediately turned around to leave. Want to leave? Stay here. Jia Xingtian opened his eyes wide and attacked again. Only 4 7th-stage true monarchs, and they were still humans. Naturally, they were unable to fight against him, even if they joined hands. However, Jia Xingtian was now in his human form. His strength was too weak compared to his main body. Only 2 7th-stage true monarchs were left behind. Yi Xian, this treasure of yours is too heaven-defying. If I had this treasure, I would be able to fight against a 9th-stage true monarch. Jia Xingtian couldn't help but say. Yi Xian just smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. Then Jia Xingtian didn't waste time and directly threw the spatial rings of the 2 7th-stage true monarchs to Yi Xian. Then, he took the spatial rings of the 8th-stage true monarch. I wonder who sent these 5 people to kill me. It seems that I have to search their souls. Jia Xingtian stared at the corpses and slowly said, Senior, let me do it. I have a treasure that can search their souls. After saying that, Yi Xian put the corpses of the 2 7th-stage true monarchs into the planting space. Then he used the soul-sucking bell transformed by Wei Zhantian to search their souls. The flow of time in the planting space was very slow. In less than a second, Yi Xian was done. So it's him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took out a floating image crystal. When Jia Xingtian saw the picture on the floating image crystal, his killing intent suddenly erupted. That bastard Zhang Tai. He actually entrusted others to kill me. Jia Xingtian was furious. This scene was something that Yi Xian had extracted from the souls of the 2 corpses of the 7th-stage true monarchs, using the soul-absorbing bell. This was the new effect of the soul-absorbing bell after it had advanced in rank. With this, Zhang Tai was dead for sure. Senior, why don't we go back first and kill that Zhang Tai? Yi Xian suggested. All right. In any case, the main hall's envoy will come to the branch hall. We can't let Zhang Tai escape. Jia Xingtian nodded. Soon after, he brought Yi Xian back to the Bloodflame Hall branch hall. After half a day, Jia Xingtian and Yi Xian returned to the Bloodflame Hall branch. After sensing their auras, Zhou couldn't help but ask, Father, why did you come back? That bastard Zhang Tai actually entrusted someone to ambush and kill me midway, and he almost succeeded. Jia Xingtian couldn't help but say. On the way back, he had already sent a message to the Bloodflame Hall branch's hallmaster Huaming. However, Huaming said that Zhang Tai and Zhang Yang weren't in the Bloodflame Hall. The majority of the Zhang family members are. Jia Xingtian sensed for a moment. Since that was the case, Zhang Tai shouldn't have run away. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, after he had this thought, Jia Xingtian's expression changed. Father, what's wrong? Jia Yuanjing asked. A large number of experts are approaching our Bloodflame Hall. Jia Xingtian opened his eyes wide and hurriedly left. Presumably, the Bloodflame Hall's hall master, a 9th-stage true monarch, had also sensed it. Who are they? At this time in the sky above the Bloodflame Hall, Huaming looked ahead and asked loudly. However, this time it was a group of black-clothed people. Among them, there were 2 9th-stage true monarchs, 10 8th-stage true monarchs, and dozens of 7th-stage true monarchs. Chapter 1861. System notifications rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's single slaughter seal directly soared to 9. If all 9 slaughter seals were to be unleashed, Yi Xian's strength would increase by 16 times. Unleash. In an instant, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed again. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to control this battle, but now, it seemed that he might be able to. Black Dragon Flame Wave. World-destroying Dragon Claw. Very soon, Yi Xian condensed 9 more slaughter seals. However, this time he didn't need to use the slaughter state because the duration was still up. This time he directly unleashed 8 slaughter seals, and used the immortal extinguishing arrows. A total of 10 immortal extinguishing arrows pierced through the air, targeting a 7th-stage true monarch. One had to know that with Yi Xian's current 8th-stage true master realm, he could casually kill a high-level true monarch and condense enough slaughter seals. Killing one person would allow him to condense 10 immortal extinguishing arrows. Coupled with Yi Xian's current strength increase, How could 10 immortal extinguishing arrows not kill a 7th stage true monarch? What a joke. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Next, every time Yixian killed a person, he would condense 10 immortal extinguishing arrows and aim them at the opponent's chest. In this kind of chaotic battle, the effect of the immortal extinguishing arrows was very good. At most, one person could only dodge 5 of them before their heart was pierced. The number of people on the human side started to decrease rapidly. Bastard, you're courting death. An 8th stage true monarch noticed Yixian and immediately dove down. You want to go over? Did you ask for my permission? Suddenly, a black dragon appeared between him and Yixian. It turned out to be Jia Xingtian's son, Jia Yuanzheng, an 8th stage true monarch. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Yixian immediately used the death hunt command to mark his opponent and condensed 10 more immortal extinguishing arrows. This 8th stage true monarch had to defend against Jia Yuanzheng and 10 immortal extinguishing arrows at the same time. That was not the main point. The main point was that the immortal extinguishing arrows were endless. 10, 20, 30. He was about to face 30 immortal extinguishing arrows. The exterminating immortal arrow had the ability to attack automatically. Moreover, Yixian would always aim at the enemy's heart. Unless the exterminating immortal arrow pierced the enemy's body, the enemy would not stop, even if they ran for 100 years. Of course, the other party could scatter the extinguishing immortal arrow or quickly dodge it so that the extinguishing immortal arrow would hit something else. Damn it! The rank 8 middle-aged man realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Originally, this battle was in a stalemate. However, following the death of those rank 7 true monarchs, the situation became slightly bad. Sir, are we going to retreat? A true monarch of the 8th stage sent a voice transmission to a true monarch of the 9th stage. Don't be anxious. As long as we kill this Bloodflame Hall branch leader, we won't need to fear the others. A rank 9 true monarch shook his head. At this moment, the two of them are besieging the Bloodflame Hall's branch leader Huaming. However, Huaming has fused with nearly 600 world-destroying dragon scales, and is also a Zuoist, so his power is very extraordinary. However, they had other plans. The situation is not bad. As long as I have a little more time, I can get rid of the two of them by myself. Huaming, who has transformed into his true form, thinks to himself. However, right at this moment, a white light suddenly flashes. Suddenly, a white light flashed. He glanced around and found that one of the two opponents had transformed into a white dragon. What? Huaming is extremely shocked. If the other party is a Zuoist, he should have been able to sense it. He reckons that the other party is using some kind of treasure to conceal his Zuoist aura. Without waiting for Huaming to react, the white dragon opens its big mouth and spits out a white dragon breath, which accurately explodes on Huaming's body. Not only that, but the other person also transformed into a white dragon and rapidly attacked. Roar! Huaming looks up to the sky and roars. Only now does he realize that the one who is attacking the Bloodflame Hall is not some other power but the White Dragon Hall. He did not expect that the Grand White Dragon Hall would actually do such a shady thing. Without any evidence to prove that he is a member of the Black Dragon Hall, they use such a method to destroy the Bloodflame Hall. I am unwilling to accept this. Huaming's heart is bleeding. He is indeed a branch leader of the Black Dragon Hall, but he does not know how he has been exposed. At this moment, he suddenly sees a familiar figure from the corner of his eyes. Jiang Tai. At this moment, he understands that he was exposed by Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang. At this moment, he even has the thought of perishing together with Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured by these two experts of the White Dragon Hall. Even if he were to risk his life, he would not be able to hold on for long. At the same time, ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Kill Jiang Yang. Completion reward. Slaughter mark will advance once. Kill Jiang Yang and Jiang Tai. Double reward. Ding! Mission is in progress. Time reversal cannot be used. Two system notifications resound in Yixian's mind. Jiang Yang, Jiang Tai? Hearing this, Yixian quickly turns his head and sees the late Jiang Yang and Jiang Tai. Since the system gave him this mission, it means that this matter was definitely caused by Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang is only a rank 7 true monarch. Killing him is not difficult. But Jiang Tai is a rank 8 true monarch. If there is no one to help me, it will not be so easy to kill him in my current situation. Yi Xian thinks to himself. It must be said that the double reward is very tempting to him. But at this moment he still needs to plan for the long term. In any case, Zhang Yang must be killed. Death-chasing command. Immediately, Yi Xian uses the death-chasing command to mark the rank 7 true monarch Zhang Yang. It just so happens that he has reached the 9th mark. Thus, he quickly condenses 10 immortal ending arrows and aims them at Zhang Yang's heart. Whoosh! 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 10 immortal ending arrows pierced through the air and shot toward Zhang Yang. At this time, Zhang Yang and Jiang Tai had just joined the battle. Because the others did not know that they were traitors, they were directly ambushed by the two. A rank 7 true monarch and an rank 8 true monarch elders of the Bloodflame Hall were ambushed and killed. Elder Zhang Yang, Elder Jiang Tai, why are you attacking your own people? Could it be? The surrounding experts of the Bloodflame Hall all revealed astonished expressions. Those two are traitors. Kill them. At this time, Jia Xingtian suddenly yells. Now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is no need for him to remind them. Remnants of the Black Dragon cult. This old man has already forsaken the darkness for the light and submitted to the White Dragon Palace. If you know what's good for you, obediently surrender. Jiang Tai coldly says. What? We are from the Black Dragon cult? When the people below heard this, they were somewhat confused. Chapter 1862. Immediately, some of the ordinary elders were shaken. However, the experts of the White Dragon Palace took advantage of the situation and pursued them, heavily injuring or killing them as soon as they revealed an opening. Just a single sentence from Jiang Tai was enough to cause the Bloodflame Hall to lose several members. The other elders were so angry that they gnashed their teeth and directly pounced toward Zhang Yang and Jiang Tai. My chance has finally come. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The reason why he was able to act so smoothly was because there was someone helping him. If he had to face a rank 7 true monarch alone, it would definitely be impossible. But now Jiang Tai's actions had aroused the anger of the crowd. Several people were already rushing toward him. In addition, Jiang Tai's son Zhang Yang naturally wouldn't let him off. You want to catch me? Not so easy. Jiang Yang's lips slightly curled up. But right at this time, a powerful aura suddenly appeared behind him. What? Zhang Yang suddenly turned around and discovered an extremely powerful dragon aura. Before he could react, the dragon aura had already engulfed him. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Zhang Yang dead. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Will you immediately receive the reward? This time Yi Xian hesitated. Right now he needed someone to attract his opponent's attention in order to succeed. Moreover, Zhang Yang was only a rank 7 true monarch, while Jiang Tai was in rank 8 true monarch, infinitely close to rank 9 true monarch. Most importantly, Zhang Yang had died in Yi Xian's hands. Jiang Tai would definitely be enraged. It was simply impossible to kill him. Yes. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian made his decision. Sometimes it was better to be a little more conservative. After the random mission, there was another explanation, and that was that the time reversal skill couldn't be used while the mission was in progress. What if an accident happened in the middle? At that time, wouldn't Yi Xian have to destroy 3 of his clones? It wasn't worth it. Ding! Slaughter seal has leveled up once. The system notification rang out. Yi Xian quickly glanced at it and discovered that the amplification of a single seal had increased from 1.8 times to 2 times. Moreover, the maximum number of slaughter seals had increased from 9 to 10. If all 10 slaughter seals were to be unleashed at the same time, it would be able to increase his battle prowess by 20 times. In addition to the 10 times increase in sex and other things, that was a total of 30 times. It was a pity that the Carnage seal required 2 devour points for the next level up. You bastard! How dare you kill my son? I'll take your life. When Jiang Tai saw that his son had been blasted to death by Yi Xian, he immediately raised his head and roared. He transformed into his true form and rushed towards Yi Xian. At this time, Jia Xingtian suddenly flashed over and held Jiang Tai back. Now I will show you my true strength. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He immediately used up the 10 slaughter seals that he had just condensed and activated the slaughter status. Previously it was only 16 times, but now it was 20 times. Although it couldn't be stacked, it still increased Yi Xian's strength by nearly 4 times. Kill! Murderous intent flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly disappeared from Zhang Tai's field of vision. The next moment he appeared behind Zhang Tai. Annihilation Dragon Claw. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Yi Xian attacked with both hands and mouth, catching Zhang Tai unprepared. Although the latter dodged the Black Dragon Flame Wave, a large chunk of flesh was torn off his chest by the Annihilation Dragon Claw. Then Jia Xingtian attacked. Bang! Zhang Tai's body was sent flying by Jia Xingtian's dragon tail. However, at the same time there was a change in the battle on the other side. Bloodflame Hall's branch leader Hua Ming was finally killed by those 2 white dragons and thus fell. Actually, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't want to save Hua Ming, but that he had no other choice. Although he had the 10,000 beasts diagram, most of the Bloodflame Hall's members were Zuyoists while the White Dragon Hall's members were mostly humans. Once the 10,000 beasts diagram appeared, a large number of Bloodflame Hall experts would be suppressed. Moreover, Hua Ming and those 2 White Dragon Hall 9th stage true monarchs wouldn't be able to escape either. Yi Xian, it's bad. The hall leader is dead. Jia Xingtian couldn't help but say while attacking Zhang Tai. Let's kill Zhang Tai and then leave. Yi Xian replied through sound transmission. He was still unable to turn the situation around in this battle, but he could only avenge Hua Ming. Zhang Tai must die. Immediately Yi Xian along with Jia Xingtian attacked Zhang Tai. Because of Zhang Yang's death, Zhang Tai also wanted to smash Yi Xian's body. Therefore he quickly rushed over. However, when Yi Xian was halfway there, he suddenly sensed 2 other powerful auras. 9th stage true monarchs. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He was unexpectedly targeted by 2 9th stage true monarchs. It seemed that he couldn't kill Zhang Tai for the time being. Senior, let's go. At once, Yi Xian directly used the planting space to put Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanjing inside. Then, he quickly used the death hunting command to mark a person and used the Eye of Assassination. World-destroying Dragon Claw. Yi Xian crushed the body of a 7th stage true monarch with a single strike. Then he broke through the void and entered the planting space. He had already used his full strength. If he continued to stay here, it would be of no use. Who knew if something unexpected would happen? Therefore he could only choose to leave. As for the others, he had already sent a sound transmission. However, many of them resisted the planting space's absorption and were not taken away. As a result, they were all killed by the experts of the White Dragon Palace. As for the disciples and relatives of the Bloodflame Hall, none of them managed to escape. They were all surrounded by the experts of the White Dragon Palace. The White Dragon Palace's plan was to eliminate the upper echelons of the Bloodflame Hall, and then find the upper echelons of the Bloodflame Hall. Although Yi Xian and Jia Xingtian had escaped, Hua Ming was already dead. Moreover, his body had been stored. As long as they searched his soul, the upper echelons of the Bloodflame Hall would have nowhere to hide. Of course, there would also be some accidents. For example, the Black Dragon Palace's branch leader would erase this memory. Or this branch leader might not know the location of the upper echelons. Every once in a while, the Black Dragon Envoy would come to collect the world-destroying dragon scale. At this moment, Yi Xian had already passed through the Void Gate and arrived at a safe place. What a tragedy! A random mission actually appeared along the way, making the time reversal skill unusable. Yi Xian sighed repeatedly. In the random mission just now, he was unable to use the time reversal skill. Now that the random mission had been completed, although he could use the skill, he could only go back to the time after the random mission was triggered. In short, he could not go back to the time of yesterday. He could only go back to the time after Zhang Tai appeared. Otherwise, he would definitely go back to the time before and inform the Bloodflame Hall's Hall Master, Hua Ming. Chapter 1863. Yi Xian did not expect that he would trigger a random quest along the way, causing his time reversal skill to temporarily lose its effect. He gazed into the distance. Zhang Tai, who had been marked with a death warrant, should be venting his anger by killing the elders of the Bloodflame Hall. Although my random mission has been completed, if I don't kill this Zhang Tai, I will feel uneasy. Yixian made up his mind. In a few more days, he would be able to make a breakthrough in his realm. At that time, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill this Jiang Tai, who was an 8th-stage true monarch. After all, Jia Xingtian, Jia Yuanzheng, and several elders of the 7th-stage true monarch rank were still waiting for orders in his planting space. That bastard Jiang Tai actually betrayed the Blood Flame Hall. In the planting space, Jia Xingtian and the others were cursing. Although they had escaped, they still had family and friends in the Blood Flame Hall. Moreover, many people from the Blood Flame Hall had died in this battle. They also wanted to kill Jiang Tai very much. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely kill Jiang Tai and avenge the Hall Master and everyone else. I will also save the others. Yixian said. Saving people was a must, but not now. If he were to rush back now, it would be useless, so Yixian could only watch. Since only 6 people in the Blood Flame Hall knew the secret, as long as the others surrendered, they would not be killed by the White Dragon Palace's experts. Soon the Blood Flame Hall was controlled. Then, the 2 rank 9 true monarchs immediately began to search Huaming's soul. The branch hall master of the Blood Flame Hall, Huaming, was a rank 9 true monarch. The 2 of them were also rank 9 true monarchs. Thus, it would not be that easy to perform a soul search on 2 people of the same level. At the very least, it was not something that could be done overnight because they did not have a treasure like the soul-absorbing bell. Several days later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th-stage true master. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World-Annihilating Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhantian, and Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape have all broken through. They are now 4th-stage half-step true monarchs. Yixian's realm had undergone a qualitative improvement. However, with his current cultivation level, it would be difficult for him to deal with so many White Dragon Palace experts. However, Jia Xingtian, Jia Yuanzheng, and the other elders gave Yixian 10,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales. As a result, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon strength had doubled. Let's give it a try first. If it doesn't work, then I'll use time reversal. Yixian thought to himself. The time reversal skill was like a record. At most, it would return to the time when the White Dragon Palace experts attacked the Blood Flame Hall. However, this was enough. After all, nothing had happened after Yixian left. At this time, Yixian was already rushing towards the Bloodfire Hall. With his current strength, as long as he launched a sneak attack, it would be enough to cause quite a bit of trouble for the experts of the White Dragon Palace. Soon he arrived near the Blood Flame Hall. With his cultivation level, no one would notice him. Jiang Tai is still inside. Yixian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scarlet word, kill, in the distance. Just in case, he wanted to take the White Dragon Palace's rank 7 true monarch first. That way, he would be able to use the slaughter seal. After the last battle, the White Dragon Palace only had a few rank 7 true monarchs left. Fortunately, there just so happened to be 2 rank 7 true monarchs patrolling outside the Blood Flame Hall. Let's start with you. Yixian raised his eyebrows and directly used the Death Hunt seal to mark one of the rank 7 true monarchs. In the next moment, he summoned the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, and the others infused with them. There were 10 beasts 10 times. Immediately after, Yixian unleashed 4 more slaughter seals, increasing his strength by 8 times. In addition, there was also the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's triple, Undying Battle Soul. If the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's 6th stage amplification was added, it would be a total of 26 times. Eye of Assassination. When the White Dragon Palace's rank 7 true monarch discovered the aura of the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Yixian had already used the Eye of Assassination and directly appeared behind him. Black Dragon Flame Wave. After fusing with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Yixian opened his mouth and spat out a black dragon breath. Boom! This rank 7 true monarch was directly killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. After several system notifications rang out, Yixian directly used 10 slaughter seals. Now, the slaughter seal's amplification was no longer 8 times, but 20 times. Yixian, whose strength had greatly increased, quickly rushed into the Bloodfire Hall. At the same time, his powerful aura was also detected by the experts of the White Dragon Palace in the Bloodfire Hall. It's that black dragon again. Immediately, many experts of the White Dragon Palace leaped into the sky. Among them, there was even a rank 9 true monarch expert. As for the other one, he was searching Huaming's soul. You can't stop me. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and once again used the death hunt seal to mark one of them. Eye of assassination. Yi Xian once again appeared behind the opponent and spat out his dragon breath. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Another series of system notifications rang out. Yi Xian, who had just used the slaughter seal, condensed another 9 slaughter seals. Adding the one that Yi Xian used himself, he now had 10 slaughter seals. Release. 9 carving seals. Immortal slaying sword formation. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. In the next instant, a beautiful formation rapidly spread out with him as the center. Back then, because there were many experts of the Bloodfire Hall, Yi Xian didn't dare to use this move. But today, the experts of the Bloodfire Hall were all under control, and the ones who jumped into the sky were all people of the White Dragon Palace. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't have any misgivings this time. After the Immortal Slaying Sword formation leveled up, it could be used regardless of whether it was 9 carving seals or 10 carving seals. Moreover, after using it, an Immortal Slaying puppet with 8 carving seals would appear in the formation. Perhaps not many people could block this move. Most importantly, even that 9th stage true monarch wouldn't be able to break this Immortal Slaying Sword formation unless he killed Yi Xian. Immediately, those experts of the White Dragon Palace were enveloped by the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. In the next instant, a frenzy of swords was set off within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Then, people gradually started to die. Not only that, but Yi Xian also continuously used up the slaughter seal after each person died. 8 carving Immortal Slaying puppet. Immortal slashing arrow. Immortal slaying breath slash. Yi Xian could be considered to have used all his trump cards. When the Immortal Slaying Sword formation was finished, everyone present except that 9th stage true monarch had died. This move instantly killed more than 10 people, including several 8th stage true monarchs. Behind the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, that 9th stage true monarch and the disciples of the Bloodfire Hall all revealed shocked expressions. What is the background of this brat? That 9th stage true monarch couldn't understand. Fortunately, he dodged quickly and didn't enter the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Immediately, he quickly transformed into his original form. Chapter 1864. You finally returned to your true form? Good. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled, and he immediately charged toward the White Dragon. You're courting death. The White Dragon's eyes flashed, and it aimed at Yi Xian, immediately releasing a White Dragon's breath. Unfortunately, when this dragon's breath was released, Yi Xian had already flashed behind it. Myriad Beasts diagram. Suppress. In an instant, the White Dragon's strength dropped by 60%. Immediately after, Black Dragon Flame Wave. After using the Eye of Assassination, the Black Dragon Flame Wave's power increased by 50%. Adding that it was a sneak attack, this attack actually annihilated half of the White Dragon's body in an instant. Coincidentally, half of the White Dragon's heart was also destroyed. Die. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When this system notification rang out, Yi Xian's slaughter seals had recovered to 10. Now, one of the 2 White Dragon Palace's 9th stage true monarchs had already died, so the remaining one probably wouldn't be a threat. Coincidentally, that Jiang Tai also rushed over from the mountain behind the Bloodflame Hall. When he saw Yi Xian kill that 9th stage true monarch, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. In just a few days, Yi Xian actually dared to kill his way in. What kind of monster was this? Jiang Tai faced death. After coldly saying that, Yi Xian flashed behind Jiang Tai, and then extended his dragon claw. Poochie! A piece of flesh was torn off Jiang Tai's back by the world-destroying dragon claw. And there was even a beating dragon's heart. No! Don't! Jiang Tai extended his hand, looking at Yi Xian. His eyes seemed to be begging Yi Xian not to crush his dragon's heart. For experts of this level, even if their hearts were ripped out, they would still be alive unless their hearts were damaged. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's desire to kill Jiang Tai would not weaken. Poochie! With a crisp sound, Jiang Tai's dragon heart was crushed by Yi Xian. In an instant, Jiang Tai's body fell from the sky and was caught by Yi Xian. Half of the vengeance had been avenged. In the end, only that rank 9 true monarch of the White Dragon Palace was left. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. However, halfway there, that rank 9 true monarch of the White Dragon Palace rushed out on his own. Bastard! The White Dragon Palace expert flew into a rage and charged towards Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian started to fight against him. After going through many enhancements, Yi Xian was now able to fight against this 9th stage true monarch. If this rank 9 true monarch were to transform into his true form, Yi Xian would be able to use the 10,000 beasts diagram to suppress him and then kill him. The only thing he didn't know was whether this 9th stage true monarch would transform into his true form or not. Your individual combat power is about the same as mine now. I don't believe that you won't change. Yi Xian's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, when this rank 9 true monarch saw that his human form was unable to do anything to Yi Xian, he roared at the sky and transformed into his true form. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian made Wei Jintian transform into the 10,000 beasts diagram again, and suppressed him in an instant. Although his true form was stronger, after being suppressed by the 10,000 beasts diagram, he was much weaker than before. What? This rank 9 true monarch was scared out of his wits. However, Yi Xian's attack had already arrived. Black Dragon Flame Wave. If he was at his peak, he would definitely be able to dodge this attack. However, with 60% of his strength suppressed by the 10,000 beasts diagram, he couldn't dodge at all. Boom! With just one attack, half of this white dragon's body was annihilated and he directly died. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the corpse. He didn't expect to be able to kill these people without breaking through again. It seemed that he didn't need to use time reversal either. Now that all the White Dragon Palace experts were dead, Yi Xian quickly collected the others into the planting space, including Jia Xingtian's descendants and so on. As for the Zhang family members, Yi Xian also collected all of them, but he definitely wouldn't give them any convenience in the future. TSK. The entire Bloodfire Hall actually gathered 30,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales. After this, Yi Xian couldn't stop smiling. However, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon now needed 100,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales. 30,000 pieces of World Annihilation Ghost Dragon scales could only increase its strength by 30%. However, at this moment, suddenly, a powerful aura descended upon the Bloodfire Hall. Yi Xian was so frightened that he hurriedly turned around and saw a white-robed elder standing in the air, looking down at him. An expert from the White Dragon Palace? Seeing this, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. He didn't expect another White Dragon Palace expert to appear. Moreover, this person's aura seemed to be even stronger than the 2 rank 9 true monarchs. A half-step true monarch. A half-step true monarch expert had actually appeared. This was a tragedy. One had to know that Yi Xian's buff had already worn off. Right now, he probably couldn't even defeat a rank 8 true monarch, let alone a half-step true monarch expert. However, he wasn't afraid. This time he had only come to test things out. If anything unexpected happened, he could directly use the time reversal skill to go back. In the face of such an expert, Yi Xian didn't act rashly. He only quietly watched, pretending to be an ordinary Bloodfire Hall disciple. Of course, his strength was too low to pretend to be a Bloodfire Hall disciple. This half-step true monarch White Dragon Palace expert looked around but didn't find a single person. Thus his gaze landed on Yi Xian. However, at this moment, another powerful aura appeared. This half-step true monarch White Dragon Palace expert turned his head and discovered a black figure rapidly rushing towards him. This aura was actually also a half-step true monarch. Who is it? This White Dragon Palace expert narrowed his eyes and watched cautiously. Soon this black figure arrived in front of him. It was a black-clothed middle-aged man. Who are you? The White Dragon Palace expert couldn't help but ask. Someone from the White Dragon Palace? The black-clothed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Then, he directly transformed into a black dragon and charged at the White Dragon Palace expert. After knowing that the other party was from the White Dragon Palace, Only someone from the Black Dragon sect would dare to directly attack. The White Dragon Palace expert immediately understood. Thus, he also charged at the black-clothed middle-aged man. Unfortunately, this White Dragon Palace expert was also a rank 1 half-step true monarch like the black-clothed middle-aged man. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man was a shouyao while the black-clothed middle-aged man was a human. Furthermore, the black-clothed middle-aged man had fused with quite a few world destruction dragon scales. Thus, this White Dragon Palace expert was utterly defeated and turned to flee. You want to leave? Not so easy. The black-clothed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and unleashed his full power, beating this White Dragon Palace expert until he screamed miserably. Chapter 1865. The main hall of the Bloodflame Hall should be a branch of the Black Dragon cult. However, didn't they send a 9th stage true monarch to pick me up? Why is he a half-step true monarch? Yixian had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't think too much about it. He decided to observe the situation first. Soon, the battle in the sky between the half-step true monarchs ended with the death of the White Dragon Palace's expert. Then the black-clothed man kept the corpse. This time his luck was pretty good. He actually managed to kill a White Dragon Palace expert. You are Yixian? The black-clothed middle-aged man asked as he turned to look at Yixian. Junior Yixian greets Senior. Yixian hurriedly cupped his fists. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded slightly. Then he took out a floating image crystal to confirm Yixian's appearance. At his level, he would be able to see through Yixian's disguise. Where's your dragon? Summon it for me to see, the black-clothed middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Yixian quickly summoned the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. The black-clothed middle-aged man took out another testing crystal and tested it. Sure enough, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had fused with more than 500 World Annihilation Dragon scales. A 4th stage half-step true monarch Black Dragon had actually fused with 500 World Annihilation Dragon scales. It was simply inconceivable. Even the main hall of the Bloodflame Hall couldn't find such a black dragon. Therefore, the main hall of the Bloodflame Hall treated Yixian's Black Dragon as a treasure. If it was nurtured, it would become a super battle force. Let's go. I'll bring you to the main hall. After the black-clothed middle-aged man finished speaking, he led Yixian on his way. Along the way, he inquired about the matter of the branch hall. After that, he was very surprised. The White Dragon Palace had actually done such a thing. Therefore, he quickly reported to the main hall of the Bloodflame Hall. However, the reply from the main hall was that he shouldn't return for now. Something had happened in the main hall. However, the main hall didn't say what exactly had happened. Even the main hall is in trouble. Could it be related to the White Dragon Palace? Yixian thought to himself. During the journey, Yixian finally broke through to the half-step true monarch realm, while the old tree and the others reached the 5th stage half-step true monarch realm. A few days later, he followed the black-clothed middle-aged man and finally arrived at the headquarters of the Bloodflame Hall. However, when they looked from afar, they discovered a large number of white-clothed experts surrounding the Bloodflame Hall's main hall. These white-clothed people should be the experts of the White Dragon Palace. However, why were they surrounding the Bloodflame Hall's main hall and not taking any action? Could it be that he was still in the suspicious stage? Senior, what should we do? Yixian could not help but ask. The black-clothed middle-aged man paused for a moment, then said, Just now, I received a sound transmission from my fellow disciples. The White Dragon Palace suspects that our Bloodflame Hall is a branch of the Black Dragon sect, so they have begun to investigate. Could it be that another traitor has appeared? Yixian secretly said in his heart. His luck was really too bad. There was a traitor in the branch hall, and now there was another traitor in the main hall. Can't you cultivate properly? Senior, many thanks for escorting me here. Yixian suddenly cupped his fists toward the black-clothed middle-aged man. The black-clothed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and asked in shock, What do you want to do? This brat wants to go and stir up trouble. Yixian said. Stir up trouble? What kind of joke is this? What realm are you at? The black-clothed middle-aged man felt that Yixian was a bit too arrogant. After all, Yixian had just broken through to the half-step true monarch realm. One had to know that the White Dragon Palace experts patrolling outside the Bloodflame Hall were all high-level true monarchs at the very least, And there were also quite a few half-step true monarchs. With Yi Xian's strength, going there was simply courting death. Senior, to tell you the truth, before you found me, I had just killed 2 9th-stage true monarchs of the White Dragon Palace. These are their corpses. As Yi Xian spoke, he took out the 2 White Dragon corpses. You killed 2 9th-stage true monarchs of the White Dragon Palace? What kind of joke is this? As the black-clothed middle-aged man spoke, he carefully examined the 2 corpses. They were indeed 9th-stage true monarchs. However, he still did not believe Yi Xian's words. In his eyes, Yi Xian was a good seedling. Therefore, he did not want Yi Xian to meet with a setback and die prematurely. However, before he could react, Yi Xian had already summoned the old tree and the others. World Devastator Ghostly Dragon merge. Yi Xian did not say anything and merged with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon. Then he consumed the slaughter seal and exploded. Kill. In an instant, Yi Xian charged out. Previously, he could easily kill high-level true monarchs. Now that he had broken through, it was even less of a problem. Even so, he still wanted to gradually improve. This time, he was looking for a 7th-stage true monarch. Bam! With a muffled sound, a 7th-stage true monarch of the White Dragon Palace was crushed by Yi Xian and died. Due to the huge difference in cultivation level, Yi Xian's slaughter seal instantly condensed to 10. Slaughter seal 20 times. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. After the 20 times increase, his strength was infinitely close to that of a half-step true monarch. If he could use it with the myriad beast diagram, he would probably be able to kill even a half-step true monarch. Very soon, the White Dragon Palace experts died one by one, and their corpses were collected by Yi Xian. 7th-stage true monarchs, 8th-stage true monarchs, and even 9th-stage true monarchs all died at Yi Xian's hands. However, Yi Xian's rampant actions also attracted the attention of a half-step true monarch expert. Where did this brat come from? How dare he kill my White Dragon Palace's people? A shout rang out. Immediately after, a powerful aura rushed toward Yi Xian. A half-step true monarch. A mere first-stage half-step true monarch isn't qualified. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and directly used the Death Hunt token to mark the other party. Eye of Assassination. In the next instant, Yi Xian flashed behind the other party. The Eye of Assassination would increase the power of the next attack by 50%. And for the next attack, Yi Xian was going to use the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Moreover, he was going to use the 10 seal. In an instant, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation expanded with Yi Xian as the center, enveloping that half-step true monarch of the White Dragon Palace. The 10 seal Immortal Slaying Sword formation and the Eye of Assassination were more than 10 times stronger than the 9 seal Immortal Slaying Sword formation that day. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation level had also increased. Immediately, a gust of wind blew within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Countless flying swords swept out. At the same time, a figure attacked that half-step true monarch of the White Dragon Palace. The 9 seal Immortal Slaying Sword formation would summon an 8 seal Immortal Slaying Puppet, while the 10 seal Immortal Slaying Sword formation would summon a 10 seal Immortal Slaying Puppet. What a powerful aura! The White Dragon Palace expert narrowed his eyes. After sensing this extraordinary aura, he immediately transformed into his true form. Another white dragon appeared. Chapter 1866. Just in time. Yi Xian laughed loudly and immediately had Megatron transform into the Myriad Beasts diagram. Suppress. The white dragon's strength instantly dropped by 60%. But that wasn't the point. The point was that he was currently in the middle of the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Not good. The half-step monarch's expression changed greatly, but it was already too late. Even at his peak, he might not have had a 100% chance of surviving the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Now that his chances had dropped by 60%, it wasn't a 90% chance of survival, but a 100% chance of survival. Immortal Slaying Sword Technique. Within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, the Immortal Slaying Puppet executed the Immortal Slaying Sword technique. Together with the sword formation's countless chaotic swords, the half-step monarch was quickly killed. A half-step monarch dead. Before this, Yi Xian had already used the slaughter seal. Then, because of his enormous killing intent, he formed 9 more slaughter seals. Another 10 slaughter seals. One immortal slaying sword formation can kill a half-step monarch. If I use it a few more times. At this thought, Yixian quickly put away the half-step monarch's corpse in front of him, then quickly searched for his next target. The Blood Flame Hall's headquarters was very large. Even if one flew around it, it would still take some time. This time, there were many White Dragon Palace experts surrounding the Blood Flame Hall's headquarters. Excluding the monarchs, there were more than 20 half-step monarchs. Among these 20 half-step monarchs, there were 15 rank 1 half-step monarchs, 5 rank 2 half-step monarchs, and 1 rank 3 half-step monarchs. This strength was actually about the same as the Blood Flame Hall's headquarters. However, these people didn't do anything for some reason. Soon after killing more than 10 monarchs, Yixian finally found a second half-step monarch. Death Hunt Command. Eye of Assassination. 10 Carving Seals. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Yixian didn't say anything else and directly used his ultimate move. However, this half-step monarch wasn't a Shouyao, but a human. This meant that the Myriad Beasts diagram was useless against him. Who are you, scoundrel? The White Dragon Palace expert shouted at the sky. At this moment, he was already enveloped by the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. The Immortal Slaying puppets had also been formed and were charging towards him. Besides that, there were also other attacks from Yixian. Before finding this half-step true monarch, Yixian had used his dragon claws to capture a few White Dragon Palace true monarchs. After using the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, Yixian had crushed these White Dragon Palace true monarchs to death one by one. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. The slaughter seal once again surged upwards. Immortal Slaying Puppet, go! Yixian's eyes widened as he formed several immortal puppets with 8 inscriptions. Under the siege of so many people, this half-step monarch finally fell and his corpse was taken away by Yixian. However, before he died, Yixian felt an aura even stronger than that of a first-stage half-step true king. It seemed that his actions had already been noticed by those second-stage half-step true kings. It's about time. Let's go. Immediately, Yixian tore through the void and left. That rank 2 half-step true monarch missed. Last time Yixian had killed 2 half-step true kings from White Dragon Palace. If he came again tomorrow, he might kill 2 more. Tisk tsk. There are more than 10,000 World Destruction Dragon Scales in total. Not bad, not bad. After counting the spoils of war, Yixian's lips curled up slightly. Because these people were from White Dragon Palace, they did not have many World Destruction Dragon Scales, but it was enough. On the other side, the black-robed middle-aged man hiding in the distance could not believe that Yixian had successfully killed 2 half-step true kings. As for where Yixian had gone, even he did not know. After a day, after all the skills were off cooldown, Yixian attacked again and killed a few more high-level true monarchs and 2 half-step true kings. If this continued, the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon's amplification would increase by a lot, and even reach the 7th stage. How I hope a fortuitous encounter will allow me to obtain 10 million World Destruction Dragon Scales. This way, the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon strength will definitely skyrocket. Yixian thought to himself. However, on the 3rd day, the people from White Dragon Palace learned their lesson and started to move in groups of 2 or 3 half-step true kings. However, this was of no use to Yixian. Those who deserved to be killed would still be killed. After Yixian killed a few of them, he finally collected 100,000 World Destruction Dragon Scales, allowing the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon's amplification to reach the 7th stage. This time, he actually needed 500,000 World Destruction Dragon Scales. In other words, he needed 5,000 World Destruction Dragon Scales to increase the amplification by 1 point. This was truly heaven-defying. However, as long as there were enough World Destruction Dragon Scales, the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon could continue to grow without limit. One had to know that the World Destruction Black Dragon's body was astonishingly large. Its dragon scales were endless and could probably be measured in hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions. For example, the half-step True King level White Dragon that Yixian had killed previously was so large that it covered the sky. Its dragon scales had long exceeded hundreds of millions. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 2nd stage half-step true monarch. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord World Destruction Ghostly Dragon Wei Zhentian, and sky-breaking ape god have broken through. Host is now a 6th-stage half-step true monarch. While Yixian was camping, they had broken through again and their strength had increased by several times. Now Yixian was qualified to attack a 3rd-stage half-step true monarch. Therefore, he was prepared to go all out. Since you're ready, let's go. Yixian narrowed his eyes. This time, he directly charged to the entrance of the Bloodfire Hall. The 3rd-stage half-step true monarch was there. It was the same old plan. He would start from the weakest. World Destruction Ghostly Dragon Fuse. Without hesitation, Yixian fused with the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon. Then, he used the Death Hunt token to mark a person and used the Eye of Assassination to head over. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Immediately after, a series of system notifications rang out. Before this, Yixian had already appeared several times. Therefore, he had already been targeted by the experts of the White Dragon Palace. Therefore, he needed some puppets to avoid being surrounded. 8 immortal murdering puppets. Yixian summoned 5 puppets at once. Of course, these were the immortal murdering seals that he had formed after killing 5 people in a row. Brat, it's you again. Who are you? The 3rd-stage half-step true monarch asked Yixian. I'm your ancestor. Yixian opened his eyes wide and started fighting. At this moment, there were 3 2nd-stage half-step true monarchs and 1 3rd-stage half-step true monarch at the entrance of the Bloodfire Hall. As soon as Yixian finished speaking, he was surrounded by them. Countless attacks swept toward Yixian. Eye of Assassination. 10 Immortals Slaying Sword Formation. Chapter 1867. Child's Play. The 3 2nd-stage half-step true kings suddenly formed a white formation that blocked the chaotic sword attacks of the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. As for the 3rd-stage half-step true king, he shuttled through the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation alone and rushed toward Yixian. You have some skills. Yixian narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated. These 4 were all in human form. Yixian didn't know which one of them was a Zuyuist. Therefore, he was waiting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Within the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, the 4 rapidly approached Yixian. When they were close enough, they all transformed. Haha, so all 3 of them are Zuyuists. This is great. Yixian opened his eyes wide and directly ordered Megatron to transform. Myriad Beasts Diagram. Suppress. What? The 3 were extremely shocked. All 3 of them lost 60% of their battle prowess. As a result, their defense within the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation was instantly destroyed. Puff 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 puff. Streaks of sword light pierced through their bodies, and streams of white blood spurted out from their bodies. Roar! The 3 white dragons were instantly heavily injured by the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, and then killed by the Immortal Slaying puppets. As a result, only the 3rd-stage half-step true king was left. Fortunately, there was a time difference when the 3 2nd-grade half-step true kings died. Yixian obtained more than 20 slaughter seals one after another. These slaughter seals were then used by Yixian to summon 3 immortal slaying puppets. There were 8 of them in total. Good boy, you must be a genius of the Black Dragon cult. Killing you can be considered as eliminating a good seedling of the Black Dragon cult. As the 3rd-stage half-step true king spoke, he attacked Yixian with all his strength, trying to kill him. What a joke. You want to kill me? The corners of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up. The immortal slaying sword formation was still active, and there were also 8 immortal slaying puppets. It was impossible for this 3rd-stage half-step true king to kill him. Moreover, there was also the old tree and the sky-breaking ape god assisting. Netherworld soul-shattering strike. Startling 72 strikes. Immortal slaying sword art. Black flame black dragon wave. Under the joint attack of Yixian's group, this 3rd-stage half-step true king could only retreat and quickly escape the immortal slaying sword formation. However, if Yixian couldn't kill him during the duration of the immortal slaying sword formation, then he probably wouldn't have a chance. Looks I'll's blood-slaying king. Then aren't the Blood Flame Hall's experts a bit too afraid of death? I've been helping them these past few days, but they're completely indifferent? At this moment, Yixian was extremely unhappy in his heart. He didn't expect the people from the main hall to be so cowardly. However, this was understandable because the White Dragon Hall was countless times more powerful than the Blood Flame Hall. Once they resisted, they would suffer a calamity. Therefore, they did not dare to move and could only watch from afar. Then, who is that person? Oh, could he be a super genius nurtured by our Black Dragon sect? The upper echelons of the Blood Flame Hall all had the same thought. Yi Xian had already separated from the third stage half-step True King, and was no longer fighting. The Immortal Slaying Sword formation's duration was over, so Yi Xian was preparing to leave. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a large number of powerful auras suddenly appeared in the distance. They were all at least half-step True Kings. There were over 100 of them. Who's there? Yi Xian was startled. Over 100 half-step True Kings? Where did they come from? Was it the White Dragon sect or the Black Dragon sect? After Xiao Chan took a closer look, he realized that the people who came this time were not friends but enemies. They were all from the White Dragon Palace. Not good. Retreat. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly as he prepared to leave. If so many people surrounded him, he would be in trouble. But at this moment, ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Defeat Bai Longzi Yangyun, and ensure that the Blood Flame Hall's casualties do not exceed 20%. A system notification suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian trembled. What the hell was Bai Longzi Yangyun? However, he was certain that Bai Longzi Yangyun should be among this group of White Dragon sect experts. Phew, I can actually use the time reversal skill this time. In that case, I don't need to leave immediately. Yi Xian sighed in relief. Last time, the random mission did not allow him to use the time reversal skill. However, this time he could, so he was not in a hurry. The third stage half-step True King seemed to have received a transmission from someone. He kept staring at Yi Xian and did not do anything. He and Yi Xian quietly waited for the group to arrive. Yi Xian saw that the leader was a white-haired youth in white clothes. He was a third-stage half-step True King. Behind him were several third-stage half-step True Kings, as well as a large number of first-stage and second-stage half-step True Kings. This guy's background was not small. You killed so many of my people with your own strength. What is your name? The white-haired youth asked as he looked at Yi Xian. And who are you? Yi Xian asked. As soon as he said this, a third-stage half-step True King stepped forward and shouted. How dare you? You don't even know Bai Longzi. Bai Longzi? What the hell? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Seeing his expression, an expert of the Blood Flame Hall immediately transmitted a message to him. Bai Longzi are the holy sons selected by White Dragon sect. They are geniuses who have the potential to become White Dragon emissaries in the future. White Dragon emissaries. Although Yi Xian did not know who told him this, it was not important. What was important was that he heard a familiar term. The white-haired middle-aged man who had chased after him that day was a White Dragon emissary. Later on, he was chased by the Black Dragon emissary. It was unknown whether he was still alive or not. After all, the target of the death pursuit order was too large, so the White Dragon emissary's death pursuit order disappeared. Speaking of which, it would not be easy for Yi Xian to defeat this Bai Longzi on a random mission. Yi Xian calmly looked at the other party. After a short pause, the latter said, I've already told you my identity. What is your name? Yi Liangchen. Yi Xian casually replied. After all, it was just a name. It was not much. Yi Liangchen. Bai Longzi narrowed his eyes. He had never heard of this name before. However, he was sure that Yi Xian's talent was much better than his. If Yi Xian was a member of the Black Dragon sect, why would the Black Dragon sect allow such a genius to roam freely? Thus, he felt that Yi Xian should not be a member of the Black Dragon sect. Why did you kill my people? Bai Longzi asked. Then why did you surround the Blood Flame Hall? Yi Xian continued asking.